The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Tailenders rebounded and a new frontrunner emerged at the Sinquefield Cup in St. Louis. Out of 5 co-leaders going into the round, only one emerged victorious, with reigning champ Wesley taking down favorite Fabiano Caruana to claim clear first. Day 4 of incredible chess, coming up next.
Welcome back, chess fans, to day 4 of the 2026 Sinquefield Cup. We've had an absolutely amazing event so far, packed with decisive results and incredible swings in a lot of games. Especially, I'm talking about the game of Sam Sevian versus Anish Giri yesterday, where Sam's pressure paid off in the end. And of course, Wesley's incredible victory against Fabiano Caruana with the black pieces. What will today's games bring? Let's go to the studio and find out with Yasser, Maurice, and Peter.
10 of the world's best players have been trading body blows in the capital of chess in the United States as the race to the Grand Chess Tour Finals heats up. Hello, everyone, and welcome to day 4 of the Sinquefield Cup. We're seeing things we've never seen before. So many wins happening in the games. And the number 1 player in the tournament lost. The lowest rated player in the tournament won. What will we see next? The action's about to start right now.
Hello, everyone. I'm your host, Yasser Seirawan, and I am delighted to be surrounded by an all-star team of chess commentators and grandmasters. Gentlemen, welcome. Maurice, you get the opening word for this round 4.
It's wins, wins, wins. I mean, we've seen 8 wins out of 15 games. You just don't see that in this tournament. We've seen tournaments where you win 8 for the entire field, right. 9 rounds. So this is unusual. Let's hope it stays that way. I don't know what's in the water, but we're loving it.
Absolutely. Follow up on that one, Cristian.
Well, I love the fact that each and every player is trying the hardest they can. Sam Sevian, after losing that one, bounced back with incredible pressure against Anish Giri. MVL, knowing that he needs to win this event, is doing exactly that as of right now. So definitely it feels like everybody knows what they're doing and they're going for it.
Marvelous. I couldn't agree with you more. Peter, do the honors. Three tough rounds. Tell us the standings.
Absolutely. And we were speaking about the fact that after round 2, there were half the field were in the lead on +1. Right. After round 3, though, the situation has clarified for the time being. With Wesley in clear first on 2.5 out of 3, beating Fabiano Caruana with the black piece is something that happens once in a blue moon. Then we have 2 players on +1, Levon, Aronian, and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. 4 players on 50%. Jorden van Foreest came close to his first victory in the tournament yesterday, almost beating Levon Aronian, but is still in the last place there on half a point.
And tell us about the format for this year's Sinquefield Cup.
Absolutely, and with much joy. This is, as per usual, a 10-player round robin with the classical time control of 9 minutes for the 40 moves and then 30 minutes for the rest of the game, with a half-a-minute increment starting from move 1. Draw offers are expressly forbidden, and you get a point for a win, half a point for a draw, and nada for a loss.
Well, joyfully tell us about the schedule.
The schedule is ever more ebullient and effervescent and things of that nature. We've played 3 rounds. There are 2 more rounds to go before the rest day on Saturday, and then we'll play 4 rounds to the end with round 9 on the 19th of August. And playoffs for the Sinquefield Cup will happen later that evening if they're required, whereas the playoffs for the GCT, should they be needed, will be played on a separate day.
Thank you, Peter. Maurice, Peter's just raised the bar there. I mean, tell us about the highlights of our tournament leaders, not their effervescence, if you will.
Yes, indeed. Well, it has been. And ebullient tournament so far as we move along, as the players are giving it their all. This is the kind of trend you want to see at events. Wins, 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 and that makes other players desperate for wins as well. But 3 stand above them all, and let's look at those 3 players. And there we have it. Wesley So leading the pack at 2.5 and +2. Levon, Aronian, and Maxime, the only other 2 players on a plus score as everybody is chasing them. Let's drill down a little bit, starting with the marvelous Frenchman with 3 names, Maxime. His path has been quite interesting so far. He had a draw against Anish in round 1. Against Sam, however, he got a little bit fortunate as Sam blundered in time pressure. And then talk about a topsy-turvy affair against Javokhir. That game, he was worse. He could have won the game. He could have lost the game, but he managed to pull off a draw. But he's got one thing on his mind. If he's going to get to the finals, as he's done 8 years running in the top 3, he's got to win this tournament. That is how he's playing. That kind of enterprising chess is what we want to see, and we've come to expect from Maxime. Just an incredibly vivacious player. Now, let's get to Levon, Aronian, and I don't know what he's been drinking, but I want some of it because the man just doesn't die. Round 1, he was much worse, if not losing against Javokhir. Managed to pull that one off. Round 2, he was definitely dead, 1 foot in the grave, the dirt being piled on, and somehow he managed to turn it around and win the game. That was a shocker. And then in round 3, again, much worse, virtually losing against Jorden, managed to pull off a draw and finds himself in a tie for first place. It's no surprise, though. Levon is the kind of person who is indeed a survivor, telling tales of his childhood that are just simply incredible. The difficulties he had to go through. He is a grateful man, and you'll love seeing him atop the leaderboard. His sense of humor is par none. We'll see if he can keep that spirit as he goes along. And finally, our leader, Wesley So, had a draw against Keymer in round 1. Next 2 games, it must have been his birthday because they gave him 2 gifts. Jorden van Foreest had a fantastic opening, managed to actually end up losing after he made mistakes at the end. And then Fabiano Caruana, what was he doing with that wild opening he tried, gifting a pawn and then having nothing for it? The leader losing to a player he's played 50, now 51 times. And Wesley knows how to stay at the top. Extremely solid, difficult to beat. And that's why this field is going to be very afraid watching Wesley in the lead, because he has a way of just neutralizing advantages, and he grabs his opportunities when they come. So as a front runner, he'll be tough to catch. We'll see what the field can do as he tries to maintain his position atop the leaderboard. And now Cristian has some thoughts on some of the other players.
Well, gents, the story of the Sinquefield Cup is not only changing with each passing round, but with each passing game we've seen so far. If I would be to describe it in one word, it would be unpredictable so far. Let's take a look at the battles that we're going to see today. And today, all 4 of the Americans are going to be facing each other. The first one, of course, is this battle between 2 players with similar styles. Levon Aronian versus Wesley So. But Levon, he said it himself. He doesn't feel like his form is the best, but the results are there to contradict him. Wesley So is playing just brilliant chess, and it feels like career-wise, he's experiencing a resurgence right now. Number 4 in the world rankings at 27.75. And take a look at the lifetime matchup and how close this is. 3 victories for White, 4 losses, and 26 draws between these 2 players. So definitely this one is going to be the marquee matchup of the day. The other battle between the remaining Americans in the field is the battle between Sam Sevian and Fabiano Caruana. And these 2 players up until this moment have had very different trajectories. Sam Sevian lost against MVL, but what an incredible bounce back in yesterday's game against Anish Giri. Exerted enough pressure until Anish cracked. And of course, Fabiano Caruana started with a victory. We were hailing him as the potential victor of the tournament, but yesterday with the white pieces, it just doesn't feel like it was Fabi at the board. It was an incredible miss in that one, and he lost with the white piece against Wesley. So this one is going to be a close one to follow, because we know that Fabi, even with the black pieces, he's going to try to win this one.
Absolutely bounce back. Thank you, Cristian. And Peter, lay the table for our audience. Tell them about the pairings for round 4 coming up.
Absolutely. 5 very exciting games. Some we have already spoken to or heard Cristian talk about anyway. But there you have it. The clash up top, Levon tied for second against the outright leader in Wesley. So Prague White against Jorden van Foreest. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave has a very important game for him against Vincent Keymer. One of the 2 players he absolutely needs to stay ahead of, and also badly wants to do poorly in the tournament. So beating them would be something very, very advantageous for MVL. Anish Giri White against Javokhir Sindarov. Neither of those 2 players have had a particularly enjoyable Sinquefield Cup so far. And Sevian White against Fabiano Caruana on the equal amount of points, but very different storylines. Sem coming off this very, how to describe it even? I don't want to say lucky, but hard-fought victory over Anish Giri, where I think at some point maybe even he kind of gave up on the chances of winning that game, and Fabi losing that game with White against Wesley. But they're off.
Yeah, and they are off. But before, I just want to mention that the Cairns Cup is being played alongside the Sinquefield Cup. 10 of the very best ladies in the world paralleling our event, August 10th through the 20th, and we will feature bonus coverage in our shows. And they are off. Levon and Wesley, our key marquee matchup game, and Wesley E4, E5. Hard man to beat. Are
we about to see our first Berlin of the tournament?
I'm expecting knight f6. It's been in and there you go. It's been in Wesley's wheelhouse for a decade or longer, I want to say.
And Levon says no pure Berlin for you. Goes d2, d3. Fashions in response to d3 have been shifting a little bit. I think players are now, I think, maybe slightly more likely to play d7, d6 in this position than they were maybe 5 years ago. But Wesley, I think, plays bishop c5 kind of consistently, which is by far the main move here.
And actually, I've always thought that bishop c5 is the most challenging.
I think so too.
When you're white and you want to get an opening advantage, d7, d6 is a little bit softer. But when your opponent's playing bishop c5 and putting the pieces on active squares, you've got to prove something. So we'll see if bishop c5, and Maurice, I'm going to toss it over to you. It's very, very early, but I see a few people. Whoa, g3, MVL.
Well,
very interesting.
To me, it's really not about the openings just yet because they're barely
it's still early.
5.
Yeah.
So it's very early. But importantly, there's a nuance about this tournament that we should note, and it's that Levon Aronian is a wild card.
Right.
And it's obvious enough. But his impact on the finals is tremendous. Sitting where he is right now, tied for second place, he's scooping 9 Grand Chess Tour points with him if he stays in that spot. The other players don't want to see that. It's like, why do we have this wild card? Kick this guy down. But no, he is a dangerous wild card. He can even win the tournament and take 13 points. People like Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
Javokhir.
Bro, I can't have you win those ones. Javokhir's in a different position because Javokhir just has to beat out Vincent.
That's a good point.
And then he'll get in the Final Four. But he will be relevant to how other players score, and each and every one he pairs up against is a dangerous customer every single time they play him because they know how tricky he is and how he could just pull a rabbit out of a hat. So I'm very fascinated to see what this matchup brings. I think Wesley would be happy to run out of here with 2 hands with a draw.
Well, the thing about Levon is he wasn't supposed to be a wild card. He was supposed to be a full-time player.
Absolutely.
And he shows why, right? In this one, in the Rapid and Blitz, he got some incredible victories in that one against Anish Giri. I remember that game, just an incredible matchup. But at the Sinquefield Cup, he's played before. He's won it before as well.
He was in the Final Four last year.
Exactly, and that's how he qualified for this season's Grand Chess Tour. Unfortunately, due to unforeseen circumstances, he was unable to become a full-time participant. And right now we're seeing him as a wild card, but these guys know. Levon is fearsome.
It's like having Magnus as a wild card. Nobody wants that guy in there as a wild. It's like, oh, great. You got Magnus in the tournament. Wonderful. Polite applause. Why is he here? Players like Levon just so tough to deal with, and the players absolutely know it.
I got to get back into the game because they are moving a la tempo here, Peter.
I think Wesley has been doing this consistently in Romania, wasn't he? Because there was that game that Anish got an almost winning position against him, right? You remember that game where Anish had a couple of opportunities to get a very, very good position? I think Wesley... That game, right? Bishop b7, knight f5, castles, bishop g5.
Right. Okay.
Now,
that,
right?
Now it's coming back.
This will not happen again. Obviously, knight f5 will not be allowed ever again. And
we were shocked when he played bishop b7.
Indeed,
bishop d7.
Wesley already played bishop d7. But let me just check my head. I'm not crazy, am I? Who was that game? Was it? Because it's not on my screen right now, but I'm pretty sure I'm correct about this. And,
I remember allowing knight f5 was a full disaster. And it's still not there? No, hasn't popped
That is
up.
very strange.
Very strange. Well, we'll get to the bottom of that. In the meantime, talk to the position, because white has gone d2, d3, and then slowly c3, and then d4. Okay, I must say Wesley included a6, so the tempo was returned. But it is the two bishops. What do you think of the current position, if you don't mind?
Just briefly to show our viewers how we got here. d6 was preferred to bishop c5, and it seems like Wesley did indeed shift to these types of positions. And having played castles and not c3, you are kind of obliged not to take on c6, because even if you try to run with the bishop, it can be hunted down by knight a5.
Right.
And then white immediately starts playing for central control, breaking up with c3 and d4. And what we have on the board right now is a position where black has the bishop pair, but white has, I think, clearly better occupancy in the center, better piece control over the central squares, and potentially maybe some pressure. The bishop generally gets developed to g5, or f4 in some cases. This rook might come out to c1, might maybe in some cases come out to d1. Ideas of e4, e5, trying to break open the structure in the center, are also quite relevant in some cases. So personally, I pretty much always preferred these types of structures with white.
Okay.
I didn't get very many of them in the Spanish openings. They do occasionally actually happen in Sicilians, which seems strange, because normally in the Sicilian there's no pawn on the c file, right? Because it goes to c5 and then takes on d4. But in the Rosolimos, you would occasionally get the c-pawn kind of artificially by taking on c6 and black recapturing with the b-pawn.
Yeah, double c-pawn.
And in the Sicilians as well, I prefer the structures for white. But they're not unplayable. And I mean, as long as you don't allow knight f5, bishop g5, which is what happened in that game between Anish and somebody. I'm pretty sure it was Wesley. I have no idea why it's not on my screen. The way Wesley is playing today, I would assume he knows how to contain the
slight initiative.
The slight initiative white will have for a while yet, and I mean, I would still pick white every single time, but I think it's manageable.
We do have h2, h3 on the board instead of bishop f4, which I see this as a prelude, if you don't mind me saying, to queen f3 and knight f5. You don't want to be disturbed by either a knight g4, knight e5, or a bishop g4, as you just indicated.
Very, very solid point. Yeah, I think you play h3 because you're expecting to play queen f3, and you want to make sure this queen will be undisturbed. And the way to react to it would be to say, okay, let's maybe go c5, while if you go knight f5, you cannot, there's no queen on f3 yet, so you can't recapture with the queen.
Right.
And this is very decent for black, perhaps already quite good for black even.
Okay.
So c5, if played here, probably will force the knight back. I guess maybe knight e2, knight f4, because fighting for the g5 square will be relevant.
Agreed.
Or knight c2, knight e3. All three logical moves here are playable. I think you can make an argument for either one of these three squares for the knight. But yeah, black, once again, perhaps slightly worse for now, but nothing disastrous.
Thank you, Peter. And no, it's early still, Maurice, but I suspect more moves have been played. in the big
Well,
games.
I know this is kind of an interesting point. I'm doing an opening course in Chessable, and one of the topics is the fianchetto's bishop. And now for you, I know as a C4 player,
I grew up with bishop on
like,
G2.
what's the big deal?
Right, and a
But-
bishop on G7 too.
But particularly with white,
yes.
have you thought about the fact that E4 players often do not have the pleasure of fianchettoing their bishop?
Yes,
Yeah, E4,
I'm
you play
aware
E4 all
of
the
where-
time as players, and the bishop goes to the aggressive diagonal, D3, C4, B5, and very rarely you see G3 and bishop G2. And when I speak to E4 players about this, I'm not talking about the highest levels, I'm talking about back at the student level, and they stop and they go, oh yeah, I don't ever fianchetto my bishop.
They've been deprived.
As I knew Yasser Seirawan would say. And it's a very powerful bishop along the long diagonal, and if you play the Catalan, you play the English, you know, bishop belongs on G2, it's going to be great on that square.
Unless you are me and you are very lazy as a child and you play G3 against every single Sicilian.
So there you go. So you want to duck in the Sicilian, right? So that is one of the exceptions. But that bishop on G2, I'm sure a lot of E4 players out there right now hearing my words, the light bulb is going off in their heads as well. Why don't I put a bishop on G2? As a matter of fact, I know a friend of mine, she loves attacking chess. So bishop on G2, forget it.
No.
And
Aim for F7.
But with black, she loves G6. So I said, how come you don't fianchetto with the white pieces? You love fianchetting with the black pieces. Good question. The reason I'm bringing it up is this game between Prague and Jorden, E4 to start the game, if you go from the very beginning, and the lazy version, as Peter said, unless you're like me, move your queen out the way, and then play G3 against everything. And it's not a bad strategy. You get used to having your bishop on the long diagonal, and you'll know how to play those types of positions better than your opponents, and you might give them pause. As you see after bishop to E7, now the move A4, a bit of a nuance. One of the good things about D4 players is that if they play E4, they can play it like they're playing D4 sometimes. And you'll see fresh ideas. The same way MVL as an E4 player, switching to D4 or even C4 infuses those lines with the creativity from openings he normally plays. It's lovely to see that kind of fresh approach. Nothing big here happening, no giant advantage for black. But look at the pause after only 6 moves. Prague has whipped out his moves. His opponent already in deep thought, which is not what you're used to seeing. Jordan so well prepared with whipping out 15, 20 moves at a clip. But hey, think about the fianchetto bishops. Those of you out there, and Yasser Seirawan will approve.
And there you go. You know, it's funny, when you jumped in with the G2, G3 ideas of bishops on the open, I thought you were referring to the game of MVL.
Oddly,
and the Romanician variation.
It's absolutely another system, and I did see that game. I was making a specific point about E4,
E4 players.
however, but we do have that game
as well.
And this one, we would say, is more normal, if you will. I mean, as they go into one of the sidelines of the Nimzo, we're seeing a couple of Nimzos happen. Yeah. As a matter of fact, usually they try to avoid it. But on my screen right now, as you look at the game, we switch to the other players. We're looking now at Maxime versus Vincent. And Maxime, we just talked about him switching his openings
from E4.
From E4. He's always an E4 player. When you see this on the board, I know he's been doing it for the last couple of years, but I still feel weird watching Maxime Vachier-Lagrave play D4 and C4. And so on my screen right here, we have the position. And if we could just switch to that on my board, then we see this move, G3, and see, as you mentioned, the Romanician, which was played for quite some time.
Kasparov.
Kasparov in the 90s really saw a good revival of this one. Matches against Karpov. And then you see this line, captures, queen to B3, queen to A5, and we are stuck right here. Obviously, the knight is under tremendous pressure, bishop D2 being a very natural move in the position. But this is more standard, if you will, at least in D4 territory, looking like potential Catalan, or we call the Catalan bishop. But of course, it's more than IMSO, the Romanician, as you mentioned.
Yeah.
But get your bishops on G2, people. It will confuse a lot of your opponents who are, when they see E4 on the board, don't suspect that you're actually going to bury your bishop behind that E-pawn.
Thank you, Maurice. And this line, as Maurice was mentioning, popular in the 90s, less so today, Peter. I mean, vagaries of fashion.
Yes.
It comes and goes.
But
speak
also,
to the current position.
I felt like it was at some point a bit of a solved line where there were really no more questions to be asked. But I guess
Black had equalized.
yes, I thought it disappeared not only because of the fashion, but also because people kind of came to the realization that they've exhausted the well has been
the well is dry.
has been successfully excavated, but. What is happening here is maybe because Vincent is very much new generation. He has not gone through those years of trying to find something here with white, and maybe MVL thinks this position will be a bit of a surprise for his much younger opponent. Let's take a look at what's going on. Obviously, Queen A5 is not the only move in the position. I think numerically, Knight C6 will be by far the most popular move, and this is what people were discussing in this position after, let's say, castles, and now Rook B8, Bishop Queen A5, Bishop takes C3, and then Bishop A6. I think was also playable. There's a bunch of theories starting from here, and as far as I could tell, it's supposed to be nothing at all. But it's all theory. It's not really very recent at all.
And Queen A5?
Queen A5, of course, also a reasonably well-established move. Almost 100 games starting from here.
You have Wesley So on the black side on a number of games.
People generally play Bishop D2 here, and you can go Knight C6 here as well. And this is actually the position I was referring to earlier, castles. And now you go Bishop takes C3, B takes C3, Bishop A6, and this is hundreds and hundreds of very high-level games. I think Vladimir Kramnik was at some point at the forefront of pushing this theory forward, as is often the case in pretty much every single opening, frankly.
Right.
And yeah, I think this at some point was supposed to be a more or less solved equation with black holding. But if you haven't repeated it recently, you might be in trouble with black, because it actually, despite looking like a very kind of a calm position, white goes Rook FD1. It's very important to protect the bishop on D2 to create a threat of C3, C4. And this becomes very, very concrete.
Now that you mention it, I seem to recall from the World Championship match between Kramnik and Anand and Bond that, in fact, one of the two players, and I can't remember who, won very, very quickly on the white side. Black did something egregious, and it was gone.
You can absolutely misplay this position badly and be in a lot of trouble. And
Interesting.
one of the reasons this is so dangerous, I'm trying to now piece together some memories from my childhood. You think you might want to go Rook B8, but then after C4, Queen C5, I think C takes D5 is very, very strong. Rook takes B3, A takes B3. And if Bishop takes C2, we have Rook D takes, actually Rook E1 is even maybe stronger. And we end up taking on C6, and the pawn survives. And if the pawn survives, it becomes so strong that
it's worth an
absolutely, you absolutely do sacrifice a queen for that.
Wow, thank you for that. And we will be talking in the near future why this game in particular is so important to these two players in the Grand Chess Tour standings. And Maurice, any updates in early days of round 4?
Yes, I want to go back to that game. You know, I'm getting material for my chessable course.
Isn't that great when that happens? You know,
it's lovely. It's lovely. You make a claim, and then players do the proper
work.
thing and do the work for you.
Right.
So this position here, if we go back to it, the one between Prague and Jorden, just one of the nuances to understand about this position is that the e-pawn often comes under fire in Sicilians, or in a lot of openings. You put the pawn on e4, e4 players don't have to worry about that, but e4 players do, and it happens quite frequently, as Peter well knows, in the Sicilian. Your e-pawn is coming under heavy fire as part of Black's main counterplay, one of Black's main counterplay. Well, in this position, Bishop b7 played, you see the e-pawn now under fire, expecting a commitment from that pawn. A move like e5, which you would think is very, very natural, instead of defending in this position. But also possible here is simply sacrificing the pawn. With the move bishop to f4, you may say, well, wait a second, that looks like a pawn I'd like to take with my bishop to avoid any accidents. But that offers a tempo on your bishop. You don't want to trade this piece off. So you back it up, and now a rook shows up on d1. And you say, hold on, I'm getting pushed around for this pawn I just took. Let's make a natural move like queen to c8. And now the move knight b5 shows up with the threat of knight to c7, winning an exchange. And here you have to actually gift the exchange or else. The move knight a6 is simply unplayable because bishop to d6, and your position is starting to look pretty rancid. Why did you put a knight on a6? What's your queen doing on c8? You can't castle, you can't capture this piece. You're staring at the board thinking, what is my next move even? This is actually just busted. So in this position, you must, and I mean must, get out of dodge. I'll also point out that knight d5 just walks into a big punch in the face, followed by this check, and again, a position you don't want to play. So if we back up just a couple of moves, we get to this position after knight b5. Black can, however, castle, and after knight c7, just develop and allow the rook to be taken off the board. White can now play this position, even a move like c3, just to calm down this knight. And the engine says, triple zeros. A very enterprising exchange sack, but it just showed. And did he play bishop f4? Bishop f4 is on the board. And now, here we go. Captures on e4. The line that I just went down has been made, and will we see this variation land in the position? Truly an enterprising position. Again, the excitement you don't expect when you see g3 and bishop to g2. You're seeing it here. And man, again, a little bit of extra material for my chess.
I want to chime in a little bit because honestly, a4 it's one of the first suggestions of the engine. If we switch to my board for a second, a4 move 6. It's one of the top suggestions of the engine, I'm sure. But it's also exceedingly rare. And b6, bishop b7, and then somewhat confidently accepting the gambit with d takes e4 and playing so fast. You kind of need to know. And Jorden, he looks stressed. He doesn't look like somebody who is, remembering his notes here. And if you don't know exactly what's going on, why would you accept this pawn sacrifice? I feel that there were other options on pretty much every single move so far. After b6, bishop g2, I was curious what's going on. What's going on if we take on e4?
We take.
I guess White has to play c2, c4. And the engine says it's good, but I would spend some time considering. You can also just completely ignore all of this and develop kind of normally. And having seen bishop f4, you're absolutely not obliged to take. You can go castles, you can go knight c6, you can go... Actually, one of the machine's suggestions is to play 7 a6 because of those lines Maurice was showing with the knight being aimed at the b5 square.
That's hilarious.
And if you continue giving me this gambit, accepting it will become a lot safer because I no longer have to worry about the knight landing on b5. But Jorden kind of confidently takes on e4 and is now back to thinking. His position is not, as Maurice explained, his position is not bad yet, nowhere near. But
isn't he obliged now to capture on e4?
Yeah, if you castle now, the removal of pawns from d5 and d3 is massively in White's favor, and this is a very pleasant. Once again, game still continues, of course, but it's very pleasant for White.
Exactly.
I'm a bit confused as to Jordan's treatment of the position after a4, because he definitely had options. He did not have to go for any of this.
And the clock times are definitely telling you that, as you see, Pragg didn't just sack this pawn willy-nilly. He woke up and said, I'm just come to the board and see what happens.
No.
He's had this on his screen, and look at this. Jorden, without much thinking, is saying, I'm going to take the pawn.
He's committed.
I think he knows.
And this is a new position. This is a new position to theory. This is not something, at least the theory that we're seeing in front of us in our database. It may be somewhere somebody's seen it before.
I think this is just a perfect illustration of how really top-level chess functions these days, where very fresh, very non-standard positions, because you get there by checking the lines machine suggests, which are new, people kind of randomly, independently land on the same outlandish positions in their homebrews. And this is two people who have seen this before. I'm fairly certain of it. You don't play these moves this quickly if you haven't seen this before.
And look at Pragg. Pragg is saying, if I had caught him, in theory, he's not acting like it, as Peter said. He just grabbed my pawn and said, show me, I don't believe you. That now makes Pragg pause in a position where he just sacked his central pawn, just a massive pawn. Look at him lean back now, where he may have thought he caught his opponent in a big surprise. What is happening in the two minds of these players? Wouldn't we like to know?
Thank you, Maurice. And let's see how these two match up on a head-to-head graphic. I mean, the future belongs to these two players, right? And here we have it. 2 wins, 2 losses.
Very level so far, yeah.
Wow. Okay. Nice. I didn't see that coming.
Somehow they definitely played a couple of games in the Tata Steel tournaments in the recent years, but yeah, 10 games already. Considering how young Pragg is, and Jorden has not been part of the same kind of a traveling circus that the very, very top players are. So it's a bit unusual to see them play this many.
Yeah, let's go to one of the hottest players on the tour, Javokhir Sindarov, our world champion challenger, making his debut in the Grand Chess Tour. He's fighting hard to get into the finals. He's on the outside at the moment looking in. He's playing against Anish Giri, who, as we know, incredibly solid player, and especially with the white pieces. What do we have?
And a very strong theoretician. And what we have is an incredibly rare guest these days, a pure Archangelsk. Because people...
I say Archangel. So you call it what?
Yeah.
Give me the Russian pronunciation.
Archangelsk.
Nice. I'm not going to get there.
Bishop c5. Bishop c5 is... the way people play these lines these days. The bishop often will go to b7 later in the game, but you play bishop c5 because you would like to provoke c3 and d4.
Okay.
And something that I keep on telling people when we have kind of not beginner but somewhat intermediate level discussions about the Spanish is if you're planning to develop your bishop to b7, you are very incentivized to do it after white already played c3 and d4, because otherwise, as we will see in the game, white might end up just playing d2, d3, and your bishop on b7 is kind of banging its head against this very, very stable structure in the center, not exerting the pressure against the pawn on e4, which is sort of its
purpose, its role.
This is sort of why you developed it there. And if white goes d3, black often wants to play d6 and perhaps develop it to e6. And this is exactly what happened here. Javokhir goes bishop b7, and white now doesn't play c3, d4 at all, goes for d3. Bishop c5, a4, castles, and in this position, Anish, who generally knows everything about everything when it comes to chess theory, he goes for a very forcing line of taking on b5, taking on a8, and playing bishop g5. One thing black has going for them here is we haven't played d7, d6 yet, which gives us an additional way of unpinning. If we do want to unpin fast and kind of painlessly, we can play bishop b7 either immediately, or you can throw in h6, wait for bishop h4, and play bishop b7 here.
Because g5 is something you want or don't want?
In this particular, I mean, these days with the Jacobiano positions with h6, g5 being so abundant and so interesting, you feel like h6, g5 has become much more of a commonplace thing. And I don't think with the way pieces are, white is intending to sacrifice. I don't think that takes g5 works here. But we will play bishop g3, and we will get a version of those Italian adjacent positions where it's very difficult to judge. This might be playable, actually. And considering Javokhir is on -1 and is currently very much on the outside looking in with Vincent winning yesterday.
Yes.
If you choose between bishop b7 and g5 and you think g5 is playable, you might be interested because I think it gives you a much better chance
3-result game
of playing a sharp game. Perhaps you're slightly worse to begin with, but also perhaps you're slightly worse to begin with after bishop b7, to be honest. Knight c3, b4, knight e2, some kind of position like this. White preserves some kind of typical Spanish pressure. So I would not be shocked at all to see Javokhir weigh his options and go for the sharper line.
I like the way the computer there is giving Sindarov 100% accuracy on his moves and a mere 99.8% for Anish.
Yeah, h6 on the board so far. Not expecting Anish to do anything but bishop h4.
Right.
Bishop takes f6 in some positions is playable, but I don't think this is one of those where it's particularly attractive.
I want to show you one position I was really charmed by. Move 6, bishop b3, bishop b7. And of course, being a fried liver attacker, I always thought, no, knight g5 was the way to go. But I was charmed by the defense that black has. Yes, yes, and yes. And suddenly my beautiful bishop on b3 is like,
Yeah, you can win a pawn by playing d6, knight takes b3, and d takes. Oh no, you can't because you've lost to queen d5 actually.
Oops.
Yeah, that would be unfortunate.
Yeah, that would be a step in the wrong direction.
Yeah,
but
knight g5 is kind
knight
of
d5 and knight d4 was a wonderful solution, tactical solution that really discouraged me from playing knight g5. Otherwise, you would be thinking, don't I have a 2 knights where I can play? You've put your bishop on b7. Good for you. I'm going to play knight takes f7.
Yeah, and
queen and rook.
The shift to d3 because old school
players,
Arkhangelsk theory began with c3, knight e4, d4, e takes d4, rook e1 here, or bishop d5 exists here. All of these moves are playable, but this I think has been established to be quite okay for black. And people have begun just playing d3 and saying no fun for you.
Yeah, I love it. All right, Maurice, jump in.
Well, there's this position I want to go back to, and I'd love it if you had it on your board. I think maybe Cristian would be talking about it in a second, is this position we were talking about with Pragg and Jorden. The only thing I want to point out right now, knight c3 was played instantly, virtually. A little bit of thought by Pragg, played knight c3. This is after Jorden took the pawn on e4. Look at the board. You take the pawn on e4, and then you don't move. You know he's going to play knight c3.
Right.
And then you don't move. Tell us, Cristian, what is going on here? I mean, why is he frozen after taking a pawn on e4 that he knew the very next move coming? He took it quickly, knight c3. What's going on?
Well, that's because he has some options in this position. Of course, the most natural move is to retreat all the way back to b7, but you can also get ready for that knight to b5 by putting bishop on c6. In fact, I've been trying to go through the lines and understand exactly what Pragg wants in this position, and I have some ideas about it. Bishop to b7, to my eyes, at least it feels like the most natural. Look, I get it, bishop to c6 is also a square, but that bishop on c6 gets hit by this knight coming potentially to e5. Also, whenever I get my knight on b5, I don't know if you really want to give away the light square bishop as black. It's just too powerful. What you want is exchange the light square bishop for the light square bishop, not for the knight. So bishop to b7, I think, is going to be his choice. And in this position, white has a lot of ways in which you can continue, but most of them are very aggressive and very forced. Rook to d1, knight to d7 makes a lot of sense, and knight to b5, setting up for both knight to d6. That's a nice little check that would force you to give away the dark square bishop, which would be quite problematic for your king. But also, of course, knight to c7, the more aggressive and the option that picks up the material. And at this point, of course, black can go in a couple of ways. Black can play castle, which seems like the most natural, or perhaps even this move, knight to d5. Let's take a look at castle as well from the get-go, from the beginning, because castle might also be an option that white has in store. And after knight to d7, rook to d1, castle, knight to b5, knight to d5, we're seeing this type of ideas, and then this type of transitions. Whenever I open my G file and I'm starting to have some nice compensation for the pawn, this knight is going to jump to e5, and it's going to be more of a long-term compensation situation for white. Definitely something that I'm sure Praggnanandhaa is also considering and has considered in his preparation. The one thing that I think we're going to most likely see on the board is going to be, in this position, knight to b5, the most aggressive move in the position, castle, rook to d1, or knight to c7. Let's say you go knight to c7. Then I'm going to go knight to c6. And you really don't want to take that rook on A8, the exchange. You don't want to allow the exchange sacrifice for black, because after queen to A8, this is actually very pleasant for black. In fact, I don't even have to start with that. I can start with knight to D4. Quite problematic. You take on D4, I take on G2, and I have full compensation, maybe even more than that, for the material imbalance in the position as black. So this is my question for you guys. What do you think Prague has in store? And perhaps you, Peter, you know your former students so well. What do you think his preparation is looking like in this game?
I think he's just happy to get those types of unclear positions. He generally, something I really enjoyed when working with him, and I think that would be true about most of this current crop, and this is why they're so fun to watch, is that there's been a very significant shift away from the school of thought, which was, I think, dominant in maybe the early 2010s and in the aughts in particular, where people approached opening theory as a math problem, where you wanted to be, if possible, if you wanted to know exactly how you're better with white, and you wanted not just to equalize, but whenever possible, make a draw with black. And the current crop just says, no, I would like to play a game of chess. I would very much like to know a little bit more about the position than my opponent. This still remains the same. This is still very much a part of it. But if it's unclear, if I don't even have very much, but I will know the character of the position better than my opponent, that's good enough for me. And I think Prague will be very happy with his extra 20-ish minutes and the position where I suspect he knows a little bit more than Jorden. And Jorden, I played a little bit against Jorden, and I watched him play, of course, for a number of years, but I still don't really have a proper handle on how he is as a player, in particular in terms of time management, because I don't know what to make of him spending 20 minutes to get here with black.
So there's a big problem with this move, bishop to c6. I understand why Jorden played it. He wants to get Prague out of his opening theory. He basically says bishop c6 probably is inferior to bishop to b7, but at least Prague most likely is not going to know immediately how to respond. That seems to be the case. The problem is that after bishop to c6, let's move perhaps on your board a couple of moves. Knight to b5, you generally want to respond with castle, knight to c7, and now the problem is you don't have knight d7 anymore. Sure, you have ideas of g5, but knight d7 falls for knight takes c6. And it's kind of a big difference in the position.
You have to continue the line, though, because it's the reason this doesn't work is this very beautiful position where we're not actually taking the rook on a8 or the bishop on e2.
That's hilarious.
We're making a quiet move, and then we're allowing a discovery.
You're just playing for a better endgame.
Yeah. And we get this endgame, which is massively better for white. It's a very, very unpleasant endgame for black.
Right.
Yeah. Two bishops, that knight on c6 is so dominant right now.
It's one of those Fischer-Taimanov type structures where
you lose this one.
You're not going to enjoy this.
No. Yeah. Let's just interrupt our analysis to ask ourselves, statistically speaking, after 3 rounds of play, Peter?
Do you think Fabi is still favored?
No. But I think Wesley's improved. Let's take a look at the charts. Pre-tournament.
This is before round 1, where we keep on telling the same story. The 3 largest slices are all players who are not just very good chess players, but also have 5 whites and 4 blacks in this tournament.
Right.
And this probably explains at least part of the advantage over people who drew the wrong lots, so to speak, in Bucharest. Then Fabi won in round 1 and became an overwhelming favorite on almost 40%.
I'm surprised Wesley's only at 10%, but now we're going to see the ascension.
After round 2, this is actually a tie for first between 5 players, and yet you can see Fabi's slice being still quite dominant, Wesley in clear second and Prague in third.
And MVL, who's, again, as you just said, tied for first, only at 9%.
Wow.
Look at that. Wesley, half the pie.
I did not expect that.
I mean, yes, I get it, +2.
Half the
But
pie.
Fabi is over people who are ahead of him?
Yeah,
That's interesting.
This seems a bit suspicious.
This is really, this is...
Ben Underwood has got a lot of explaining to do.
Fabi actually like above Levon, who has half a point more than him in the standings.
And he's also above MVL, who's also half a point ahead of him in the standings. And MVL barely budged. He went from 8% to 9%. You know, you said this
Or
statement
+1?
after round 2. You said, Fabi has 4 times the chances of winning this tournament over MVL. I'm insulted.
I'm
Personally insulted on his behalf.
I take Graven's, yeah.
And now you look at these stats, and Fabi's ahead of him. He said, I'm spotting you a half a point.
Yeah.
I've lost the game. You haven't lost anything. I still have better chances to win than you do.
No, that's just wrong on many levels. Speaking of Fabi, we haven't looked at his game at all. And I mean, the guy loses one game and suddenly he's not even on our radar. Come on,
He's being unpersoned by the stream,
Uh,
but not by Ben Underwood, who never unpersons him, just whatever the results are.
Sam
and there you
Sevian
have
versus Fabi. How did we get here, Peter? And what is it?
It was a Rogozin,
Okay.
which Sam responded with bishop g5, h6, bishop takes f6. And interestingly, I haven't seen very much of this bishop takes e3 move here. People normally
New
just play...
ideas, different
People
ideas.
just take on f6 here, but there is a bunch of theory here.
Well, this is what he played against Anish with queen
Yeah,
b3.
some of it extremely drawish. And I think the move bishop takes c3 is very much an indication of Fabi saying, I'm still going to play I'm still going to play my repertoire, but I'm not giving you a slightly better, completely safe endgame by move 15, which is what Anish got.
Right.
And after b takes e3, queen takes f6, Sam played e2, e3.
Logical.
Fabi responded with d takes e4, bishop takes e4, knight d7, castles, castles.
If you don't mind me interrupting you,
Yeah.
Fabi's moves, bishop takes e3, b takes e3, and d5 takes c4 is a way of saying, I am ambitious. I'm not looking for a quiet, staid position. I'm looking for some real imbalances. I'm taking risks.
Yeah.
Doing what he's doing.
Exactly.
As well.
I think what he's doing here, he's provoking Sam into playing
That's
more
a nice
ambitiously.
way of putting it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because the moves themselves that Fabi has made so far, describing them as ambitious would be maybe slightly weird to some of our viewers, because he is, apart from the queen on f6, all of his pieces on
the first rank.
On the bottom 2 ranks, and he's not really been playing forward. But he denied Sam the usual very, very safe harbors of theoretical Rogozin.
And so on.
And the position we have right now...
Oh, so go back. Bishop takes e4,
knight d7, castles. I'm not entirely clear as to why Sam chose to include a2, a4. I would have played e4 here already. I think getting e3, e4 in is a lot more relevant to whatever we're doing on the queen side. And a4 appears, to me at least, to just be burning a tempo you might be regretting later. Okay. But you still pick white. What it resembles much more, though, is a semi-Tarish now.
Yes,
right?
precisely.
If we could maybe go back for a second and show our viewers what I mean, this is sort of exactly the type of position
100%.
you get in the old classical lines of the semi-Tarish, where white plays in this fashion, and you get those types of play. Let's say castles, we play bishop d3, let's ignore the theory and just make some moves. Yeah. You develop the bishop to b7, white goes rook e1, you develop the knight to d7, and you get this type of structure, which is something they are fast
Heading
approaching.
towards,
Because I think Fabi should probably at some point play c7.
Well, it's also similar to a Grunfeld, right? Just
Right.
with a pawn on g7 and without the bishop on g7.
But it's a semi-Tarash.
But
Those are big changes from a
Yes.
Grunfeld. Yeah, where's my bishop?
And for those of you joining us late, the broadcast yesterday, we were fixated on the game between Sam Sevian and Anish Giri. And between ourselves, we just had put that game to rest. But draw. Obviously, it's going to be a blockade and a draw, but extraordinary things happened at the very end. Anish got himself in time trouble. Well, let's have a look at the video.
Rook d7 is on the board right now. Anish is in some trouble.
Okay, wait a minute.
We are about to lord it over Yasser here.
Yes, sir.
There was such a...
It was so good, right? Wasn't it, Yas?
Illusion.
Now
King
he has
F4 was
allowed this to happen. All he needed to do was get his bishop on g3 a long, long time ago. Also, when you see it and you go, whoa, I almost lost, and my time's ticking, this is when the ghosts and the error is creeping. You make some other blunder.
Right.
So
But
it's on.
Wow.
Look at this.
8
He's
seconds.
not clear on what to do. Let's get the live board. Will he play rook e1? He did not.
Rook c8 loses. We know it loses, we don't know to what.
Oh, no, that pawn gets all the way now.
Just rook
it's
f7
over.
and
Rook f7 and push.
Rook f7 is 7 wins, yeah. This is
Anish has blundered in time pressure in the most improbable fashion.
Oh my goodness, Rook
Because he had
Unbelievable.
solid blockade.
followed
The
by
pawn was on
e7,
And he sees it.
around it.
Sam sees it.
It's over.
Yeah, we have rook f5 check here. Rook b2, bishop g1 creates a threat of mate in 1.
He's going to resign.
And resignation.
Wow.
Incredible.
Wow. What's all of this lorded over Yasser? I feel a disturbance in the force. I mean,
Yasser,
that
you
was
were
a
the
shock.
only one that picked a draw.
I thought it'd
at
be
that
a
point.
draw. We all thought it was going to be a
In
draw.
fairness, at some point there was nobody in the studio who thought it will not be a draw.
Thank you.
We pulled a Levon on you.
Yeah,
we got
yeah.
slightly lucky in that one.
True that. Let's pick up the action, Maurice. Over to you.
Well, yeah, I was happy that, you took the draw in that position. And you took the bet for the draw.
The bet.
We can keep reminding you.
Of course, yes.
Because you think you're always right.
Well, I mean, predictions.
You're not bad. You're not bad.
Predictions.
You know, a game, though, that's fascinated me is this game with Levon and Wesley. Two of the leaders, well, Wesley by himself. There's a principle that's not a common one in chess, that you can attract your opponent's pieces to a weakness. And while they're busy being attracted to that weakness, you're busy doing other things. So it's not a big deal to create what looks like a massive weakness in the position. If you take a look at this position here, Black has intentionally, willingly accepted a backward pawn on an open file. Classical chess understanding says,
No.
you're an idiot. Like, why would you ever accept something like this? The willingly accepting this D pawn on D6 as a weakness on an open file being targeted, a knight about to come to F5 as well. You glance at this position and you think Black is in trouble and will lose a pawn soon. This is what we have learned about chess. And yet the engine says Black with a smidgen of an edge.
Whoa.
Now, come on. Yes, I mean,
Yeah.
I know modern chess, and you could tell me all that. How many of you here glance at this position and say, Black, if anybody? That's a joke, right? That has to be a
Violation
joke.
of our principle.
That's just got to be wrong on so many counts. And by the way, he played the move Rook A7 in this position. The engine wanted to go full defense after Knight G3, only move, with Rook E6. And even staring at this rook, you're thinking, you're just defending. If I had white, I'd be rubbing my hands together. Yum, okay, he's just defending the position. I'm going to roll him soon. But better for Black. And why is that? Black has his own counterplay. You could go after this one, but this center pawn is munchy as well. And don't forget that Black has a bishop that White does not have. So this is what makes chess hard, because you could be told about principles and weak pawns and the like, and then you look at a position like this one and you realize, yes, White is fully directed at one target, but even if White hits that target, it won't matter to Black because Black has his own counterplay. And Cristian, talk to us about this position, as instead of playing this move, the move Rook to A7 was played by Wesley, and here the engine is saying, okay, fine, White has equality.
Well, I think we shouldn't rely too much on the engine in this particular position just because it feels like there's more than one options. And they all lead to the same idea, and that is to solidify that pawn on D6. That is what Wesley is doing right now with Rook to A7, and that was what the engine was doing with Rook to E6. It's all about defending the pawn on D6. Rook to D7. Defend the pawn on D6, and most likely that Rook on E8, even in this construction, once you place that Rook on D7, it's still going to land on E6 because you do have to protect the 6th rank. Very often, once this knight lands on F5, and we will see that very soon, there's going to be some sacrifices coming in the position, and White's play is all going to be focused on ideas of queen to g3, try to set up that pin, maybe even a rook swing on the third rank, rook to e3 and rook to g3. I don't think black is better in this one per se, as the engine is recommending. I think it's one of those positions, very complex, with both of the players, both of the sides having their own trumps in the position. White is looking good on the king side with that knight landing on f5, a lot of pressure on the backwards pawn on d6, but black does have the two bishops, does have that light square bishop, which is going to be extremely important and extremely powerful in this one. Also, potentially, at the right moment, maybe I can start looking at the b file as well to try to create more weaknesses. Very often the rook comes via b7 or b8. In this case, right now, after rook to a7 via b7, you're going to provoke the move b3, and then maybe this rook is going to land on b4 right now to put even more pressure on e4. It's all about white creating pressure against the pawn on d6, black responding to that pressure with the pressure of his own against the pawn on e4, given the fact that you have no counterpart on the light squares. White doesn't have a light square bishop. So this is the battle we're seeing right now, but it's a battle which I do believe it's giving us a very complex and somewhat of a balanced game.
I'm sorry. I heard everything you said.
This is a battle of ideas.
I heard everything you said. I want to know.
Pawn on D6.
Yes, I want to know from you, Yaz, and from you two have been top 10 players. Intuitively, this pawn on d6 is not weak to you?
Oh, I'm taking white. I'm playing queen d3. I'm hitting that d pawn with everything I have.
The knight on f5, queen everything just flowing down the center.
Of course.
I understand it's not winning, but I would show this to my students and say, this is what you want as white.
I think there's generally enough counterplay against the pawn on e4 for black to be fine. My initial feeling was I was a bit surprised it gave. I mean, it's all around equal. We shouldn't oversell -007 really. But there's enough play against the pawn on e4 very often in these types of positions, not for black not to worry very much. And with a rook on e6, you at some point I think you run out of attackers against the pawn on d6, and also. D6, D5 is actually a lot more playable than it appears. It looks like white controls that square completely, but because of the potential trades on the e-file once the e-file opens, D6, D5 becomes playable, I think, a lot more a lot easier than you would suspect. But yeah, I think optically you pretty much always pick white until you delve a bit deeper.
I think that's the main point. Until you delve a bit deeper, because you glance at the position and you say, this weakness is clear.
Right.
But then you learn more. This one, even though you have a pawn on c5, resembles very much Sicilian positions, where the pawn on d6 is weak. The pawn would most likely be sitting on e5,
right?
Instead of c5 in the Sicilian. And you learn as Sicilian players. I was a Najdorf player myself. D-pawn, sometimes you can have it as long as I'm getting my counterplay. Either C2, on the C file, which is currently closed, in this case will be the B file, or you're getting it against that rambunctious E pawn. It's very much a Sicilian. Just about everything set up for that, except for those minor adjustments in the pawn formation.
And if the pawn would have been on E5, I do think that it would have been an easier claim for white to have the advantage at that point.
Pawn because been where?
On E5 instead of C5, what Maurice was showing. And the knight would come to f5. You wouldn't be able to create that pressure on the e file. It's all about the balance between the pressures. You're getting the pressure against d6. I'm getting the pressure against e4. And it does seem like those two balance each other out.
I should make this other point, too, when we talk about Sicilian. I could, if you get on my board for a second, these two pawns, if we could remove them, the pawn on f2 and the pawn on c5, Sicilian players instantly recognize that that's a normal Sicilian. Because you play f4 against the pawn that was sitting on e5, and a trade occurs. And so those two pawns are missing, and you're used to seeing the d6 pawn be weak. And it's no big deal. And so in that setup, we can take from that position and look at this one and say, okay, that's like that, except there's a small difference.
f2 is much more useful than c5.
Than the pawn on c5, yes. But it's similar enough that your D pawn it looks backward, but you're getting counterplay. Because this E pawn, once you captured, excuse me from doing that, once you captured with your pawn from E5 to F4, you always get that play against that E pawn. So that's why it's also important to know multiple structures and not be a slave to just these openings that you play. When you know a multiplicity of structures, you can land on your feet in a position like this one and say, wait a minute, that reminds me of something from over there with these changes, and we play the position accordingly.
Let's just interrupt and ask a salient question. How do these two players match up, Peter, with one another?
Let's take a look, and there will be a lot of games.
Yeah.
Actually, there's fewer games than I thought. I thought it would be...
it was 51 between Fabi and Wesley. This is still a lot.
That is 33. Yeah, 33 and above 20% decisive games, but nothing comes close to that Sindarov-Prague matchup, of course, where the decisive percentage is above 50%, which is truly remarkable. Yeah, Wesley slightly ahead.
Slightly ahead. And again, going to the game of Wesley and Levon, because it's so crucial for our standings, I didn't quite understand it myself. Rook A7, Queen D3, Peter. Just give me a move for black, if you don't mind.
A6.
Knight F5.
I think we can play knight D7 or rook D7.
I want to take the pawn on A6.
But it gets traded for the central. Oops, not D5, of course. Not D5 is actually kind of playable, but not great.
Okay.
That was a mouse slip. We just take on E4.
And we get this position. Takes, and...
The 6d5 is going to happen next move. If you could sort of immediately go knight f5, d5 here, you'd be better.
Then I'd be
but the
joyful.
6d5 is going to come in, and once black establishes that reasonably proud central front, I think you're supposed to be okay with black.
Fair, very good. I was going pawn hunting, but I came up empty. Maurice, please.
Oh, I've got a sweet one. Excuse me, sweet one for you guys. And I'd like for you to answer the question, because it's a little, what you call puzzle rush tactic.
Right.
And let's see how fast you guys get this. And
right.
I know.
I'm relying on Peter, right?
Two top 10 players. No, you're in it too. Two former top 10s. Take a look at this one. You were talking about this position, Peter. And the game continued with rook to d1. The engine likes white here.
MVL.
After e4, bishop c4, queen a4, and knight b6, offering a trade to go into an endgame. And Cristian, you can join in on this one. Queen to h5 played, and now the move bishop to e3. And the engineer gives the move bishop to e2 and says the best way to play is to allow a shot. Rook to d2, which looks like, why did you put your rook on d2? You just asked me to punch you in the face with knight to c4. And as you see there, the bar is going up and up. White has a killer blow in this position.
Well, rook takes c2, yeah.
No, it's actually not. I think it's g4 and f3, but...
Kudos to Peter. The answer is indeed the move g4.
Because the other one runs into queen b2.
Right.
The other one looks like it's winning, but it runs into queen b2.
Yes,
rook takes the guy is eight-time Russian champ.
Eight-time Russian champ for a reason.
I know he's right because of the game from Bonn. There was a tactic like that. That was a beautiful. Sorry.
Yes. So here we see Bishop.
I knew the
Peter
end.
spotted queen to b2 at the very end and looked so attractive. You thought you were winning a knight, but it turns out your rook's hanging because of this cute geometric. But it was a trick, or somewhat of a trick question. Rook takes e2 looks like the quick move you play, but instead it's g4 on the other side, disrupting all connections. This bishop cannot leave because that knight is hanging. The queen has to guard the bishop, continue to, but now the move f3, and miraculously captures. Oh, look at that. The rook happens to be guarding mate. Oh, my goodness. Thank you very much for your knight. And what else can you do? Your bishop is just simply hanging in the position. You're going to lose it with no compensation.
Well, the thing is, once you take on e2, you're also defending the bishop on e3, which is
as well.
nice.
As well. So queen back, everything just falls into place like a perfect jigsaw puzzle. So that is not an option he has in this position. Well, bishop e2, rook d2 just is playable. The engine gives rook to b8 as it spots the tactic. It at first suggested knight c4 and very quickly left it. And I'm thinking, well, knight c4 looks good. What's wrong with that? But there was g4 and f3. Well spotted, Peter.
Indeed. By the way, Peter, if you don't mind, I keep referring to the game from Bonn.
Vlad did not play bishop e3. I looked it up. I was also curious. I looked it up. Hang on a second. Let me
because
switch
I remember working with Adrian
let
Michael
me
Chishin. A big
switch
shout
to
out to Adrian, by the way. Fantastic.
Vladimir
training.
played rook e1 in this position. They all kind of flow into each other. They're all very, very similar. But
Instead of bishop
yeah,
e3.
in that game in Bonn, yeah, this is what Kramnik played, and he won a very beautiful. Vishy actually resigned in a position equal material. Pretty much all these pieces were still on the board, but his were so misplaced.
Exactly.
But for now, let's switch to our bonus coverage of the Cairns Cup for our first view of what's happening there, and the coverage with Nasi and Almira.
Over to you, Nasi.
Thank you, guys, and here we are. Welcome to the fourth day of the Cairns Cup. We have a lot of exciting games going on, but before we dive in, Almira, tell us about the standings.
Nazi, let's have a look at the standings. Dear chess friends, Tan Zhongyi and Alice Lee are leading the event with 2.5 points out of 3. Divya Deshmukh is getting closer. She has 2 points out of 3, and she defeated the former world champion Alexandra Kostyniuk yesterday. So many players in the pack are chasing them. Bibisara Soubaeva, Anna Muzichuk, Carissa Yip, and Stavrula Tsolakidou. Then we have Hampi Kuneru and Vaishali Ramesh Babu on 1 point. And at the bottom of the standings, as you can see, we can find Alexandra Kostyniuk with no points at all, Nazi.
She is suffering, and actually let's jump straight to her game because she has a very tough opponent today, Bibisara Soubaeva. This is such a crucial game for Alexandra to turn things around, but I'm going to catch you up and show you their current position.
Alexandra Kostyniuk is entering this round for her back against the wall. Yes, she was entering. So let's have a look at their game.
Yes, I am waiting for our board to pop up to show the opening. It started as the ready. This exciting line, definitely a lot of theory. If you know, it's all fun, but it can also be very risky for both sides. White is giving up a pawn, but taking on the center. And here, starting from here, I think Alexandra already made an error. She should play bishop e7, but she played bishop d6, which is a misplaced bishop. It'll be in the way of a couple of different things. Then we have bishop b2, and here she already made a blunder. Alexandra on move 10 played queen e7. And you might think, why is this such a bad move?
Well, you have to understand the nature of this mistake, because Alexandra was hesitating, should she castle or not. But look at those bishops. The bishop is on d3, let's show the position as the bishop on b2, knight g5 is jumping, attacking on h7, the queen f3, queen h3 is bringing another piece to the attack. So it's understandable.
She was afraid to castle, but queen e7 turns out to be much worse because now after Bibisara's correct move e4, she's threatening e5. Alexandra has to respond with e5, which she has just done. And now if Sarah finds this move c5, a tempo move, forcing the bishop to go back, doesn't matter which way you go. I'm following it up with d5. Look at my pawns. Yes, you can take the c5 pawn with a check, but I'm just going to move king h1. And next, I'm picking up the e5 pawn, and black's position is completely collapsing.
Nazi, our magician, Ben Underwood, calculated what was a chance for Alexandra Kostyniuk to start this tournament with 0 out of 3. And it was as low as like 1.3%. So it's almost like to hit in 1 outer in poker.
Absolutely shocking result, and we might even have 0 out of 4. Of course, it's still early to call this. We're only on move 11, but if Sarah finds this line, Kostyniuk is in huge trouble. Now I'm going to update you on some of the other games. Let's go with one of the tournament leaders, Tan Zhongyi. She's with the white pieces facing the World Championship challenger, Vaishali. I'll quickly go over the opening. It looked like Vaishali was welcoming the Catalan. We expected d4, but Tan chose this interesting move, knight e5.
Nazi, you will be surprised, but this was played before, and Fabiano actually likes this move, knight e5. He used it in a few blitz games. I think the idea is to play d3 and f4, as we've seen in this game. Actually, rook d8 is a very precise move. I think the best move in this position. And Vaishali was actually surprised by Tan Zhongyi's reply, because the best move in this position is knight c3.
Knight c3.
For the moment, black cannot take on c4. The knight on e5 can capture back. So queen e1. And as you can see, immediately there was a slight inaccuracy.
Yes, Vachier here played d4 instead of the best move, which was simply to develop the knight on d7 and ask the question, what are you doing with the knight on e5? But after she played d4, Tan played this move e4, trying to grab the center, develop the pieces, and this is the current position. It looks like white has a small advantage, more space, and a very nice Catalan bishop.
Of course, Nazia, I wanted to mention that as strange as it might seem, but the best move on knight bd7 should be knight f3, yes, like in several positions, yes, to not trade, let's say. But this
just
position,
because this knight is so good.
Yes, this knight is so good, and I think white has a clear advantage here.
I absolutely agree. Now let's check some other games. The other leader, Alice Lee, she's today playing with the black pieces against Stavrola Tsolakido. These players do know each other. They faced each other before in St. Louis at the American Cup. We had the London system, and this is the variation that Alice chose, and Stavrola offered her to take on f4. We've talked about this a little bit, that this pawns doubled here are not always a bad thing. It actually gives white a lot of space and control of the central squares. And then with the plan of knight e2 and c3, we can even control the d4 as well.
Yes, and white is playing against the bishop on c8.
This bad French bishop. So because of this, Alice didn't take on f4. Oops, sorry, this is the current position. Takes, and e4 was played. Now Alice had a tough choice to make. Do you take? And in this case, enter this position where you're slightly worse, not much, but your bishop is just undeveloped and it's not going to be easy to improve it. Or close up the position with d4, and this is what she has chosen. d4, knight b5, and now I love this move by Stavrola c3 because this pawn on d4 is taking a lot of space from us. Especially that
black is intending to play e5, of course, supporting the pawn on d4, and the knight on b5 might look very awkward.
Agreed. So c3 was played, and here Alice cannot continue with e5 because then you have an isolated pawn which is already quite weak and can be lost. So after c3, Alice has taken knight c3, and this is the current position. Still the same problem for Alice. What to do with this bishop?
Exactly. Should she play rook d8 here, knight e5? She will try to simplify the position.
She will, but she still hasn't completely equalized the position yet. And Almira, which other game should we jump to?
I think there's an amazing game going on between Hampi Conero and Anna Mizicuk. We've seen crazy openings today, but this one surprised me the most.
It started as the Nimtza opening, A3 line, which is very popular right now. And well,
then e4. Here, Anna decided to play knight c6 and knight a5.
Very early.
Yes, avoiding the structure which can happen after d5. And
this move c5 by Hampi.
She was going after the pawn on c4.
So Hampi threw it away herself.
Exactly. It's a great gift. Take it.
And this knight wasn't happy in the corner, so Muzicuk brought it back right away. Bishop g5, bishop h4, and you still have to solve this problem. You don't know when, but white is threatening to go e5 and d5. So Anna felt uncomfortable with this, and she herself decided to go e5 and post the knight on d4. Looks like a very pretty knight, but can it stay there? Hampi played knight e2, and the best move for Anna, c5, which she found. Because if you trade here, white has more than enough compensation for that pawn. They're going to castle, play f4, and come at black's king on g8.
Nazia, I have a feeling that Anna is still in her preparation because you can't play moves like this. They're all very precise.
Or she's just that good. She's finding all these moves at the board because she has spent more than almost 30 minutes on this first 14 moves, and we have d takes c6 on the board, and now she's considering either retreat or she can play this in-between move, queen a5 check. Both look completely fine, and you can see the Valber says position is about even, but still a lot to play for here. And last but not least, Kari Saib against Divya Deshmukh. These two young stars facing each other, both such aggressive players that don't like to make draws. But look at the opening choice we've had. Philidor by Divya.
Philidor is a very interesting choice indeed, because the variety of positions that you can get of the openings is very big. Yes, so
very big.
Yes, you need to master them all.
And we were even thinking here that Carissa might play Rook G1, G4 because she's done this against you, Almira.
Yes, and I managed to lose this game somehow, but Rook G1 is a very aggressive choice.
She decided to go for the classical line, everything following the main theoretical lines. And in this position, Queen D4, precise move.
Queen D4, aiming either at D6 pawn, so with Rook D1, Bishop B4, or Bishop A2, Queen C4 is also an idea, depending on Black's choice.
And then I'm just going to catch us up to the current position. Bishop F1, and if Divya manages to play D5 at the right time, she will equalize, but without this, she's going to suffer a bit. And I'm hearing that we do have a move in Kostyniuk's game, so let's quickly jump back there. This position, Divya still equalizing. Bibi Sara has found the best move, C5 on the board. And she, as you can see, she has left her table. She knows she has a winning advantage already.
C5 is such a strong move because the idea, of course, is to sacrifice this pawn. So on Bishop C7, let's say White will simply play D5, Queen C5, King H1, and look at this position.
And why can we defend and play Knight D4?
I think you can
should
simply
show this line.
take it, and you can take on D4.
Your king hasn't castled yet. If you do this, I win your queen, and it's game over. This position, maybe Alexandra just missed this tactic, because if you have to step back with the knight, this is an absolute disaster.
Yes, and it seems that this is the second game where Alexandra is not getting out of the opening, if we use the chess jargon, because yesterday it was simply a catastrophe.
Yeah, with White yesterday, she was worse after 10 moves, and today, again, only after 10 moves with the black pieces, she's suffering. She's going to need a miracle to survive this, Almira.
Yes, she's clearly on tilt, and I think that we will watch this game very closely.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for joining us. Now back to you at the Sinquefield Cup.
Wesley So was born in the Philippines in 1993 and learned chess at a young age, quickly emerging as one of the country's brightest talents. Raised in a modest environment, So devoted himself to the game with remarkable focus and determination. By 16, he had become one of the youngest grandmasters in the world. As his career progressed, Wesley So gained international recognition for his calm style, positional mastery, and incredible consistency under pressure. In search of greater opportunities, he later transferred federations and began representing the United States, joining one of the strongest national chess teams in history. So's breakthrough on the world stage came from a series of elite tournament victories. In 2016, he won the prestigious Grand Chess Tour, outperforming many of the world's top players. Around the same period, he achieved the extraordinary unbeaten streak in classical chess, going more than 60 games without a loss against elite competition. Known for his disciplined and resilient play, Wesley So also became one of the strongest rapid and chess 960 players in the world. In 2019, he won the first official Fischer Random World Championship, defeating world champion Magnus Carlsen in the final. Beyond his achievements, Wesley So's journey reflects perseverance, humility, and dedication. From a young chess prodigy in the Philippines to one of the world's elite grandmasters, he has inspired countless players with his quiet confidence and relentless pursuit of excellence.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to our coverage. For those just joining us, let's take a look at the standings as we are in day 4 of the Sinquefield Cup. Peter.
Absolutely. And after that love letter to Wesley, we see him. We see the reason for it in this graph with Wesley winning his last 2 games, including a very important victory with the black pieces over none other than Fabiano Caruana yesterday. And Wesley is in pole position, followed closely by Levon, Aronian and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave on 2 out of 3, and the rest of the field on 50% and below.
Tell us about the pairings for this round 4 that we're watching.
Certainly. Today we have a very important game up top. Levon Aronian trying to close that gap and in fact overtake Wesley, because if he beats Wesley, he overtakes Wesley and he gets to the top spot there. Prague is white against Jorden van Foreest, and genuinely so far definitely the game of the day. Very, very sharp, very fresh opening idea, and Prague does seem to be better right now. We'll get to that once we're done with the needful MPL versus Keymer, Anish versus Javokhir, Sindarov, and Sevian against Caruana.
The players are fighting hard for GCT Tour points and a very generous prize
There
fund,
is a
Peter.
very, very serious pot of gold at the end of this particular rainbow. Let's take a look. The usual prize fund for the classical events in the Grand Chess Tour for many, many years has been $350,000, and it still is and it isn't, because apart from those 350 you see on your screen with 100 up top and 10 grand for 10th place, there's also an additional bonus pool of $125,000, which will be distributed thusly. Next graphic, please.
Yes, exactly. Tell us about that bonus pool.
Let's take a look and let's speak about that bonus pool a bit, because first of all, let's explain what this is. This is $125,000 to be divided by the total number of wins at the end of the tournament, not counting the playoffs, of course, if playoffs will happen, to determine the bonus amount per win for each player. So far, we've had 8 wins in this tournament, and that comes to, I guess, 15 and a bit per person, or per win, not per person, because Wesley won 2. So that's 30 grand to Wesley already. But as wins increase, obviously the amount of money per win will decrease. And consummate professional that I am, perhaps the viewers could have gotten glimpses of me looking something up on my phone, which I shouldn't be doing during the live show, but I obviously never do any preparation at home and do it while in the studio. I looked up the number of wins in the previous year's Sinquefield Cups. The best year so far was actually the first one with this formula, 10-player single round robin, 2015, where players provided 19 decisive games out of 45.
Okay.
There were a couple of years with 17. 2017 had 17 decisive games, and the one I randomly played in 2021, I provided, I think, 3 losses there, so I was very helpful. 3 losses and a win somewhere randomly. But 19 in 2015 so far is the record, and we are on course to beat it if we continue along this pace, which I think is probably a bit unlikely, considering just how stunning the first 3 rounds were, in particular rounds 2 and 3. But 19 is a figure to beat.
Well, you know, if you actually talked to me before the tournament or before a round, then I would have let you know that Leonard has a program that looks all this up. And we have this graphic that will be shown shortly about this exact thing with all the comprehensive numbers.
Right.
But, you know, Peter sits in his room watching cricket.
Exactly.
And
that he does.
And reading novels.
That is.
And so he doesn't know about that. But we'll bring that up at a later time. I'm sure Megan is sitting there right now going, what the heck am I doing this work for? When this guy is just giving all those stats.
By the way, yesterday was a hilarious moment. You were interviewing Wesley, and he seemed to be concerned about the bonus money.
Yes, indeed. It was quite funny because he knows full well that Vincent took home a chunk of change, not only the 100 grand for winning the tournament, but an additional 35-ish for winning 3 games and splitting that bonus money divided out. He got 11,000 plus for each victory. So Wesley knows there's money to be made. Listen to him talk about it yesterday. All right, well, you are now the current leader of the tournament.
Yeah, the bonus too, yeah?
You're calculating bonus money already?
Yeah, that's the only reason why I want to win, yeah?
Exactly.
I was so disappointed in Romania. I had
you
no wins.
You didn't get enough
You had
bonus.
no wins in Romania.
No wins in Romania. And then Keymer got 3 or 4 wins. So I was like, I want that sweet bonus.
Hang on a second. You finished clear third on 50%?
Well, I got a free point from Perugia.
Ah, yeah.
But they didn't give no bonus.
No bonus for the freebies.
Yeah, it's nice to, shout out to Grantchester for all this bonus. The players were discussing. They said we should have bonus for Rapid and Blitz as well.
You guys are
spoiled,
greedy.
Wesley.
Totally spoiled.
And we were even doing the math because there's 27 games, so we should have 3 times the bonus.
Wow. Okay.
Good luck with that one, Wesley. Good luck with that one. I don't think.
And think about the commentators too, as you're talking about bonus.
Hey, we can split.
We get a bonus every time they make a draw.
And we have to watch it.
Yeah?
And we have to call it.
Yeah, I like that.
Congratulations, Wesley.
Yeah,
thank you for joining us.
Thank you, guys. It's and shout out also Peter Svidler, one of my favorite players ever.
I don't know.
This guy's dropping love everywhere. And who's your favorite commentator, by the way?
I don't know where this.
Oh, yes, I got favorite commentator status.
Oh.
What you got for
What
he
is
needs some love. Yasser needs some
I
love.
got to
You gotta
reach
give him
into my
some-
pocket. Come on.
Everyone's favorite uncle.
Everybody's favorite uncle, okay.
I'm gonna reach for my wallet now. Thank you.
And you don't have to say anything about Christian. He doesn't count.
Christensen.
I didn't even see him.
He's in the background. See him. Wesley spreading the love there in that interview. And let's jump into the games, Peter. Where would you like to guide us?
I think we should hand it over to Cristian because the game probably will end up peacefully, but the lines are very exciting in the game between. Let's wait with that then. But things are hitting up on at least a couple of boards with the game between Anish, Giri, and Javokhir Sindarov progressing quite nicely. And there's been developments in the game between Pragg and Jorden van Foreest, which is.
That was a very exciting game.
Yeah, remains the game that we feel is probably the most fun so far.
D1.
Yeah, Rook D1 is very, very nice. After knight b5, as expected, Jorden did play castles. As expected, Pragg followed it up with knight c7. And in this position, I looked at, there is a very stunning move g7, g5 here, which black can try, seemingly disrupting the coordination of the white pieces. But white calmly goes bishop e5. After knight d7, you can actually, you continue not taking the rook on a8. You can, but I think it's stronger to play castles long.
Whoa.
With a very messy position. But g7, g5 provides white with such a nice target for future play that you don't even need the exchange anymore. You're going to switch to attacking on the king side. But Jorden played knight d5, I think in full expectation of Pragg replying with knight takes a8, then we will take on f4, we will take on a8, and it looks completely fine for black, frankly.
Pawn,
we have a pawn for the exchange, white has
damaged
structure on the king side. But this did not happen. Pragg instead played rook a1 d1, which is the best move in the position. And now black is in, I think, quite some trouble, because the choices are very, very unpleasant.
I want to take the bishop.
Yeah, if you unpin yourself with queen c8, you get the same position you would have gotten on a previous move, but with the inclusion of rook d1, and importantly, black, of course, wants this queen on c7, exerting pressure against the pawn on f4.
Fair.
So we just basically won a full tempo here with white. And we are up in exchange. We will play c2, c3, we will put the knight on e5. This is not equal at all. It's not lost, I wouldn't think, but it's definitely advantage white. And the other option is knight takes f4.
Right.
Rook takes d8. Bishop takes d8 is the best. You can try knight takes g2, king f1, and bishop takes d8, but then white is in time to take on a8. And positions like this with a very beautiful bishop pair sometimes are maybe enough for a queen. But here, the knight will not get to any of the good squares to exploit the pin.
Najmedinov might have been
Unfortunately, if not for c2, c3, I think this maybe would have been playable. But we play c3, we play rook d1, we unpin ourselves with king g2, g1, and we win eventually.
Of course.
Not very fast.
What am I missing on bishop f6?
Bishop f6, I probably need to unpin myself first without playing rook d1.
But now your king is...
It's a bit awkward, which is why I'm saying I will win slowly.
Could you have gone to h3, or could you...
Yeah, maybe king a. I want h1 defended, because if I play queen h3, I will have to...
you still have to deal with this move.
Yeah, I will have to give up the rook on h1, although maybe it's actually...
It's simpler to...
You can make an argument, maybe this is simpler.
Yes.
And win this position.
Also, f3 might be coming in. At bishop is
yeah, f3, queen f1 on the agenda.
Yes. I think what you end up doing is you take on d8 with the bishop, preserving both pieces, being attacked. Oh, my arrow drawing is horrific today. So gf4, bishop takes e7. And the engine prefers to castle here. It's interesting that the engine doesn't try to preserve the pawn on f4, goes castles, and alternatively doesn't take on f4 as black. I think it believes knight d7, finishing development, it values more than taking this pawn. If you look at bishop takes f4, we were discussing it on break. If you give black time to play knight d7, knight f6,
excellent.
I will start picking black. Absolutely, I will absolutely start taking black. But the engine goes queen c4, drives the bishop away. Let's say if you play bishop c7, the engine goes knight g5, and you might not be able to play knight d7 so comfortably. Let's say bishop takes d3. I will throw in queen d3, force you to play g6. I will take on g2. There are all kinds of queen e4 threats. There are some queen h3 threats. It just doesn't. You don't get your development finished properly.
Or for example, if you
wars.
go rook to d8 right now, try to get the knight to d7, queen f3, and you resign on the spot.
And that is another way to lose on the spot, precisely. You relinquish control of the f7 pawn for 1 second, and your game is done. So after rook d1, I think Jorden is faced with a very unpleasant choice. I think you probably still choose that queen down position. You don't take on f4. You play knight d7. White goes knight e5. I guess you take on g2, and you play something here. Perhaps knight takes e5, and then rook a d8. And you hope that you will hold this position. And it's not a forlorn hope. But for now, let's let him think and switch over to Cristian.
Well, that one is definitely the most exciting game that we have right now on our hands. One that I do think is going to end anytime soon is this one between Anish, Giri, and Sindarov. At this point, Anish basically realized the fact that he did not get absolutely anything out of the opening. In fact, it was Sindarov that had some ideas in the position, for the simple fact that the only idea in the position for either side is for black to go f5 and open up the f-file towards the f2 weakness. That is the only idea in the position, and that's exactly what happened, as we will see in just a second. f5, take on f5, c3. And what white is trying to do in the position is simplify it as much as possible. Exchange as many pawns as possible and liberate your king side and liberate your forces from defending that square f2. Queen to e2, bishop to b6, king to h1, trying to get off that diagonal, c6, and bishop to a2. By the way, instead of c6, I would argue that black perhaps at this point had one moment in which it could have made life quite difficult for white, for Anish. The position objectively is still very much equal. But bishop to a5 is starting to become a bit unpleasant because you're not going to liberate this bishop from c4. For example, you go queen to b2 as the very natural choice to defend the pawn on c3. And then I continue with queen to c5. Now I'm having some threats. d5 is on tap. And then the pressure on c3 is not necessarily becoming unbearable, but it's quite unpleasant in the position. And if you have to go something like queen to b5 to try to simplify the position, this is not it. Because after c6, you just simply lose the pawn on c3, and in fact, you're going to suffer for a very long time. So bishop to a5 at this point was an option. c6, missing a beat, and this is what we get right now. Take on e5. All of this is related to the next sequence of moves for black, starting with rook takes f2, and you might be wondering, why can't I take that bishop on f2 as white? Well, this would be a losing move, in fact, because I just go queen to a1, I force you to cover with queen to g1, and then you lose the bishop on a2. This would give black a winning advantage, but what Anish correctly assessed from the get-go is that you have enough compensation on the light squares. The king is more or less blocked on h8. You cannot pass that, and you cannot go to g8 and activate the king, so you're always going to be in danger. And pretty much after the move g3, which was played in the game, if you exchange the queens like this, I'm going to get to one of your pawns on that side, d7 or c6, and that one is going to be an easy opposite color bishop endgame. So this is what we got right now. It does seem like Anish has found a way, the path towards equality. He did play the move g3. I don't think we've seen queen to e3. This is where we stand right now. White, Anish has enough compensation for the pawn. I'm expecting this one to be a draw. And I just want to point out the fact that
Sorry, Cristian, I apologize. I just wanted to jump in for a moment there, because Levon and Wesley, did the position blow up?
Yeah, this one changed quite dramatically, because after rook a7, let's switch to Levon and Wesley's game. We looked at the position after rook a7 in some detail, and we were discussing queen d3. Honestly, I expected Wesley to play rook e6. So another thing I mentioned when we were talking about this is d6, d5 often becomes playable. Here, for instance, you can actually play d5, because if you take on d5, I can take on e1, and this actually gives me enough pieces to recapture on d5 with, because we lured the rook away from d1.
Right.
Rook e6 continued being playable. It looks like we've blundered d5, but we haven't. We have queen e8 here. Another typical idea in these types of positions. Unpinning the queen on d8 and pinning the knight on the pawn on e5. But Wesley chose a third way. He played queen to a8, preparing to play rook d7 without actually abandoning the pawn on a6. Logical seems to be to play something like f2, f3.
Okay.
And white probably is still completely fine. But Levon actually kind of invited the storm here. He took on d6.
He entered the rabbit hole.
Absolutely. Yeah. And we're still waiting for Wesley to respond, but the only logical move in this position is rook d7, which I think he will play. Now, for white, there's no choice whatsoever. If you play knight f5, you are actually losing after bishop e4, knight e4, and knight takes e4, and the pin along the g-file will cost you a piece. It looks like maybe you have some attacking counter possibilities, but with the bishop on f8, protecting the entire kingside, there is nothing here. It just costs you a full piece.
Gotcha.
So you have to play e4, e5, and now Wesley can and should take on g2. And this is a whole new game now. Black has this fantastic battery on the long diagonal, a trade of a pawn on d6, not for the pawn on e4, but for the pawn on g2. Happened somehow.
Yeah.
Machine says queen f5 and knight f5 both appear to still be okay-ish.
Well, I see from the chess thermometer that Wesley ever so slightly is for choice. Ever so slightly. I mean, but here it's all tactics, right?
This becomes very, very concrete. If you don't play either queen f5 or knight f5, you are already worse.
Okay, but knight queen f5 makes
queen f5
logical
seems very
sense.
logical. Black has to play bishop d6. I think this particular position is the reason Wesley hasn't played rook d7 and bishop takes g2 yet. Because he probably got here. All of these moves seemingly are all very logical, and he is a bit worried because it seems like we are not really giving mate with black, and white made some progress. But black can calmly just play bishop c6, apparently.
Defending the rook on d7.
Now, queen g4 might look scary, but the engine says black is now back to being better after simply g7, g6, and there is no mating attack. You can make some threatening gestures, and then you run out, and black is completely fine. So after bishop c6, the engine says f takes g7, and it kind of all fizzles after bishop takes g3. Let's say f takes g3, black can take on d1. White takes, black can throw in queen a8, b8, attacking both b2 and g3, inviting a move like queen f2, actually the only move in the position.
Covering both.
And now there is a bunch of moves which are completely fine for black, starting, I guess, the most natural one is queen b8, e5, getting the queen to good squares. Black is currently a pawn down, but the one on g7 never survives, obviously. And
the knight on c3 isn't even close to the king's side.
And the bishop on c6 is so powerful that, okay, the structure, you know, if this were already an endgame, maybe white would be slightly better. But getting the queens off the board will be a difficult proposition for white.
Absolutely. So big fighting moments going on there. And Maurice, what's caught your eye?
Yeah, problematic moment for Vincent Keymer. We saw that position with the tactic that you could easily miss in a blitz game. He didn't miss that one, but he missed something else that you could easily miss. If you take a look, we see this position on the board where we talked about it. Knight c4 looks so easy and normal, and looks like there's a trick. If you take here, you think you're winning, and then all of a sudden queen b2 lands on the board, you realize, oops, I'm actually losing this position since the rook is under attack. And instead, you do have, after knight c4, this beautiful line. If you weren't here
earlier,
just previously in the show, this move g4 disrupts everything. The bishop is under attack. The bishop is defending this knight. After this move, f3, and that is a winning move on the board. Bishop takes, you just take the knight, and your bishop is defended by this rook. And we see a draw ending on this board here, and we expected that was coming. So we know they're at 50%. Anish righting the ship after a devastating loss yesterday. Sindarov not really making any headway still searching for his very first win.
He's suffering at -1.
In the competition, as he is at -1, trying to figure things out. So, back to this position. Rook d2 played. We know that knight to c4 is no good because of that g4 tactic. After some thought, with your knight under attack, Vincent decided, I need to leave my rook on a8 and guard the a-pawn and play rook f b8. This move is a mistake for a concrete reason. It looks as though his knight is threatening some kind of discovery now, either here or here. He has prepared that move. The problem is that he has cut his rook off from his king. I know that seems abstract, but more specifically, the move bishop to f4, attacking the rook and inviting a discovery. Pick your poison. Well, knight d5 looks like it's hitting everything until you see the move bishop takes b8 land on the board, and you realize you can't touch this queen because you get mated in one move. If you switch that around and put the other rook back here on this square, this is a different position. Bishop f4 doesn't do what it needs to do. Knight to c4 is just one of the moves that could be played. But, I mean, a knight to c4, bishop takes b8 doesn't threaten anything. The rook on d2 is now simply hanging, and your rook is safe on the f8 square. There are other moves for black as well. So that means after the move bishop to f4, as we go along, bishop to f4, hitting the rook, your rook is hanging now. Why did you put it there? If you play knight to c4, again, bishop takes b8 straight, it's over. There's a mate sitting on the back rank, and plus you just gave up the piece anyway. But the mating problem, actually, I'll point this line out. Knight c4, bishop takes. You could take the rook, but now your rook that you tried to save in that corner to guard a7 will now find itself dead in the water. So this move, bishop f4, is going to pose a problem. It means he has to move his rook. He just put it there. Now he's got to move it.
Regrettably, MVL did not, regrettably for him, I guess, not regrettably for Vincent. MVL did not play bishop
Yes,
f4.
and this would have really highlighted the weakness of that last move, because now the rook has to go find squares. It could, you put it on one of these squares for, you put it on b8 to attract the bishop to attack you. You put it there so that white would have to back down. Now you'd have to move your rook. Now, instead, MVL did not spot that point, and he tried to take advantage of the rook a different way and played the move rook to b1, preventing the knight from moving. But this gives black a wide berth. I mean, number of moves, or at least a couple of moves can be played. Maybe the most reasonable one is, you know, let me just fix that back rank. Just deal with that problem for the moment. And now ask white, well, exactly what are you doing? The move bishop to f4 can now actually be met by a move that wasn't possible before, the move e5. This wasn't possible because of bishop takes on e5, and after queen takes, then simply rook takes. But unfortunately, you just put your rook on b1 now. The rook is over on a1. Suddenly, knight d7 lands on the board and says, why did you put your rook on b1? You thought you were preventing me for the back rank. In fact, you're preventing yourself. So MVL missed the chance in this moment to highlight the weakness of this rook move, instead created a potential tactic of his own on himself, and all Vincent has to do now is chillax. H6, no back rank issues, and all is fine in the world for black's position, as white's rook b1 will prove to be a non-move as the position goes on.
Wow, those are some really subtle differences. I apologize, but I do have to go back to the game between Levon and Aronian. This is such a crucial game for our current tournament standings. Wesley in first place, leading by a half a point over Levon. And Levon, he played this move, rook d7, e5, and we've been going down this rabbit hole, Peter, you and I. Bishop takes g2, leaving Levon in a situation he only has two moves, you mentioned, queen f5, knight f5. And
the reason it hasn't happened yet, first of all, those variations are quite messy, and secondly,
Right.
if Wesley wants a slightly more controlled environment, he could play rook e6 here.
Not capturing the pawn on
G2 at all. And this equalizes, because G2 is still hanging. You can't really, you would maybe like to play knight f5, but then we
Looks
can even throw in,
reasonable.
we can throw in knight e8, and we're still going to win that pawn back. And we're also reintroducing the idea of putting pressure on the pawn on g2. We might even play g7, g6 to chase the knight away before we recapture. Best move appears to be queen f1, unpinning the queen and also protecting g2. But then we take on d6, and we get a position like this, which is, yes, white has a slightly better structure, but the bishop on 6 is better than the white knights. And let's say you can try knight f5, but after rook d2, yes, we can get rid of the bishop on c6, but you generally don't win very many of those a2, b2 versus a6, c5 positions unless the pawn on c5 is already under a lot of pressure.
Agreed. So there is a way that Wesley could just chill.
Yeah, Wesley now has, I think, a pretty clear-cut fork in the road, a very nicely controllable position after rook e6, and a much messier position after bishop takes g2, which could be better.
Yeah.
In particular, if Levon doesn't handle it perfectly.
As chess commentators, we want to go with the bishop takes g2.
We badly want bishop takes g2, yeah.
And you're telling me, we looked at a line with queen f5, which I thought was very interesting, but you also mentioned knight f5. Go down that rabbit hole.
Knight f5 is also kind of scary because the threat appears to be a very obvious queen g3, and the best move for black addresses that. Denying the pawn, the g3 square, and also suggesting that in some cases maybe white needs to worry about
knight f4, knight h3.
Yeah, and another idea I already mentioned in a different setting is I would very much like to lift the rook to g6 and kind of give mate on
that would be nice. Now that the g2 pawn is missing.
I don't know how good is your far-seeing vision is. But I think if you can't read the top line, you will not guess the top line. If you can read it, then of course you will be able to guess it.
Let's say I'm not going to be able to guess it.
Yeah, supposedly the best move in this position is knight c3,
oh,
a4.
stop. No.
Although, honestly, now that I see it, it's not knight takes c5 that we're threatening, it's knight b6. So maybe you can actually find it.
Okay, yeah, knight b6 forking.
But yeah,
knight a4 wasn't on my agenda
Considering where the game is, moving something on the queen side does not appear to be particularly natural to me. No.
Exactly, Peter. Wow, some really great stuff. And let's pause our analysis because we have a special guest in the studio. Over to you, Maurice.
Yes, we're with Anish Giri, one of the best players on the planet. Anish, that last knight a4 move, did you think it was a natural move to spot?
Well, you can find it, but the thing is that, okay, some players are more concrete, some are more intuitive. I think intuitive players would just dismiss it as like wrong, because the knight, I mean, this is a very sharp position, and the knight should be in the center. So while I could see it as a possibility, I would just say, like, it's just wrong, I'm not doing it. Right. But some people, they would just keep calculating and maybe find the reasons for it. Also, there isn't a good alternative as well. I mean, I would look towards like 94, towards
something central,
towards d5, you know, like, but just yeah, 95 or 94 like would be my first, and then okay, maybe some king h2, whatever, like kind of some move. But I mean, I could see knight a4, but I would be like, this thought is from the devil. I'll yeah.
Well, you had a sort of devilish finish yesterday. I'm sorry to have to bring it up, but that was a tough defense and such a long game. Fatigue must have played a factor.
Yeah, first of all, I should just say that thank you for inviting me to the interview. For the past many years, I felt like I'm the NPC of the Grand Chess Tour. You know, I'm like one of those people that like am part of the game, of course, but I'm not really playing any role. And NPCs, they don't even get to do interviews very often. They just do this, you know, this short one-line answers.
I've been desperate to get you on the show.
No, I know, but I play so bad, you don't have an excuse. And even you're waiting for me to win a game, but like there just is not coming. And then you're like, okay, he made a draw, let's invite him.
Fantastic.
I mean, I understand. Like it's you know, if it's fully my fault. I'm not blaming you, but I'm just saying that this is the way I feel. And yeah, you know, I hope to play well in the Grand Chess Tour again. I mean, I've played not so bad. But you know, sometimes a lot of things are like location based. For example, I played very well in Vachier-Lagrave, which is my kind of home location. I think St. Louis been many years. I think I did well here in like 2015 or something like that. Since then, whenever I played at some credible club, I just don't really play very well. And it's been many years. I don't really know why that is.
It breaks our hearts.
Yeah, no, it's also like the lineup is particularly strong, of course, because let's just say Vachier-Lagrave is a different tournament. It's a little more like there's some juicier opponents. Yeah, mixed field. I maybe do better in those, like also Grand Swiss that I won. Also a bit more mixed. Even the candidates is a little more mixed, surprisingly, than the Grand Chess. Maybe the field is tough, but still, yeah. Also, I think the mixture of the rapid and blitz, like, kind of not my favorite format, and then like the confidence is not really there. Yeah, if you so anyway, so I was not blaming you. I was just literally saying that like this felt a bit of an NPC vibe. But yesterday, was to be fair, it was a tough game. Like to lose like certain positions that I had during the game, like to lose that is unimaginable. But overall, there was a moment I blundered a piece. It was very beautiful. I don't know if you guys saw It was a beautiful F4 tactic. I didn't see that at all. So it's not. But then later there was some position towards the end which, looking back, I mean, at some point it dawned on me what my setup is, and I started thinking how is possible to ever lose it. It was just so drawn. If I would put the bishop on g3 at some point, which didn't occur to me, like it is drawn by like such a margin. It's just unbelievable. I lost it. But okay, it was a tough game, and to be fair, if people would not be losing such positions, I would be out of work very quickly. So I think for sake of chess, it's okay that White won that game. But yeah, it was tough. Today I wanted to play a nice game. So I played like Bobby Fischer, e4, all of the things. But I kind of didn't prepare for this line. It's such a stupid line. Like basically, for modern chess, this line is very stupid. The thing is that against like Marshall type setups, Peter, he recorded some series, like this d3 is very trendy. And it's like, plus, you have these bishop g5 pins these days also all over the place. So like all of those things, Black gets some kind of terrible version of all of those things. But at the same time, Black is still fine. But it's still like such a dumb line that I sometimes forget to prepare for it.
You call it a dumb line? The World Championship challenger just play this line against you.
No, it's not about him. I mean, he can also play g5. It will be a terrible move, even if Carlsen plays this. It's not personal. It's just like there is like you can take knight e4. You can go b5, bishop c5. Like just the amount of lines that I was thinking about, but this was just not one of them. It's really dumb. I don't know what to say. Like people nowadays play d3 and then play this position. And like it's like here you would go bishop b7, which is so out of place, and I don't know. But okay, it can make sense. It can make sense. And I realized during the game that okay, actually I don't really recall anything, and I think I mixed them all up together. I was trying to remember,
So you think he actually sat there and thought this line is so dumb, but I'm going to play it against Anish Giri?
No, but at the same time, okay, I'm saying all this, but of course, each of the other lines, okay. Anyway, these days it's kind of important to try to be unpredictable a little bit as well, because even if you play a better line, if I play like an engine, it's better for me than if he plays a dumb line and I play like Anish Giri, So I think he took like a good deal there. But yeah, I got just confused and I mixed up all the orders. And suddenly here, I was going to go bishop h4, and then I thought like, okay, hang on, there's this old Levon game with knight e7, knight g6. I got a little confused. Okay, why bother? I'm a little better here. I kind of missed this before knight queen to d6. With queen d8 is c3, queen d6 a little annoying. I just couldn't really make it work, and just sort of started to simplify in a very clumsy way, by the way, too. And in the end, it's kind of funny. I got in a position with opposite colored bishops and the pawn down, just like yesterday. So I'm like learning here something. I'm learning how to defend, yes. But here it's a much easier version, to be fair.
Did you miss rook f2?
No, I actually was happy it happened. Like, to be honest, at this point, I started so I was missing a little bit his moves. And at this point, I suddenly realized that there is some, it's a bit annoying my position if you get some d5, bishop a5, and I realized I should just give back, I should just go d4 and just, because the thing is that in opposite color bishop positions, when the queens are on, the king safety is most important. And let's say position we get here, my king is much safer because of the pawn structure than his. So just give this pawn, and I thought, okay, I was looking at some dumb moves like f3.
I think instead of c6, maybe bishop a5 would create some difficulties.
In that order, yeah,
bishop a5 and queen c5.
I was going
to
go
block your bishop from moving.
Yeah, exactly. But so I started realizing these ideas. Like initially, I was not seeing bishop. I thought he was going to go c6, queen f6, d5 type. But yeah, the thing is that luckily for me, like whenever I can imagine I can just go, I don't know, like d4 or something. And whenever I do this, even a position just like this, let's say, this g7, h6 pawns are so weak that I have some margin to draw the game. Of course, here particularly bad version. But in the game, I got this d4, and I saw rook f2 from afar, but I have the stakes, and I also have funny move bishop b1, by the way, just kind of Rook e2, rook e4, rook e8. But there's no point. Yeah, he can just do here. So yeah, takes g3 is. No, I saw this. I thought like this is the cleanest way to draw because of course I'm not worse here, but I'm not on the good side either. But yeah, it's maybe I should go on c3 still. Engine says. I was thinking about knight a5, bishop a2. Yeah, I was thinking a bit about b3. Yes, I was kind of. Don't think I saw knight before. I was thinking like I could just only get worse or something. I don't know. I didn't love this.
You know, listening to you sound a little disconcerted, a little bit.
What is this?
A little
what does this mean?
confused.
Confused. Okay.
By what's sort of going on. Maybe you're not feeling like your normal clear self because you're.
Well, I mean, honestly, just yesterday's game was bad. To be fair, it was also very long, you know. I played so long, I felt like it must be 12 o'clock in the night. And then I looked.
That's how we felt doing commentary, right?
Yeah, sorry. And I looked, it was 6 in the evening only. But the schedule here is a little upside down, right? With so much time after the game and so little before. So yeah, I had some time, but well, I think it was just a very unpleasant game. Also, yeah, you know how it is. You probably lost the game before as well at some point.
Oh, I've lost quite a few games, many in a row even.
Yeah. And also you played a dumb line, so it was just a combination of all the things. I told him after the game, okay, I'm not going to reveal his secrets, but yeah, he sort of acknowledged that it's a dumb line.
Anish, we want to see you playing well, and I want to see many more time here with you in the interview. So clear your head and win some games and come back.
I think maybe the way to do it is, I remember the famous plank incident. Maybe you should at some point redo the plank and.
With Maurice, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, that thing.
The other day I was talking about it to with someone. I was looking for the picture. I found the picture. Yeah, Maurice, we looked so young and beautiful.
I know. The days where you could plank forever.
Yeah, no, but it was good. True. The true story though is that the time I did the plank, I also played very badly in that tournament.
Okay.
So
that doesn't work. Then.
Yeah, the only if you see a picture from when I did well here, that was a long time ago. Like, I mean, Maurice, you were like a child back then, you know? Like, it was a very long time.
I had some hair still hanging on to your life.
Yes. But yeah, I think it's a lot of fun, this event. And yeah, I'm just really grateful for the interview. And
you know what? We're starting a trend. We're starting a trend.
Yes.
New trend.
Do well, you'll be back.
Normally, you wait for the player to do well, then to do the interview. Maybe we can do the opposite. You invite me first to the interview, like the advance payment.
There you go. There you go. Let's do it. Let's do it.
Yes.
We got a deal.
Thank you.
Anish Giri, everybody.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining us.
Anish, for joining us. Jump into the games, Peter, and tell us what we've been missing.
And mistakes continue in the game between MVL and Vincent Keymer because
Rook B1 was slightly off.
MVL did not spot bishop f4, and the reason I was also trying to figure out why rook fb8 was so much worse than rook ab8, and Maurice got to like 97% of the lines there. I think an important line here is let me start from a different point. If you go rook ab8,
okay.
Maurice did show the move 95, but even stronger for some reason is c65, which is kind of winning for black, actually, in this particular position.
Wow.
And if you go rook fb8, bishop f4, c5, you once again, and this was also shown by Maurice in different spots, you can't do this anymore, because there's no rook on f8. And bishop f4 would have actually forced black to play something like rook e8, and you put the bishop on c7, and this is a pretty serious improvement for white. Because that bishop on e3, normally, you'll struggle to find good work for it.
Right.
This wasn't found. MVL played rook ab1, Vincent played h6, was absolutely correct. MVL played queen d6, and in this position, it was very decent for black to play rook d8. You can't take on c6 at all, because after rook dc8, you suddenly find yourself without good squares for this queen, and black lands knight c4. You have to play queen b7, and then after knight c4, your position actually is worse, because you will be forced to recapture with the f2 pawn, which is ugly. Correct. You never want to do that.
No.
So after rook d8, I'm sure MVL was intending to take with the queen,
right.
And you get this position. But in this position, very, very importantly, the queen will be able to rejoin the game. The queen eventually comes back. And best play appears to be bishop takes b6, a takes b6, and then some kind of a move. Rook e1 could be played, rook d7 could be played. But the queen comes out via, I don't know, a5, c5, e5, a lot of squares. Instead, Vincent played bishop b5. And MVL is still thinking, but I think he finally managed to locate the best move, which is bishop takes b6.
No
and the
more knight
difference,
c4.
Yeah, and the difference now is if you take a takes b6, which is better than rook takes b6, but the reply to rook takes b6 is the same. We go e4, e5.
Opening up our bishop.
Yeah, and if you do the same, if you play rook d8 here, you can see the difference. Rook takes d8, we go rook takes d8, king h7, and we go rook e1. And it's locked out. You can play queen g5, but I will play rook d7 or rook d6. Rook d7 is stronger here. And the bishop on b5 is kind of horrible. The queen on g5 is also not particularly nice. I will chase it away with h4. Machine says this particular position on my analysis board right now is winning. Queen g5 is a poor move. You can play stronger, and maybe you're not lost yet. But you are already maybe one mistake away from being completely busted.
Wow.
And that means that after bishop takes b6, a takes b6 and d5, black needs to defend very, very carefully not to be in a very serious amount of trouble.
Wow. E5. I'm liking what I'm seeing for Maxime. And Cristian, jump in.
Well, actually, a lot of games are blowing up. That one is one of them. Of course, the Praggnanandhaa has been hectic since the get-go, but another one that's becoming hectic, and you guys touched a little bit upon it, is the marquee matchup of the round, Levon Aronian versus Wesley. And I'm a bit surprised by Levon's choice to, in fact, go for this line when he could have, after rook to queen to a8, just simply play the move f3, which probably would lead to massive simplification. After take, we get to this position in which, sure, maybe the two bishops are slightly better.
Aren't those words copyrighted?
Sorry?
Aren't those words copyrighted?
I think I got 10 takes in, so I don't know. I don't think so. Queen to a8, bishop takes d6 was his option, which again invites some craziness in the position, and it's quite forced. Rook to d7, e5. You have to defend the bishop on d6, and now bishop takes d2, g2. Of course, creating a bunch of threats, but more importantly, activating that battery along the long diagonal. It's dangerous. And if black calculates well at this point, and the good news for Wesley is that it's somewhat forced, the best calculation in the position, well, he might actually just enjoy a very nice advantage. For example, after queen to f5, he has to take on d6, take on f6, and at this point, you need to defend the rook on d7. You need to get the bishop out of the way from g2 because it's more or less unpre. And then that leads to the most obvious conclusion, and that is you go bishop to c6. At the same time, I understand, after f takes g7, it does look like you're 2 moves away from getting mated. Knight to h5, knight to f6, and then things are starting to become quite unpleasant for your king on g8. But you have just the simple bishop takes g3, f takes g3, we take on e1 or on d1. You can even go queen to b8. And in fact, to my estimation, that was the most natural move because you're threatening checkmate. And once we exchange, now white has to make very precise moves, such as king to f2, to stay in the game, which I get it. Once you get to this point, you're probably going to find them. But the white king is the weak one, and it's going to be weak for a very long time, and that's going to be a long-term issue that you're going to have to contend with. So I'm liking this one right now from Wesley. I do think that we've seen a move. Yes, bishop takes d6 was played, and e takes f6 and bishop to c6. He's following the best variation in this one. And this is the problem for Levon. If he would have looked at Wesley's previous games, he understands that the guy plays like a machine right now. He's just in the best shape for the last many years. Right now, he's enjoying a resurgence in his career. And I remember about 2018, 2019, when Wesley was surging through the rankings, and at some point he had a streak of no losses for a very long time. And he was just simply playing incredible moves, the best moves. And we're seeing the same Wesley right now, it feels like, in this year's Sinquefield Cup.
In fact, he is on his own undefeated streak and has been for a couple of tournaments. Thank you, by the way, Cristian, for that analysis.
And I just, my mic got cut the last time I wanted to point out the fact that...
I apologize. I cut you off there.
Wesley is a great player, but he's also a great politician because whenever I interview him in Romania, he's telling me I'm the best commentator Now he's telling Maurice he's the best commentator. Yasser, you're next, I guess.
I think I'm just an uncle. I think he referred to me as an uncle. Excuse me, but we lost the Prague game there, Maurice. There was a lot of action going on in that game. And
I'll let you guys dive into it, but because I'm looking at something else.
Please show us.
That's just really fascinating stuff.
All right.
It's the game with Vincent and Maxime that you all looked at a bit. Vincent has just made a very serious error, and I love seeing responses like this. Vincent won't, but I love seeing responses like this. And when you talk about the bishop and the knight and the disparity between the two pieces, even though they're valued at 3 points each in chess books, it's kind of a silly mathematical formula to just put it there because they're such different pieces that the idea that they should be exactly 3 points each, there's got to be some decimal places in there somehow. And even what does it mean to be valued as a chess piece? That seems like a very abstract statement. But it is the case. Everything is dependent on the chess position, as everyone knows, as strong players know. In this position I have on the board in front of me, however, Vincent had a golden opportunity because of the move rook b1 to play dynamic chess. But again, it's about material valuation. In this position, Black's best move is rook to d8, offering the two rooks for the queen in this position. Takes with check. Not only is he offering two rooks, looks like he's even offering a pawn. Problem, rook takes b6, instantly loses to the move queen g5, and you see the power of the queen. Its ability to attack along diagonals, rooks cannot do. So that would not have been a problem. Vincent would maintain at least material parity. And the queen, with the weak pawns on the board, this one and this one, is quite happy to exploit this particular material distribution. White's not worse by a lot or even at all, but it would just been a chess position. Beautiful line to look at, however, after this rook move. You might say, well, what if I just take the pawn? Well, Black does a reversal and goes back to c8 and says, I'm about your c pawn, and I'm the one trying to play for activity. And if you try to keep your pawn with this move, suddenly the move knight c4 lands on the board. You're down, a pawn is Black. Take a look at this position and try to understand it. Now double pawns for White, but White is up a pawn at the moment, but this pawn structure is terrible. You look at it, these pawns are just putrid for White, although there's an extra one, to be sure. But they're going to be targets constantly, and Black has more than adequate compensation. In fact, can play the move queen to e5. Pretty remarkable move. Looks like you give up a second pawn, except again, that rook on b1. What's it doing there? Always being threatened. These lines lead to very positive results for Black, despite being down a pawn. Now, let's get to the live board, as after queen d6, he dropped his bishop back to protect against his pawn on the b6 square, only to see this trade. And this move, bishop takes b6, which John Watson in his book, Secrets of Modern Chess Strategy is the name of the book, John Watson.
Correct.
Controversial book, to be sure. He says a lot of things in that book. You might say, wait a minute now, hold on. But one of the things he talks about is this trade. And Jeremy Silman, of course, rest in peace, he talked about imbalances in position. One of the advantages of having a bishop is that a bishop is able to trade itself more frequently, bishop takes knight, than the move knight takes bishop. The fact that it has this extra ability to more frequently trade gives itself more options. And this trade is one of those trades, because suddenly you make a move that you think you're giving up the two bishops? What's wrong with you? You control all the dark squares. Why would you do this? Well, after pawn takes, the move e5 lands on the board, and Black's queen is cut off from that side. The pawn on c6 starts to come under threat. This bishop is going to fall down, lose itself, and suddenly it's Black who has to defend this position. Even moves like rook takes b5 start appearing in the position. So bishop b6 is on the board, and you're staring at this and you see Vincent has finally, after many minutes of thought, decided I have to take with the pawn. Rook takes was far worse. But the move e5, he's been coming to grips with the fact that e5 transformed the structure to a much superior fianchettoed bishop that we talked about at the top of the show versus this bishop, which is floating and potentially a target, and especially the queenside pawns that are under heavy pressure with this queen being way out the game at the moment, looking for a way to fix itself. White is for choice in this position.
Thank you, Maurice. And what is the head-to-head? How do these two players match up, Peter?
Let's take a look. Obviously, a bit of a generational gap between them.
I was about to say, not too many games, and I was really right. But and no draws?
No draws, but only 2 games so far. One must have been the first Super Tournament Vincent played in, because I randomly played it as well, I think Baden-Baden 2019.
Sorry.
Where Vincent's origin story, so to speak, was at the age of, I think, 14. He won the Grand K Open, a massive, and one of the strongest opens in the world, which gave, as part of the first prize, a qualification for next year's Masters. And he was already working with Peter Leko, and I remember Peter Leko was interviewed, and he said, we will think about accepting the invitations to the invitation to the Masters next year, because if we feel he's too raw and not exactly prepared for it yet, we might wait a year, because there's no point in playing in a tournament where he will just get beaten like a drum. He ended up with a negative score in that, but he did quite admirably, and I'm pretty sure that was their first
games
encounter.
Were competitive games. I recall that too.
He played well, yeah.
Yeah, and I was just going to say, Maurice, some of us in that mathematical formula say bishops are worth 3.5 to the knight at 3.
And there's a 3.25 argument.
Yeah, that's
all of them leaning towards the fact that the bishop is slightly better than the knight.
Right.
Especially when 2 bishops work together.
I was really struck as a teenager reading my 60 Memorable Games by Bobby Fischer when he said, and in this position I win the minor exchange. And I was like, well, I understand what the exchange is, but what's the minor exchange? And he was referring to the 2 bishops. He really prized the 2 bishops.
Bobby liked his bishops, and Gary also liked the bishop. Gary says, bishop's just better than a knight. So when you see a move like bishop takes b6, you say, well, Gary...
Yeah, wait a minute.
Wait a second. Why is this the best move? You just said the bishop's better than a knight, and I'm giving it up.
2 amazing players.
The positions, you have to take a position holistically, not individually. It's not like a simple mathematical equation. This piece is better than that piece. What else is happening in the position? And that's what makes chess hard.
Yeah. 2 players that stand out in my mind as preferring the knights was Bent Larsen, Vichy Anand. They often enjoy playing.
I would add Alexander Morozevich to the list, who was always a great. Whenever possible, I think he would actually go for knights versus bishops.
E5 on the board, Maxime. And Peter, tell us once again why this game is so important for these 2 players.
That is a specific storyline here, because although it felt completely true after round 2, it's less certain after round 3 with Fabi losing. But if you look at the GCT standings, we have Fabi on top, then Pragg, then Wesley. And all 3 of them, although Fabi is now back to 50%, all 3 of them, I think, are, I mean, nothing is guaranteed in life, really, but they're about as safe as they can be in terms of qualifying for the top 4 and playing in the Grand Chess Tour finals, which will start immediately after the Sinquefield Cup. And there is basically a fight for the remaining 4th spot, in which Vincent is currently somewhat ahead of Javokhir Sindarov, because he did win that nice game against Pragg yesterday, bringing him back to 50%, whereas Javokhir is still in -1. But there is still a theoretical possibility for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave to perhaps join this conversation if he wins the tournament outright. And
he gains 13 hitting points by doing that.
Yeah, that will get him to 27.5.
Right.
Which means that he needs neither Vincent nor Javokhir to get to 27.5.
Right.
And that means a poor result, because for them, like, 7 points is mid-table finish, around, I guess, 5th place, maybe 4th place. So if MVL wins today, he not only progresses towards doing really well in the Sinquefield Cup, he also drowns
pushes
Vincent back to -1.
Right.
And that is hugely important to his chances, however small they might be, of finishing in the top 4 in the tour.
And to Javokhir's chances. Javokhir is sitting somewhere right now after having drawn his game, rooting for Maxime. Go Maxime. Go Maxime. Win this game, please. Bring this guy backwards. Because Javokhir cannot have the same result as Vincent at the end of the tournament. They have the exact same result. He will lose out by a scant half a point at the end. Cannot have the same result. So he needs any chance for somebody to knock Vincent down. He needs it to happen so that it'll be a race with only 5 rounds remaining that he will be able to catch him. And by the way, we've been seeing a lot of decisive games. And Peter, you teed up a stat earlier. We have a graphic that shows this stat, decisive games over the years in the Sinquefield Cup in particular. And you were right, a couple of your numbers. Your research was great, but you could have just had Leonard and Megan give you this great graph. As you can see, the percentages, they decided percentage 42. To be a better way to do this. That first year of the Sinquefield Cup, there were just 4 players. It's not a fair one. Even the 2014 year, there were only 6 players. It wasn't until 2015 that they actually had the format we have now. And you can see there, 42% decisive games. That's 19 of the 45 games played were decisive. 19's a lot. And the trend was pretty good. 13 in, as we now bring it up in the different years. Oh, wow, they even went by round. Okay, that's
the most decisive games in world.
Only 4 times in the history of the Sinquefield Cup we had 4 or above.
Wow.
They added more graphics than we asked for, even more so. But these are rare birds getting 4 decisive games. Only happened 4 times, 4 or more. And
twice in 1 year.
And then happened in a very contentious year, 2021.
That's when I was losing every game.
And 2021 had 17 wins. I just want to make a final point. The numbers go 19 wins in 2015, 17 and 17 in 2021 and 2017. However, 8 in 2023, 11 in 2024, and 11 decisive games in 2025. In the last 3 years, 8, 11, and 11. We already have 8 here right now. That's how decisive the trend is going back the other way. So we're hoping to seeing many more wins in this event.
Thank you, Maurice. And it's time in our coverage to take a pause from the Sinquefield Cup and turn it over to Almira and Nasi for bonus coverage of the Cairns Cup. Over to you, Nasi.
Thank you, guys. Almira, what a crazy round we're having.
Nazi, this round is simply mesmerizing. We might be looking at 5 decisive results. So without further ado, let's have a look at the games.
Let's jump in, and I'm going to start with Bibisara Asubayeva, who is about to make her first win against Alexandra Kostyniuk. I'll jump to the position where we left off after this beautiful idea of e4 and c5, and look at her pawns in the center. She played everything perfectly, and we couldn't figure out where Kostyniuk's knight was going to go. She chose knight e7, and then Bibisara took on b4. She's ignoring the e5 pawn. Of course she can take it. She's going for bishop a3 to not let her castle. Queen b6 just developed. Knight's coming to c4. Kostyniuk's out of options here, so she goes knight g4 with some hopes. But you know what? Bibisara said, go ahead, take the exchange.
Knight f2 is pure desperation, but that's the only idea for black in this position, and Bibisara simply plays queen f4.
Followed by queen b4, such a strong move. Threatening just made in 1, and now Alexandra played knight g6, and Sarah's thinking here she can include some in-between move like rook f1 for prophylaxis reasons, but it is not necessary. She could start with queen b7, and after knight f4, she does have a defensive move, bishop f1, and this one piece defends everything on the king side while she's over there destroying the queen side.
Yes, the rook on a8 is falling, then the bishop on b8 as well, and this is game over.
Absolutely. I can't see how Kostyniuk could possibly survive this. We know she's a very tricky player and will look for some ideas like knight f4 or bishop h3 is her hope, but Honestly, if Sarah starts with rook f1, those ideas completely disappear.
Yeah.
So we expect this game to end pretty quickly. I think Sarah's about to make a move. So let's wait. And the accuracy tells the story. Anytime you see it's below 90%, that means a player made a huge blunder. And she's taken on b7.
So after queen b7, black doesn't have a lot of options here. We've analyzed knight f4. Maybe let's have a look at bishop h3.
Knight f4 was played.
Knight f4 already is on the board.
Yes,
Okay,
and after
so
bishop
this is it.
f1, now, of course, bishop h3 is not working because of simply mate in 1. All right, Kostyniuk's having a tough tournament that keeps continuing. Now let's jump to a different game. One of the tournament leaders, Alice Lee, is in trouble. She came into this tournament, started with the 2 wins yesterday, drew against Bibisara, and now she's facing Stavrula, who managed to outplay her in the middle game. Opening stage ended pretty evenly, I would say. After e4, we had this position here. She decided to close up the position with d4, and we had this setup where everything looks fine for Alice except for this bishop on c8. That's her only issue, and she didn't manage to solve it. She played rook d8, allowing e5, and now there's a lot of tactics you have to watch out for.
Nazi, I think that this was a very clever opening choice from Stavrula, and this position actually looks like the Lapin Sicilian.
It
you know,
does.
it seems that the game started with e4.
This was the London.
Yes, it was the London. So you have the pawn on e5. You can have a wonderful outpost on d6, sacrifice your knight on f6, and the only beautiful square that black has is the d5 square.
d5 for the knight. That's the only good piece that black really has in this position. Here we considered some options like bishop takes h7 was possible, but it's such a difficult practical choice to make. You make all these forcing moves, everything looks good, but after knight e5, there is no checkmate. You just make black's king weak, and then after queen b2, white has to find only winning move here, and this is probably what both Stavrula and Alice didn't see from afar. Black is threatening knight f3 check. The winning move?
Are we pausing?
Yes.
King h1 is a very beautiful move, and I think that black is completely lost here because knight f7 is
Deadly threat.
yes, a deadly threat.
Such a lovely move, king h1, prophylaxis move, just winning the game. This wasn't found, but instead Stavrula played knight d4, logical move, queen b4, and in this position Alice, oops, sorry to interrupt you, but we did have a resignation. Kostyniuk resigned, and congratulations to Bibisara on her first win. Wow.
Yes,
Now let's continue back with Alice. Yeah, you know, Almira, in the opening, you asked, can Kostyniuk stop the bleeding and turn things around? Not yet.
Yes, she started now. Well, started like she's.
She probably never.
I
had
lost
an
my
event
words.
Like this.
Yes,
Yeah.
like I don't even know how to describe this situation of despair. Yes, we all know how difficult it is to start a tournament with a few losses, but now
Four in a row, very difficult to recover. But if anyone can.
Yes,
it's Kostyniuk.
and by the way, yes, I think that Carissa Yip started this tournament with 4 losses in 2020, and she managed to come back and even
defeat you in June, right?
She defeated you in June, so I think that we will see.
Well, Alice made another error. This move knight e7, and now after a very accurate move a3, Stavrula is much better. I will point out why a3 was important. If you start with simply rook d1, then black can take on d3 and take the knight on e4, so giving up those 2 fantastic minor pieces is not ideal. That's why she first kicked the queen out, and after queen b6 played rook d1, first defending the bishop, and now creating all kinds of threats. Knight f6 is coming, queen g5. How do you defend all these threats on the king side?
Nazi, I think that sometimes it's even more dangerous to keep all the threats on the board because your opponent is prepared for a concrete line. Yes, so Alice probably calculated bishop h7 and all the lines results, and after that she saw that there is a long-term initiative, but she is keeping her piece. However, playing making those quiet moves, rook d1, protecting the bishop, keeping the threats of knight f6, knight d6, bishop h7 is even more difficult for the opponent.
A very difficult position to deal with for Alice Lee. 30 minutes for next 21 moves, but nobody likes to be passive. And here you're passive and you have to be patient.
Yes.
Impossible task.
Impossible, mission impossible. But I think that Alice Lee has proven us that she has very good defensive skills as well.
Of course, she's a great defender. And we'll see if she can pull that off in this game. Because let's take a look. Everything's coming, maybe h6. Maybe she'll play h6 just to not allow queen to g5. But then white can still play something like queen f4 with hopes of knight f6 still in mind. Yeah, I really dislike Alice's position here. She's, for the first time in this event, in trouble because she started so well with 2 wins and the easy draw in the 3rd round. We'll see if she can come back from this. But I'm going to stop my analysis because I have a very special guest in the studio, Bibi Sara Subaeva.
Hi.
Welcome. Congratulations on your win. First of all, tell me, how does it feel to be back in St. Louis?
Thank you. It feels amazing. Also, it's very good that Sinquefield Cup have the tournament at the same time. I think it's much more interesting to watch. And yeah, I'm just happy to be here.
Great to hear. And tell me about your start. So you started with 3 draws?
Yes, it was very calm draw. I think none of us will have plus 0-3 maybe in the games. So it was a little bit boring, but yeah, today games was good.
Tell me about your preparation. You were facing someone who's struggling in the tournament. She had 0 out of 3. So what was your strategy?
Yeah, of course, because I'm playing white, I want to win the game, but I know that she's an amazing player, and I just want to have some fight. And I was surprised by her d4 move, because with her tournament situation, I thought she will play something more solid, like e6.
Or c6.
Or c6, yes. But okay, d4 is a good move, but it's very, very tough fight, I think. And also there, I forgot my preparation. I played just b4, c5, e3, and here I also was surprised by d takes e3, because usually I think people not accept the sacrifice pawn.
They usually play knight f6.
Yes. And here, yeah, maybe it was her preparation. That's why I played a3, because I thought like d4 she know. And then yeah, d4 and bishop d3. Yes, I also don't like her bishop d6 move. I think bishop e7 is much better.
Because the bishop's just in the way, right?
Yes. But, okay, bishop b2. Okay, here she should play castle, because queen e7, it's e4 immediately.
Huge mistake, right? Yeah,
yes, and after e4, e5, it's interesting position for both sides. But here, yes, c5. Maybe she blundered this idea. Bishop b8.
How far did you calculate from here?
I calculate until a takes b4 from e4.
Wow. Did you expect all these moves from her?
Yes. A takes b3, and I thought like, okay, I have easy game, like knight bd2, knight c4 then, and just...
For sure.
Yeah.
She can castle, and you can just...
Okay, here I thought she need to play queen d8 to try to castle. Here? Yes. And it's not super easy, because here I want to play knight c4 and castle and take on e5. Of course, it's awful position for black, but it's still playable. And after knight g4, it was like, I don't know, dream position for white, even if I don't have something. Okay, knight c4, knight f2, take. Maybe she blundered queen e4, queen b4, but I think other games also won. I also, have some nostalgia, because I played here in 2017 against the USA match. World against USA, and I think we have with Carissa something similar like
Really?
this. Yes, because at some moment she played knight g4, but it was in Nimzo, and I have +3, but then I blunder it. We have equal, and then I won. But I have some nostalgia because I also have their amazing position.
It's funny how you still remember that
Yeah,
game.
yeah.
So you were careful here, knowing that something could go wrong. But in this position, Kostyuk really didn't have a chance to fight back.
Yes, knight g6, queen b7, knight f4, bishop f1. She have knight h3, but I will just... Of course, I will not take on a8 because of queen g1 mate, and I will take on
yes.
h3, queen
That
f3,
show
bishop g3.
That
Yeah.
beautiful mate that you don't see very often.
Yes.
This last trick, but she didn't even go for this, right?
Yeah, of course, I will take on h3 and play bishop g2, and it's
that's
game
game
over.
Very nice. Well, now you're at +1. Going into tomorrow, who are you playing?
Divya with black. Yeah, it will be a nice game. I think last 3 games against her in classical I played with black, so yeah.
So
We'll
you're
see.
well prepared. Baby Sarah, you travel so much and you play a lot of chess. How do you manage to balance traveling and playing and studying and preparing?
I have good team. My family always support me, and also lately we play with Javokhir same tournaments, and he support me, and we have good company with his seconds and friends. So this helped me a lot, because I think if I will travel alone, this will be much tougher for me.
Well, that sounds like a dream team.
Yes.
What's your preparation like after this round? Do you rest? Do you start preparing immediately?
Yeah, I have some rest. Sometimes I go to the gym. Also, my friends teach me how to play Among Us. I'm very bad at this, but yeah, okay, it's something good to switch the focus. And also, I like to go to the walk in the park. Here's amazing park.
The Forest Park, right?
Yes.
Well, I wish you all the best. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
And now let's jump back to this game. Alice Lee still struggling in this position. I don't think they've made moves, but I actually want to show you Carissa's game. In the Carissa's position, when we last looked at it, it was very equal. But then Divya made an error, traded on d3, and gave Carissa this space and opportunity to play for e6, and f5 square is very weak. This is a very delicate position for Divya. She played bishop g5, another trade, and actually Carissa should have moved back bishop h2 with the idea of f4 and f5, but instead she took on g5. Maybe this was not the best. And here Divya could have played h takes g5 and position, I wouldn't call it equal, but it's close to equal, but instead she took with the knight. Now I again very much like Carissa's position.
Yes, Nadia, I think that White is having a very comfortable advantage. Once again, we have this d6 square. And the biggest problem for black pieces here is that those knights are lacking squares. Yes, so if you put knight g6, knight e6, then f4, f5 will come with a lot of tempes.
I think even h4 is coming.
Yes, but then you will have to put your knight on h7. So White is having a space advantage, and also the moves come easier for White
For
here.
sure, and I feel like black pieces are disconnected. Why is the queen on a5? Knight it looks misplaced on g5 as well, and of course there are threats like queen g3, h4, and a couple of pawns hanging on the king side. So Divya, not in huge trouble yet, but this is a very dangerous position for her.
Indeed.
And if Carissa wins this, she's gonna overtake Divya, who is currently in the clear third place. Divya was the only winner yesterday, but I think you called it, Almira. Today, we kind of expect 5 decisive results.
Yes, and what a wonderful interview by Bibisari. You know, I was simply amazed by her confidence.
Oh, yes.
She has the confidence of someone who is winning the event.
Yes, she's a very dangerous player. Well, thank you for joining us. I hope you're also having exciting games. Back to you now at the Sinquefield Cup.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our coverage of the 2026 Sinquefield Cup. We have a result. Wesley So and Levon, Aronian drew, which means for our standings, we're going to take a quick look and update them for you.
Absolutely. We have 2 games already concluded today. Both of them were draws. Wesley drew against Levon. We will show you how in a moment. And prior to that, we had a very nice interview with Anish, Giri, who made a draw with the white pieces against Javokhir, Sindarov.
It's all going wonderfully well for MVL. All he has to do,
or rather it was, because he spent quite a lot of time on his decision and made a decision which probably results in the game fizzling, which is a bit regrettable. He had a decent shot there, we thought.
I didn't realize that. Oh my goodness. Okay, I thought he was on the superior side there for just an absolute moment. Catch us up on the game.
Let's begin with the game between Levon and Wesley. We left it with them making that more or less forced line onto the board with the whole sequence of moves which we predicted some time in advance. And in the position after exchange d3 here, Wesley took on d1 and didn't play queen b8, the move I was suggesting, but found a more forcing way to make an immediate draw. Rook e3, queen f4, very natural move. Queen e8. And now if white wants a clean draw, you have to kind of close your eyes and make sure you don't get mated anywhere and take on h6. Important to realize that after rook e1 check, you do have king f2. And there are no checks to this king that make any sense, and you are, after all, threatening mate in 1 on the h8 square, which means that black has to take on g3, and this is what happened in the game, and the perpetual on the f and g files ensued.
Maurice, you saw that move, queen h6, and I saw you making a strange face, like, really? You're going to leave your king all alone?
Yeah, White's king is definitely in trouble as well. But Wesley was able to hold that one. You know, we saw a lot of pyrotechnics and fireworks in the first 3 rounds. We've been lauding the fact that this is one of the most explosive tournaments ever. But this round,
fizzle.
It's back to correct chess.
Right.
A little bit, yeah.
Maybe dodging bullets. Maxime missing a really nice chance in his game as well. We might only see one victory. And even in that game with Prague, I'm not sure he's going to win that game. That material imbalance is very difficult. From a technical standpoint, the engine might be saying, this is clearly better for white. I'm thinking that position is very holdable for black.
Thank you, Maurice. As we were coming into our standings, this was the game, MVL against Vincent. After queen d8, I like Maxime's position.
Yeah,
Peter,
let's begin with this, because I think this was a very big turnaround, and we were very much promoting the storyline of Maxime potentially doing as well in this tournament as he needs to do. And this is a doubly important game for him, because beating Vincent is definitely part of the recipe for him actually having a chance of qualifying for the top 4. And in this position, he had a very obvious, and the fact that he definitely saw this idea because he came at it from a different angle. You want to play rook b4, creating a massively strong threat of c3, c4, trying to basically dislodge the bishop from b5 and collect either this one or this one.
Maybe both.
The engine, after some thought, just calmly goes g7, g6 and says, I have to allow it, so I will allow it. c4, queen takes d6, e takes d6, and it goes bishop a4. And somehow claims that, let's say, if you play g7, the threat is very simply to take on a4 and then promote. But black can play rook b8 to d8. We take on b6, black plays rook a7. And this appears to be holding. Although, important to note here that we don't have to trade bishops. We can actually take on c6 with the rook.
Nice.
The difference being that, yes, we will have to abandon the pawn on d7, but the resulting endgame still has a very strong bishop on g2 on the board.
Right.
If black holds this, it's a bit of a study. And instead of all that, and Maxime clearly saw it, and he spent a lot of time here. I'm not sure I can give a number, but it's definitely, I think, above 20 minutes. And he ended up going for a version of it, which I think it's much easier for black. He took everything on d8 and played rook b4 here. And now black will probably give a check on d1, because forcing the king to h2 means that f2 is always hanging. And now there's a bunch of things which are not that bad. c4 is still a massively strong threat.
Right.
But you can go bishop e2, kind of preempting it, and if you take on b6, the engine goes G7, G5, just to make sure the king is safe. And then the weaknesses on C2, C3 and A2 will start being picked at.
But it's 2 pawns.
Thank you.
Yeah, but maybe even more directly. We can go Rook C1.
But one question, is
A4.
C4 an actual threat in that position?
I think A4 is maybe a stronger threat, actually.
A4,
Yeah, you're right.
yeah.
C4 will allow
Just because of Rook
D4.
D4.
Yeah, but A4 is a very strong threat. That's a very good point, actually, by Cristian. But Rook C1 and Bishop D3, let's say Rook takes B6, once again but honestly, as an illustration, even this. This looks like we made a lot of progress, but actually, with the king so far off, and the rook behind the a-pawn, and it probably never crossing a5, honestly, even. These are, I think, less promising positions than the one we abandoned.
Jeez.
But in this one, you can definitely go wrong.
It will get to A5.
You can definitely wrong.
It will get to A5 after Rook C8 and Rook A8, but then it won't get any further.
Yeah, it's very difficult. It's very
Bishop
difficult.
B7 and A6 might be on your
Let's take a
And
look.
A7 looks like it's on your mind.
Let's take a look.
I thought I was getting my pawn to
You do this.
A6 by bishop to B7.
Let's throw in G5, A5, and I want to go Rook A2.
Okay.
And I want to remind you that there is some counterplay against the pawns on the
What I'm interested in, if you put that rook back,
Yeah.
is if you just bring your king up. No, the rook on the rook on A8.
Okay, G5.
If you play, yes, and
Takes G4 or something?
no, take, and I was thinking of playing the move A5. I just wanted to point this out to the audience.
And rook A2.
I think Rook
Again,
A2.
no rook A2.
Okay.
But bring the rook back from A2.
Okay, let's go.
So just bring the king over.
Yeah, okay.
This is the point I'm trying to make. So now, bishop B7 allowed. Waste the move. Bishop E2. You're making good moves. I'm just saying, yes, this.
But then you're stuck, right? You'll get A7 and then you will be stuck.
And this is the point I'm trying to make. So make any move, and now you get here. And you thought you did all the things you needed to do, and now
It's probably still a draw.
you can't do anything.
Yeah.
Because the king cannot approach the pawn.
Yeah,
That is the big problem.
If you could aim, absolutely correctly, if you could aim your king towards the b6 square,
Exactly.
maybe you end up winning. But it just never actually leaves the cage.
And this happens even when you have a rook, bishop, and pawn. In fact, you could take everything off the board and just keep the white king out, and you cannot make progress.
Yeah.
Take everything off the board and say, just give us that we don't allow your king to show up. You cannot change this geometric construction with the bishop and the rook and the pawn. And that's a shocker. You're up a bishop and a pawn and can do nothing to improve the position. You need the king, absolutely. And now you see...
By the way, I wanted to ask you about that little bit of magic you did on your screen where you had this structure with F2 takes E3 and some pieces on the board. And then you did something and all the pieces disappeared and only the pawn structure
Yeah, the
remained.
skeletal. You took all the pieces
I
off
need
the
to know
board.
how to do that.
It's actually top secret.
Top secret. Chess.com's engineers have been working overtime.
I think only Maurice's computer can do that.
Job security.
It's only on my computer.
It's a need to know.
Don't ask.
It's a
Don't
need to
ask.
know
There
situation.
are more tricks, by the way.
I am
haven't revealed
very,
them yet.
very jealous.
Very jealous.
You should be.
Cristian, the other game that's kept our interest throughout, the Prague versus Jorden game, and I'm noticing there's a big pawn on f4 that's a juicy target for Van Foreest. Despite the queen versus rook and bishop, this feels closer to a draw.
I don't know about that. It is a juicy target, I get that, and it sort of blocks my knight on e5. If I move it around, then the bishop on c7 is going to get active. But a queen is still a queen, and that queen is actually having a lot of targets in the position. That is the problem, and this is what, whenever we see the imbalance, queen versus two rooks, or queen versus rook and a piece and a few pawns, it's all important that the queen has targets. And in this case, the queen in cooperation with the knight on e5 as well. If I would be able to draw right now, I would for you, but I'm not. With the knight on e5, you can see that queen land maybe on b7, maybe on c6. You have a lot of light squares that you can play around with, and it does seem like black's pieces are a bit miscoordinated right now.
I think what is interesting is I'm pretty sure Jorden thinks this holds. Jorden thinks I get my knight over to f5 and this holds.
I don't think it does.
But after queen b7, maybe you start losing material because I have this threat of
Queen
rook takes
a6?
f7. Yeah.
Rook takes f7,
or
queen
a6,
a6.
rook takes. A7.
You just simply have too many weaknesses in the position.
Yeah.
You guys are being very cooperative for Prague here. Let's go back to the current. You play queen f3. I want to oppose the rooks on the d file. Tell me what you do.
I will give you this with check. I need to.
I
need
well,
squares.
thank you. You're a kind person. I'll take
Are you
that with
accepting
you.
it?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. I guess I'm trading rooks.
How do you defend against queen d7
Yeah. How are
coming
you
up?
dealing with queen d7? Strictly only.
Maybe
move
e5 and knight e6, but
And knight
Yeah,
e6.
but then like you now have 2 pawns for.
An
I
exchange.
can take on a7 though.
And then I get rook d8.
Yeah, I think the engine prefers this to make sure the rook can get to d8 but cannot get any further.
Okay.
And this is going to be a bit of a struggle for black, right? Because
Yeesh, I was so sure I was getting a fortress. I thought, I got 2 pawns. I mean, A7 is
this might
defended.
hold. I'm not honestly making a conclusive argument this doesn't hold, but you know you're going to enjoy this much more with the white pieces. Right?
Agreed with that. I mean, I'm just saying H6, I would feel like my defenders, the bishop on B8 is doing a good job. Okay, let's trade knights.
By the way,
knight F4.
we do have a move, and my engine is saying that move, which was played, which was queen to e4 instead of
Somehow
queen to
much
f3,
weaker, yeah, but I don't know why.
is for whatever reason much weaker.
Queen
Now we need to
E4?
understand why.
Specifically, rook F to
FD8,
D8.
yes.
Because D1 is not protected and we don't have knight C6. We needed access to knight C6.
Yeah. Yeah.
Interesting, though, that it's specifically rook F to G8. Why not rook A to G8? Because then knight G7 is quite strong. So it has to be the other rook.
Okay. So rook
But
F-
then we were playing knight C6
knight
here because we had the
C6.
rook on D1 protected, and we no longer have access to that. And this appears to be fine now for black. Because
You know,
Whew, that just like
you know
that
what?
subtlety.
You
that
guys
move.
are talking about this position like it's some basic king and pawn ending.
no, it's not.
This thing is crazy.
Of course.
This thing is so imbalanced. The rook, bishop, and pawn, by the way. Black has material parity by the math, the conventional math that we
Right.
talked about. But however, because the position is so absolutely insane with imbalances, Cristian, you're talking about weaknesses. I glance at the position. I see no weaknesses in black's position.
Me either.
The thing is, though, that A7 pawn is a potential target, and the move A5 could soften up that side, and things could happen. The queen is a devilish piece, a snake in the grass. Can just slither her way into the position and start creating havoc, but she would need the pawns to help and break open that side. The king side is black's. Black's got that. It's that queen side that looks so perfect and pure that could be disrupted by pawn advances. And if a pass pawn appears, then the queen just destroys.
Right.
So this one is indeed very difficult. I don't expect to see accurate moves get played. This is way too hard.
Yeah,
Well,
he played the wrong
He played rook
hand.
a8, the wrong
And
rook.
already we have a mistake.
Yes.
This is what I'm saying. This position is just not easy at all. I expect to see more mistakes get played.
Yeah. Wow, Cristian, that rook on the moment we were talking about rook d8, Jorden played the other rook. Why is that so bad, Cristian?
Absolutely, and I sort of understand why Prague decided to put this queen on e4. We were discussing about queen to f3 being the better move, because from f3 you defend the rook on d1. But what I do think he means by this move, queen to e4, is that he wants the king to have an extra square. Whenever knight to f4 lands on the board, and I do believe that he's anticipating that that's going to land on the board, he just wants to get the king to f3. That's the best square for the king. Not only that you're not on the first rank, but you're also keeping contact with the knight landing on f4. And I think that's going to give him a bit more leeway into his attack. Now, after rook a to d8, knight to d7 seems to be the best move in the position. And you might be wondering, what about knight takes f4? King to f3. We've been discussing about this extra square that right now you have with the queen on e4. And it does seem like this one is just really bad news for black. In fact, knight to f6 is coming. That's a problem. Queen to c6, queen b7 is coming as well. And the bishop on c7 is starting to get targeted in the position. So it's not looking good for Jorden at this point. And to your question, why rook f to d8, after knight to d7, it seems like the best move in the position would have been king to g7 right now. And the rook on f8 is no longer going to be under attack, so you have a lot more leeway in your position and in your approach as black. So definitely a big moment. As Maurice painted a beautiful picture for us, this is not going to be a perfect game moving forward. This is going to be a game full of mistakes, but right now it is white who has the advantage after that move, rook to d7, which I think Pragg is ready to play.
Wow, thank you for that, Cristian. That just one subtlety. Which rook to d8? My goodness. But the Joker's back. Always wonderful to have you in studio, Levon. Over to you, Maurice. Thank you.
We're with Levon Aronian. Levon, you are not proud of the games you played earlier. This one, though, was saucy, interesting, dynamic. What are your thoughts on this one?
Yeah, I thought it was a very principled fight. This line, of course, is an interesting line that some tactics are to be calculated. And yeah, I'm not sure if what we were doing was precise, but it seemed like during the game.
Well, Inchin seemed to approve of everything you both did. It's a dynamic position. We said it resembled a Sicilian in many ways. The E-pawn coming under attack, the D-pawn being weak. Were you feeling any of those themes as you played?
Yeah, you know, in my early days, when I was about 16, I learned to play the Steinitz with black. This is where in Ruy Lopez, you allow the bishop c6, bc, and you basically get the same, but in a worse version. And of course, I'm familiar with ideas, and it's always interesting. There is this a lot depends on who starts the counterplay first.
I got you. There were some definite interesting moments in this one, and one of them, of course, was to go to this position and say, I don't care if my bishop on g2. If the bishop lands on g2, you've got the knight, and then a quiet, not so quiet, queen f5. Work us through what your thoughts were in this position.
Yeah, first, when he went queen a8, he doesn't have to go queen a8, of course. I saw that he can just play rook e6. Because, yeah, the funny, there are some funny tactics here, right? At some point you think that this works, like knight f5. But he has rook e6, and seems like queen g3 is working, but then rook g6, and black is winning. So it's kind of funny. There are such beautiful things. And yeah, I saw rook d3, and I thought that he's going to go rook e6. That is probably the safest. And like this. And if I capture on a6, he just captures on e4, and it's just equal. And when he played queen a8, yeah, of course, my intention, I saw this from distance. But my main concern was here that I sort of saw this knight f5, knight h5. But then I couldn't find any move here for white that would improve my position. Of course, I saw knight a4, but it seems so ridiculous when you think about
Yes.
it. And my second Orientari has been telling me, don't do stupid things like you did before. And I was just thinking of his face if I meet knight h5 with knight a4, you know, even if it's the best move.
You could just see Aria and say, bro,
Yeah. So
what did I tell you?
that's why I went for this. I saw that this is just equal. Well, from distance, I actually was thinking that this is possible, but then I saw this very strong bishop e7, rook d7, bishop f6.
Let's go to it. Rook d7.
And bishop f6.
Great calculation, my goodness.
Yeah, and black is just crushing. Well, computers can hold this with white, but not humans. I mean, this bishop's on
Yes.
d4, c6.
This is a
crazy.
good position to look at. You see the two bishops just slicing, especially this bishop on the long diagonal. This bishop will probably show up here. Fantastic position.
Yeah, so, yeah, I saw f takes g. I was actually thinking that he would go for takes queen b8. But, no, sorry. Rook d1, queen... yes, like this, queen b8. But there I have rook e3. It's a very important move because I think Wesley didn't see that. He thought that queen f2 is possible, but rook d2, black mates. Queen d2, queen g3, queen h3, and then he lures me to e2.
Oh, please show this line. It's very pretty.
yeah, he basically forces me into submission.
Nice.
Yeah. So yeah, it was a nice, interesting battle.
This was high level, high class, the Levon Aronian we're used to seeing. You're a bit of a person potentially with upsetting the apple cart. You're a wild card, and of course you're a tour player normally. There are players who need points, and here's Levon Aronian near the top. Does that even come into your calculation at all?
I'm available. I mean, send me your donations.
In need.
All right, well, you're doing a great job and played very well today. We were really excited, and thanks for showing us all these beautiful variations. Good luck in the rest of your games.
And Levon, we had Anish as a guest as well. And Anish says, well, knight a4. I don't calculate such moves like knight a4. No, we just don't do it.
I do, and I'm ashamed of it.
Always a pleasure to watch your games. Levon, please come back as soon as possible. I'm looking at the game of Prague, and things have really gone his way. And for the standings,
much more back on track here with the wrong rook coming to d8 and knight d7 landing.
Right.
Knight f4 is not great.
I don't want to play it.
Yeah, Jorden needed to play rook f8, and I think after rook f8, the engine probably still holds. Now king f3 specifically is much stronger than king f1 because we don't want rook takes d1 to be a mate somewhere.
Exactly.
We want that move to come without a check.
But here the problem, as I see it, you're no longer able to play rook on f8 to e8 because I got knight f6 check.
Although I was trying to calculate
knight
that.
takes e8.
Yeah, I was trying to calculate this particular position, right? Takes e7, g6, g5, and I have to say I got a bit scared. But I guess the king runs away after something like queen e5, rook d3, king g4, and there's no way to actually give mate to this king. But for a second there, I became concerned because you could be a feature in every single book,
right?
From now until eternity if this works out for Black somehow. But no. And I'm guessing Jorden thinks that this is a kind of an equilibrium, and he can maybe make some kind of a useful waiting move. I don't know, f6, g5, let's say. But the problem is that after queen b7, you start running out of squares for your pieces. Everything is hanging now. If you play bishop b8, we can actually now take on f8 because rook takes d1. There is queen takes b8, and once again, the king is not getting mated, and white is now a massive amount of material up.
Yeah, queen for a rook. Okay, but for the tournament standings, a victory for Prague would be huge.
He needs to play king f3, though. If he plays king f1...
by the way, I'm getting a Yeah, if he plays king of, I got a
let's watch those.
Repeating.
Yeah, and Maxime will be unhappy about this because I think he will feel, even if he doesn't know exactly where, he will feel that there was a chance.
Yeah,
gone a begging.
Indeed, and for Maxime, Vincent and Sindarov, he's got to win the tournament, and he's got to hope that they do poorly so he can get into the finals.
2 missed opportunities for Maxime.
That's what it feels like, Maurice.
Against both the players that he needs to push down.
Right.
Had a good chance, a fair chance, let's call it, yesterday against Sindarov.
But an excellent chance,
But this one,
today.
Man, he could have really sent Vincent tumbling in this game, and he did not. And so he's got 5 tough games, but he can't touch these players. You got to hope they play poorly,
right,
which is not something you want to wish. But we did do the math, and if they come out, if he manages to somehow win the tournament, which he just blew a shot right now, and they don't come in 4th,
right,
neither one of them, giving them 7 points,
he can pass.
Actually, it's Vincent not coming in 4th. If Sindarov comes in 4th, he gets to 27.5, and Maxime winning the tournament also gets to 27.5. We have a playoff to see who gets the 4th spot. So that's that issue with Sindarov. But it's Vincent, if he gets to 7, who will automatically surpass any number he could do because 21 plus 7 is 28, and he can't catch that even with a win. So he really needed to cause this guy to go backwards, and missing this chance is going to be huge for him. with only 5 rounds left. He's got to hope he wins the tournament and Vincent doesn't stabilize. That's all Vincent is looking for. Let me stabilize in the tournament. You see the tournament standings as we look at it now. He's still tied for second place after the top results coming in. Nobody can surpass him, although somebody like Pragg could catch him.
Exactly.
He's going to be competing with these players the rest of the way. Wesley and Levon hoping to surpass them, particularly Wesley, who's ahead of him. And then he's got to hope. See that spot that Vincent is in right now? It cannot be maintained. Vincent picks up 7 and gets to 28. He could win the tournament all he wants. Vincent will look back and say, congratulations, you got the tournament. Now I'm going to be fighting for much more prizes by getting into the finals.
Thank you, Maurice. But I've got to go back to the game of Pragg and Jorden.
Every single move is a mistake.
It's getting
The position is so complicated that 2 extremely strong players have basically played the sequence of the last, 4 to 5 moves where
things have gone wrong.
like 80% of them were at least somewhat imprecise, and some of them were just genuinely quite bad. King of 3 was not found. Pragg played King of 1. And in this position, it's not easy, but I think it's findable. You had to play F7, F6,
So
because
you
you need a square for the bishop. You need to be able to play bishop e5 here.
Makes
And then
sense.
you want to play rook f8, f7. The position remains a mess, but it seems like black is probably on the verge of holding. You can play something like, say, let's say queen takes a7, rook f7, a5. But black is now in time to play bishop d4.
Whoa.
There is a takes b7 very importantly, because if you take with the rook from d8, I am going
F4 is
to
hanging.
bounce around and win
Nice.
this. But black gets to establish this gorgeous bishop on d4 and then probably take away the pawn on b6. And if that happens,
feels
you probably don't
holdable.
lose, right?
Right.
But instead, black played king g7, which loses to a very, very nice shuttle maneuver. You go queen b7,
Attacking the
provoke bishop e5, or bishop b8 actually, doesn't really matter. And then we drop all the way back to f3, protecting d1 and attacking f4, meaning that we're threatening
knight
both this and this. We're threatening both. And we're winning in exchange here for white. And with the queen against the 2 minor pieces, there's going to be some chances to hold after something like,
Very
let's say,
unlikely,
e5, knight
yeah.
f8, rook f8. But you
Rook
generally,
e7.
don't hold these types of positions.
No, it doesn't feel.
No,
Wow, queen b7, queen f3. That's a nice retreating move, Maurice.
Pragg
I did
has-
4 courses for Chessable.
4.
4 courses on the single topic of material imbalance. And there were various material imbalances. 2 minor pieces versus a queen was one of them. Or 2 minor pieces versus a lot of different common queen, 2 rooks. The positions with the material imbalance, those are the most gnarly positions in chess. What I found going over literally hundreds, not a couple of thousand positions, is top players make mistakes in these positions routinely. Not surprising you watch these mistakes get made. Routinely. The math is just weird. And to know where should I put this, how do I compete in the best way, it's extraordinarily difficult, and you need clear guideposts. And even when you have them, and like I said, I went deep into this type of position because I'm so fascinated by them. Even when you have them, you look and you go, wait, that's the right move? You just played routinely badly, just horribly. And you see, you're talking about world-class players, you just pointed out, playing terrible moves, move after move after move. And here, the defense is much harder, obviously, because you're the one trying to survive. If you don't know where to put your pieces, you just die. And here, he's going down. He needed a very clear plan, clear posture. He cannot let the pieces keep increasing in value. The knight on d7 is weird. Let's get that straight. Knights just don't go to d7.
King e1 is
about
also
to play
pretty
King
strong.
e1, guys.
It's weaker than...
And now Pragg just made a mistake again.
No, King e1 is good.
Okay,
I think
E1
King
is
e1 is stronger, but King
Queen
e1
f3 is
good.
stronger, but king e1
King
defends
e1
the
works
rook.
out and defends the rook. Okay,
Threatening knight.
this is true, and now the knight is extremely powerful.
Yeah, we want to take on
you're losing
a7
the
and
pawn.
then...
But the knight on d7 is a strange piece. These are the kind of things that happen. Normally, you're not putting your knight on d7, d6, f6,
Right.
e6, d5 even. But these are the kind of things that start to pop up.
This is messy.
You can look at all the other games. We're not finding these kind of material imbalances. I'm always fascinated. Okay, I did 4 courses already. I'm not going to do a 5th. But this is good stuff to add in context of my course, the Menacing Miners.
You don't have to do a 5th course. Just update the first 4.
Exactly. Throw this in there. Or make a reference to those who have gotten the course.
Nice.
The courses that, here's another one to learn from.
Thank you, Maurice. Because this game is so of vital importance to our standings, break it down some more. You like Queen F3 better. King E1. Do you see chances for Jorden to save the game?
Well, it's going to be quite messy, and the line I just showed on my
E8?
board, I think you're expected to play Rook E8 here, because allowing that knight takes f8 seems a bit strange.
Let's do it.
White will now take on, I mean, I'm assuming, it's best. I'm assuming this is the intention. You take on B8, you take on A7. If you allow Rook D1, D7, I think your position collapses, so you kind of have to play Rook A8. At least you activate one rook, but you've given up your entire queen side.
Okay.
And if you give black some, let's say if you imagine black gets to play e4 and knight d3 in this position, it could become messy. But white is first, and white goes rook d7, and you might feel this king is feeling a bit homeless. But I think it will be quite safe around the c2 square eventually.
I think important is to not start pushing your p-pawn as well, because then that would give the rook on a4 some ideas, right?
Yeah.
Cut the king on e1, so that would be problematic. Just keep the pawn on b2 and
for the
focus
time
on
being,
your own
certainly,
attack.
yeah. I noticed that the engine, for instance, the engine starts
I like rook a6 f6.
starts pushing the b pawn once you go rook a6 f6. Once there's nobody on the a file, b2 b4 definitely becomes a very, very important topic of conversation.
It's funny that you said that. I wanted to put the rook on e8 on f5, but leave the black rook
on the A file.
On the A file to stay active.
That's 3 moves and also e5.
But I can't get it, squeeze it around. If only I could make that happen.
Yeah, also, rook e6, probably rook d8, you might start having some difficulties with queen f8 coming in.
Yeah, if you could.
If we could just do it in one move.
Yeah,
this would be the thing. If I could just pick it up and put it on
if
f5.
If this was a legal move, it would improve black's position immeasurably.
Oh, what joy you would have if you had that. But again, it's about specific setups and maximizing your pieces. If you don't see how to make it happen, you're just gone. Those pass pawns are too strong.
And Peter, catch me up on the move number, because I'm seeing
this is move 25. Yeah,
13 minutes versus 12 minutes. So at move 25, time trouble could become a factor. At the moment, I see Prague as having the happier moves. Yeah. But once again, if you don't mind, rook e8, knight takes b8, rook takes b8, queen takes a7. Just pause this moment for a moment, because I'm a pawn grabber. I don't like losing pawns. You're gonna sack. I was gonna play rook f8, and you're gonna take on f7 anyway.
That regrettably does not work.
Yeah.
That does not
then
work
I'm knight d3 check.
Yeah, but that's just the one.
It's just not e4. Not sufficient.
It's gonna be bad, I think.
I don't disagree.
The a pawn is just going to be an overwhelmingly most important factor in this position.
Yeah,
and the extra queen.
Yeah.
Also the a pawn.
Fair. So at the moment, Prague is in the driver's seat on this one. But over to you, Cristian, a game that we haven't paid enough attention to.
Just to give you an update between the two players, Sam Sevian versus Fabiano Caruana, the battle of the two Americans, one of the battles between 2 out of 4 Americans. And at this point, after rook to a4, Sam thought for a very long time. He was trying to figure things out, trying to figure a way how to simplify the position at this point. And he chose queen to b3, which makes a lot of sense. Because, for example, if you go rook to a8, now we're going to trade pawns. Queen takes b6, queen takes b6, rook takes b6, you take on e4, and this is just simply going to be a very simple draw. But Fabi thought for a very long time after queen to b3 and found another way to keep the game going for a few more moves. He played the move knight takes e4, and this is an exchange sacrifice right now. Knight takes e4, queen takes a4, knight to d2, and it's all banked on the fact that, for example, if you take on b6, well, first of all, take on b6 or queen takes b6 doesn't work, but if you go rook to a1, queen to g5 is going to come in the position, and you're starting to feel the hit on the king side. You have to sacrifice the pawn with d5 to try to lock up the bishop on b7. This is the problem piece for white's king in cooperation with the queen, looking at the g2, but also maybe the knight coming to f3 into play as well. Definitely a lot of pieces swarming around the white king at the moment. So we got rook to d1 from Sam Sevian. We expect queen to g5. In fact, it has been played. And let's see if we do have a move right now. I see the players writing something down. I believe that was just queen to g5.
Queen g5.
The ball is in Sam Sevian's court right now. He needs to find the move d5. If you start giving checks with queen to e8, for example, which is somewhat tempting, even though getting with the queen all the way into black's camp and so far away from your own camp and your own defense as white, that might be problematic. If you go like this, after f5, g3, knight to f3, it does feel like black is starting to take the lead in this one. So don't go for that. Don't get too ambitious in this position as white. Just go d5, close up the action of the bishop on b7, and perhaps force simplifications. Do we have a move? Yes. d5 has been played. Right now, knight takes c4 seems to be what black needs to do. Queen takes c4, bishop takes d5, and after queen to g4, I don't think you're going to lose this one as white. You're not going to win it either, but we will be seeing simplifications, and I do think that this one, in the end, is going to finish in a draw as well.
Thank you, Cristian. 2 pawns and a bishop for an exchange. As a Grunfeld player, you like that pass b
If
pawn.
you could get the pawn from b6 to b3, you might have
get some chances.
Becoming a bit interested. But
right.
I mean, we take, we go
b5.
First thing to mention here is, if you remove the b6 pawn off the board, it's still a draw.
Easy draw.
So black runs no risks whatsoever.
Right. I think another thing to mention is that queen to g4 is not forced. You can also go
played.
queen to f1.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, yes. you don't have to trade queens. You can put your queen, frankly, and then you square f6, e5, whichever one you prefer. But I think you will struggle
No, I mean for white. You can go queen f1.
Yeah, but he already played queen g4, so that's...
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Did
that's
he?
on. And Fabi
Fabi played b5 without
Wow.
trading. Fabi says, if you want the queens off the board,
fine.
Improve my structure a little bit, please, first.
Right. So you were making the point, take the b pawn off the board, take the queens off the board, black has a comfortable draw.
Yeah, no, this is
Leave the b pawn on the board.
Let's say
the only player playing for a win
we play
is
sort
black.
of naively, if we do this.
Right.
I assume it's still a draw, but black will try for a while because
not?
One of white's pieces will be constantly tied down to the idea of not allowing this to get to b2.
Right.
It's very solid, though. It's very difficult to imagine exactly how you make any progress, and particularly if
Well,
I
you're
think
going
rook
to
d2
come
is a
with the
mistake.
king,
I think the way you do it is you put the rook on b4 instead of d2, and that's a bit more active. And
Cut the king also. From
also just to
h4. I think
make
that's
it more
important.
difficult for black to get anywhere.
Okay.
And as you can see, the bar is firmly at 0-0-0, not really shifting.
Okay. So you're saying this game is most likely to be a draw, which
We think
means that
so.
if Prague was to win the game,
He'd be only on
And?
+1, though. And he made a bit of an interesting choice there because
he didn't take on
everything
b6.
up to rook a8 happened, and he chose queen c7 over queen b6, allowing black to make the move e6, e5, which black wanted to
Jorden
play
played.
anyway.
100%.
I think he probably thought rook d7 is very strong. And
Yes.
it is by far the best move in the position, but black has knight e6. And you cannot take on f7 right now, because then I think your queen will get perpetually checked by a rook.
Show
Rook
us
on a8,
queen to
yeah.
Queen
d7,
d7, rook d8, and we continue doing this on every square that
you go
will be
to.
needed.
Guys, this game is flaring anew. I don't think after e5 you actually have such an easy path.
No. He has to play queen
towards the
b7,
advantage.
rook a b8, and something like queen d5. But the b6 pawn survived.
Whoa.
Yeah, this is not that
This
easy
is-
anymore.
No, I did 4 courses in this thing. I said, tell you about that. Listen, and the other thing you didn't point out is after rook d7, knight e6 drops the e-pawn with check.
Which you're happy to...
Which is tempting as well.
Yes, and then suddenly you stare at it and black says, but I've got play. This material imbalance is weird, and I'm threatening knight f8 to pick off your rook.
Discover,
The
check.
rook start getting into the game.
And importantly, a4 is still hanging. So if you play something like queen f6, which is playable because we do have rook e7 here, we haven't actually dropped the rook.
Right.
But we do drop the pawn on a4, and this is we're just not going to win.
this
This is a
is-
very safe fortress for
100%.
black. Yeah.
Absolutely. Rook on b4, for example, will hold you back. Or and hold the pawn.
Knight
This
stayed
is
on
exactly
E6. Yeah,
what
this
he's
is
looking
over.
for. Remember, the king side is 1 for black. Black is not worried about the king side at all. What black needs are secure squares for other pieces. The knight on f4 is okay. Knight on f5 is okay. Knight on d4 is okay. These are the squares, and black gets stable squares for the pieces, particularly the knight. Then white will not be able to push through. And white needed to be far more aggressive and start removing pawns. Pass pawns feature very highly in material imbalance positions. I know it sounds like a kind of a trivial things to say, but they're huge, especially when you have a queen. And what he did by avoiding taking that pawn on b6, he may come to regret it, as suddenly black might activate pieces much faster and get real counterplay. This position, we're going to see more mistakes in a couple more moves. Just watch. The imbalances are imbalanced piece positions are incredibly difficult to play. I don't care what level you are, because you don't study them and learn the nuances of these type of positions on a regular basis.
Yeah, I'm with you, Maurice. I was always working out those positions where it was like the Queen's Gambit accepted, 4 versus 4, and the same material and pieces, not these types of things. But I'm looking, Peter, at the bar, and the bar is telling me, you've played e5, good for you. White's winning.
No, I mean, the engine probably will still win this. The engine does go rook d7 and then plays, as I mentioned, it plays queen b7, rook a b8, queen d5. And by exerting pressure against the pawn on f7, we're still preventing black from really generating any serious counterplay. You don't get to play knight d4
Queen takes
because f7 is
mate.
hanging. Yeah. We also want at some point, I think, to play b2, b3, and perhaps to swing the king over to b2, just to make sure, first of all, we don't blunder our all-important passer on a4, and secondly, safeguard the king a little bit. And no, but that's the thing about looking at this with the engine. The engine will actually play it borderline. I mean, just perfectly. I don't know why I decided to qualify it with borderline.
Perfection.
Yeah, and we have already seen that our players are floundering a lot more than the engine would in this position.
Right. I understand what you're saying, that I desperately want to play knight d4. I might take my king back to g8 just for a moment.
Yeah,
so that
goes
when
king g2 for now.
Yeah, so I'm going to lose my e5 pawn, but I want to put my knight on, so I'll go rook f8. And I'm hoping to just plop my knight on d4.
Even continuing to improve for the time being.
And knight d4 and no fortresses for me, huh?
But a4 survived. Compared to what we just discussed, a4 survived. And that makes all of your positions so much more dangerous.
Gosh, I feel like I've made progress, though, Peter. Rook e8 to e6.
Yeah, and I can't play rook e7 because I have knight c6. Yeah,
that was a trick.
But I have queen c7, and if you leave the back rank, I will very happily play rook d8. I think just to get one rook off the board to make sure I never get mated.
Okay.
And b6 is hanging.
So rook e6. Gosh, I just feel like I'm so close to making a fortress.
But I will have a5. I will. Let's say you establish this setup. Yeah. Without the a pawn, you will hold this every single time. But it's still on the board.
But it's a5.
A5 lands and everything collapses, right?
Yeah.
And this will be a recurring theme in all of these positions.
Wow.
But you need to, and clearly Prague has been thrown by the fact that rook d7 here isn't ending the game on the spot, and he's still thinking. He kind of needs to refocus and to realize that he hasn't actually given the game away if he catches himself in time. But it is now important to start playing well again.
Well,
fascinating position, on top of which he just fell behind on the clock for I believe the first time in a long time.
Well, since the opening, yeah, we've blitzed out his opening queen e2, a4.
Clipping along, no problem, got this advantage, and now suddenly Jorden is feeling a little bit more. Wait a minute now. I know I'm still worse and maybe losing, but I think I might see my way to some chances here. As when you're up material this way, what do you want more than anything? Specificity, clarity.
Yes.
I need something nice and easy. Come on now. Why are you still fighting? Why don't you lay down and die?
I should buy those courses.
I should buy those courses, yeah.
What did you say?
I should buy those courses, I said.
Simplicity. Make my life easier. Die. Why don't you?
Yeah, just die. Why are you fighting still? And then it's murky, and then people start talking about fortresses. What are you talking about? I just want to crush this guy.
Right.
Now it turns into work. The clock's ticking away. He's got to make 12 moves in 7 minutes.
Talk about longest thinks, too, because we often say in chess, long think, wrong think. Let's take a look at the Sinquefield Cups and this tournament in particular, the 2026. Maurice, take this one away.
Yes, there were definitely some long things here, although I wouldn't say long thing, wrong thing necessarily. That top one, Caruana, made a very wise decision.
Dubious, it says to me.
Yeah.
Yes, I heard that.
We disagree with this.
I disagree vehemently with that
That move won him the game.
Yes, he absolutely
Dang.
did
Queen
not
F1.
play
I would swap the
top two, right, in the
marks.
evaluation, in fact.
Yeah, because it's complementing a 4F5 in his game against Wesley, which is the only move in the position, and it's criticizing Queen F1, which was genuinely the decision that won him the game because it threw.
I mean, I understand it's just facts we're talking about, and these long things were made 38 minutes, 30.3 minutes, 27.6, 26.1, and 24. And these are the evaluations we're seeing on the left. The top one, Caruana, with Queen F1, however, we definitely disagree with the evaluation.
And
of the
Levon is being done very dirty by this, because this is Rook G6 against Sindarov, which probably loses. This is a question mark to the move which he made instead of Rook G6, which the engine doesn't realize probably loses long term. So forget Fabi. Levon is done very dirty with this graphic.
All right, so we've got some humans.
Wow. I mean, guys, just read the graphic.
Obstreperous reactions to the engine.
Mega's working really hard and you're disagreeing.
We have opinions too, thank you. The engine can say what it likes. We're not just to be slaves to the engine. By the way, though, we do have the queen takes on B6, which the engine said was not the best move, but again, humans play differently.
One of the top two, yeah.
And it's still better for white here. It is important that Jorden clip this pawn on A4 if he really wants to have a chance. He might get
a little bit
loose
by E4.
Yes, I was going to say he might get a little bit loosey-goosey with the move E4, get the knight on D3. That looks like it's saucy. I wouldn't blame him if he did play that move. Although we really would love to get that A pawn off the board if we could maintain those chances as well. So this is still going to be a tough defense. The question is,
this is very messy now.
Messy. I was going to use the word murky.
Murky.
Well, how do we make it murkier? Which line do we go into that may confuse the opponent? You know you're losing, or at least you know you're much worse.
Right.
But what's the line that makes your opponent go, I'm not sure about that. You know those knights, they do very weird things. All of a sudden you see a piece drop off because of a backwards knight move. And wait, what just happened here? I just blundered. He almost would have done it with Rook D7, allowing knight E6, as you pointed out. If he takes on F7, these are the kind of moves you have to be watchful for when knights are on the board. So, all right, will he play E4 or won't he?
Well, let's get to it. First
let's
of all,
get to the position.
6 minutes and 48 seconds for Pragg. Pragg captured on B6. 6 minutes, 20 seconds for Jorden. And Jorden knows he's worse, but he's looking at that move E4, Peter, and he's saying, wait a minute, E4, knight D3 check?
But the problem is, if you play E4 with the queen back on B6, knight D3 is a check but not a fork, allowing white the all-important tempo to finally get my rook to the square where it needs to be.
Before I cut it off.
Although now that I've put this on screen, the engine says now you can take on A4. I think it originally thought this was losing, but now it's back to thinking this is very, very unclear. I don't know why it originally thought this was losing. Now it doesn't at all. Yeah, actually maybe E4 is just as playable.
Are you telling me the engine's changing its mind?
It is.
The longer it thinks?
And it's been a while since I did the disclaimer. This is the onboard engine on the website, which is not as strong as I suspect many of the engines our viewers would be using. So it does. Okay. It provides you provisional results.
Okay,
which is fine by us.
But give us some.
We don't need perfect assessment.
But give us
Here he goes. E4, the human move.
E4 it's an incredibly tempting move,
it is.
Peter.
It is absolutely. Yeah.
Okay,
but now engine's arguing that Rook D7 is absolutely the only move. Don't let your rook get cut off sitting back on D1, because the knight on D3 just turns into a monster. So you need to activate your rook allowing the knight to be activated on a great square.
Thank
By the
you.
way, I know Yasser is saying, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Give me that knight on D3. Rook to D7 is the move that Peter's put on his board, but Prague hasn't played it yet.
It's somewhat of a very natural move to make, though. You do not want that rook to stay on the first rank.
And
You're
be
not even
cut
tempted
off.
to go A5 because you know knight D3 is coming after that. The queen starts getting tracked
put
via
the
the
rook back on
B8,
D1
C8
for a
squares.
second.
Rook D7 has to be played. I think Prague will play it.
A 5-knight G3, king F1, rook A, B8 engine starts preferring
Exactly,
black.
exactly.
Because
But note, though, if you do play Rook D7, you are giving away your A-pawn.
Yeah.
You're just agreeing to give away your A-pawn and let the knight and rook maybe do something.
Yeah,
You have to assess.
You have to see queen b7. You have to realize rook f8 probably will be required from black, and then we take away the e4 pawn. But once again, if you manage to get rid of the outside passer on the queen side and then reposition your knight to some kind of a safe square, your drawing chances increase. Like some position like this, you can very easily imagine. Black is no longer really playing for any direct counterplay, but fortresses are in our future here.
Starting to appear. And look at those
would
backward
love
knight moves again. You were going forward, and what'd you do? You went backwards. What? Are
If
you
would
crazy?
be able to get the knight to E6, unfortunately for
Oh
you,
yeah,
you
that
cannot.
would just be a draw. Yeah.
But knight on E6 is a draw. That's
Yes.
it.
Yeah, regrettably for black, this just doesn't work because of the rules of chess. The pesky rules of chess are.
Those small
Rook
little
D7, big
details.
moment right now.
Big
If he
moment,
doesn't
too,
play Rook
how
D7.
long Prague has been thinking about this position. As natural as Rook D7 may be, you still have to look at moves. You don't want to see black get clarity, and you're dropping your A-pawn. That's huge.
By the way-
I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't play this move.
We still have 10 moves to go until the time control.
Yes,
First of all, I
11
wanted to
for
point
black
that out.
after this next move.
Both players are down to 5 minutes. And the current position, if you don't mind, Peter, I got tasered by a game that Garry Kasparov defeated in the World Championship. He put a knight on D3.
Rook D7 on the board.
And they called this the giant octopus. Why did you get 2 question marks?
Knight D3. Wait a
Yeah,
minute.
instantly. I'm putting the knight on D3.
Wait a minute.
And the computer says bad decision.
Knight d3
because-
is apparently a bad move because after king e2, rook takes a4. You
Yes,
get the
what
same
if I-
position, but the knight will not return. Queen b7,
Actually-
Whoa. I'm going to go knight e5.
rook e7. Maybe this is what he missed.
I've missed it too.
Also, but this is where we have to start having this conversation. I was going to ask you, Yasser, and this provides me perfect opportunity. Takes, knight c4,
Right?
queen c5, knight b2.
Knight takes b2. Yeah.
Yeah, let's talk about this.
Um,
Let's
put
talk
my
about
rook
this.
on
This is just a
F5?
draw, right? This is
Yeah.
just a draw.
Just a draw.
That's thank you.
Absolutely.
Fortress.
This is just a draw.
You want to clean up those pawns.
Yeah. Yeah.
So this is the fact that the engine now currently says it's a blunder is because it lacks the event horizon
To realize.
that this holds very, very comfortably.
And this is what he's going for with the move knight D3. He's trying
Exactly.
to clean up those queenside pawns.
Exactly.
And that's
Maurice.
a massive thing. King now on E2, and
Rook
that end
takes
game you
A4.
cannot allow.
Yeah. Rook
But you
takes
might
A4.
have to, regrettably, for white. There seems to
No,
be
you-
no way to.
Avoid it.
I don't see a way for white to avoid it.
Nope.
So rook.
There is no way.
Wow. I remember Jan Timman showing me a position.
But guys, wait. This is not that easy.
Why?
King to G8, keep going. You have queen to B8 check.
Oh, okay.
And I'm starting to pick everything up with
So
tempo.
yeah, king g8, of course, queen takes b2 is a massive, massive blunder because you should be doing this, and then you're not allowing the rook
Right.
to reach.
And actually,
The 5th rank.
somehow it seems that rook is going to be picked up with checks. Queen e5, king g8,
Queen e5,
queen
and
e8.
now we cannot go back to g8 because e8 takes a4.
Geometric start.
Oh my goodness.
Oh,
I'm
my
picking up
goodness.
all of your pieces with check.
That's
Oh,
hilarious.
but King H6? Well, what are we talking about?
Then we get the queen.
He took on a4,
Guys,
so
we
we are
might actually
rapidly
be going towards
we are
this.
rapidly progressing towards this. Queen b7 is the only thing that makes any sense because you need to be able to meet rook f8 with capturing something. If you play queen c7 here and black plays rook f8, you're not even better.
No.
Why would you be better, frankly, here? It's just completely safe for black. So queen b7 is really the only thing to even try.
Okay.
Now, if you play rook f8 here, you are in a lot of trouble. Although, this is actually another thing I wanted to ask you. Because we always get this queen against 1. What happens if we get this queen and rook against 2?
It helps the attacker to have an extra pair of rooks in the position.
Normally, but that would apply to the situation where you can open the tin can, right? Can you open the tin can
But
here?
you're not getting the rook on f5.
I'm not getting the, you play rook d5 very quickly, probably,
Yes.
something like this.
Or
and
queen
then
e5 or something like that.
I don't understand. How do you win this position?
Very difficult.
Can we see
with great difficulty.
With much effort and striving.
Can we see the position after rook to d4 right now? So if you go rook to d4 in this position, you take on d4.
Let's ask
sure, you can take on c5, but let's say you take on d4.
Yeah, hang on.
Take on d4, and then I get my rook on e6. I go rook to e8 and put my rook
I think
on
e6 might not be enough because it has to be a 5 or h5. I think this is probably not enough.
This is just not enough.
Yeah, I don't think so. Oof, yeah, where did this come from? Go back. Rook e5 is definitely not enough.
Watching you struggle with the mouse is bringing joy to my heart.
I go h4, I force you to play h5, and then
king f4,
yeah, I
king
start
g5,
coming in, and this probably is not holding.
And now we
close,
understand why the rook needs to be on f5.
Even though, even winning this position is going to prove, it will require technique.
King G, yes.
King h7?
Like king h7, king g5, and some move, like rook a6. This will still require technique. I mean, machine obviously wins it instantly. It starts creating some really weird zugzwangs, like it goes queen b2 here and says if you play rook anywhere, we'll play queen b7, attack.
Now hold on, you had rook b5 and rook a5 and rook b5 just now. Why didn't you play?
I think
you can't allow the Nigel short, not the short king, which is a description of somebody with all the degrees, but the Nigel short king.
Checkmate.
Is very strong.
Yes, absolutely.
We
queen
do
b7,
have the moves
95 played.
board.
Yeah, 95 played.
They're going right down our analysis.
Yet again, if you don't play rook e7, you're not better.
Right.
Rook b4 is a massive threat for black, so you absolutely have to play rook e7.
We went from a position that had a wide berth to suddenly a very narrow path.
Yeah, that is.
And now white has to be very
narrow.
precise. Kudos to Prague as he realizes what is going on, but he cannot make any mistakes at this moment, or he throws away his advantage.
And here it goes.
I think Jorden just doesn't
going
realize that there's that queen b8.
I think
queen b8.
Yeah,
What a
Jordan is
trick!
counting on this sequence to be
Jorden hasn't seen
his
queen
saving
b8
grace,
yet.
but there is a scorpion sting at the end.
There's going to be a cold shower in about a couple of moves from now.
Let's continue what
One thing to talk about, though,
Queen
is
takes e5.
in this position, we can play f6. Queen takes b2, and then rook a5, right? Oh, no, but then my king gets forced to h6.
Yeah.
Regrettably. I just wanted to discuss this for a second.
Knight takes b2 is on
But
the
I'm
board.
guessing,
guys.
I blundered rook e4, rook e5. I blundered many things along the way.
But you got this position.
Guys,
but
we
this
have
is-
king g8 right now, and he's going to realize that queen b8
Yeah, let's
is a
switch
check.
back to the live position.
He just realized
He just
it right now.
realized it, yeah. He just realized it.
No, he just played king g8. There is queen b8 check,
on,
and that's
Prague.
the crucial move.
There
He's
we
done
go.
it. And I think Jorden just missed queen
Yeah,
b8.
that look on Jordan's face.
And look at the raised eyebrow as well. Okay, that's the tell.
And the head shake.
No. The tell is when your pen is in your hand and you're holding your pen expecting queen takes b2, and then the guy plays queen b8 check, and then it goes. Oh, I could have played king
Zoom in
h6. I could have played.
Jordan's face right now. And see.
Yeah,
He
and,
still hasn't.
Very rarely you will see a grandmaster pause when there is one legal move in the position. But queen b8 was such a shock that
Yes.
he actually needed to stop and think about things.
And now Jorden is thinking, wait a minute, if I go king g8, queen, do it on your board if you know.
Yeah.
Queen b8 check, king g7, queen e5 check.
And you have to start going to
gosh.
h6. Yeah. You have to start going to h6, and then this never holds. Like this is very trivially winning because you will run out of squares.
Oh, Jordan's sitting there going, oh no, please,
Chess
dear Lord, not again.
It's so evil, and it just takes one nuanced move. You had a beautiful plan, and it all fell apart. So
This
close.
is the type of game that puts you on full tilt. Like,
Yeah.
you've been on tilt already. This puts you on full tilt.
100%.
Simple as that. Because look at him. Look at
Can't
him.
believe that
The thing
he
is-
missed queen b8 check.
Look, your
he
confidence
thinks he
is
had a
already
draw.
shattered.
He thinks he had a draw without Queen B8. Yeah.
Your confidence is shattered. And then you see this sequence, and in order to regain your confidence, you need to trust your calculation. And he plays fast. Boom, 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 boom. And then you realize, oh my goodness, I just missed Queen to B8.
Yep.
I remember I got in this.
I'm in the worst shape of my life. And then how do you get out of that pit?
Oh.
That was devastating, and he can't recover. You can see it right now. He needs time to recover, and it's just not happening. And also, he's still on move 38, so it's not like he has 20 minutes to chill. He's got to get the thoughts of what just happened. And remember, he intentionally played this line, pure calculation, straight.
Right.
He could have played many other things. It's not like he had to play the E4, knight, D3 line. He saw the whole thing. Made one long calculation, never checked on any other move.
Queen
and the
D8.
queen did this nasty geometry, triangular geometry, if you will, instead of just taking on B2, and suddenly, disaster. And now he's wondering, could I have done it differently?
Right.
But you can't even think about that. You're staring at a board right now needing to defend, which does look indefensible.
If he plays F7, F6 here, Peter, just tell me.
Queen B7 check, and unfortunately you have to
H6?
go to H6, and then after Queen E7, things start collapsing.
And if I go F5, my rook should be, I don't know, on G4 or some wonderful square. Is this so trivial?
I think it falls apart. Like King F1 is a suggestion, but I think maybe even simpler is just to play H4 followed by Queen G5, H5. And once it reaches H6, as we all know, those problems never really get resolved. Yeah.
Then it's an eternal. Oh my gosh,
The other rook needs to be on G4.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
Not going to happen.
Not going to happen. Oh, for Jorden, what a heartache. I mean, poor guy.
Yeah,
Just
he's having a rough
everything-
event. He's having a rough event right now.
Okay, hold on, Peter, if you don't mind. H4, rook A1. Just go ahead, kill me, put me out of my misery, please.
Let's see how this works.
King G7, rook H1. I'm trying not to allow H6.
Yeah, but even this, the problem I think is that
Even this?
Even this position probably isn't the fortress.
If this is indefensible.
Because with the pawns, as we know, the key to winning these positions with the queen against rook is opening up the king so that there are entrance squares for the white.
I get you. So I play F4 check.
No, but that
F4
one is
check.
lost, right?
Go ahead.
No, but that one is lost,
Why?
isn't it?
Rook H5, King A4, Queen E4, and I'm going to put my rook on F5. Oh,
But the pawn ending,
then you take it.
the pawn ending is going to be lost in every single case. Yes. So eventually, I will force you to get this pawn ending, and it will be lost. Yeah. You can't maintain the.
That's why it has to be an H pawn.
What we're discussing here is that, like, eventually we get to some position like this. You can shuffle for a bit, and I will allow you to shuffle for a bit, and then I will play a4, and at some point, some kind of Queen D7 will.
And you'll take my rook, and you'll win a
You can't go back because Queen takes a5 will be at some point winning.
What?
Well, not immediately, but I will. Let's say King F8, Queen H7, right? You can never do that. So you go King G8, and we go Queen.
You
G7.
take the rook, or
No, here
No,
it's
take the
here
rook.
it's a draw.
It's a draw.
Here it's a draw.
It's going to be Zug. is what's gonna happen.
Yeah, there will be some Zugzwangs here. Yeah.
poor Jorden. Oh my goodness.
But here's the thing. Because he plays so quickly, he overlooked the golden chance we talked about earlier. If I may get this on my board.
Please.
I don't think he's going to resign right now. He's starting to look for constructions again.
Yeah.
But this endgame we talked about is not at all trivial. From this position we have on my board now, the move rook to f8.
Right.
We talked about this position. Rook f8. Queen takes on e4.
Right.
Knight takes on b2. Giving away your knight. King drops back. And now you're down in this position. Exactly how do you win this position? Exactly how do you win as white? This position is not trivial.
No.
At all. You're up a queen for a rook and two pawns, but your pawns are not easy to advance. And this rook is very active. And if he gets to f5, there's challenges. We understand that. And you want to put a pawn on h5 and then challenge the pieces. Yes, there's some chances for white, but I'll tell you, even the engine is looking at it, giving an edge, but saying, exactly how do you win? Mm-hmm. This would be technically much easier to deal with than the position he has now. Mm-hmm. Unfortunately, it's just based on one tactical tempo.
Yeah. It's 100% he would have gone for this over the game position had he seen
queen b8. Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. Yes. You're absolutely right.
He thought he already made a draw.
Yeah. Yeah, he thought he was home and dry after queen takes b2.
I think it's pretty obvious that he was certain he made the draw already, and he didn't really need to.
Yeah, just for those in our audience, the position you have on your screen.
I wanted to go back because I think f2 f4 is just an absolutely criminal thing to even suggest to our viewers. You keep it on f2 because what I do want is to threaten those pawn endings.
Yes.
And I threaten them so much better with the pawn on f2 because they're all winning now.
Right.
And okay, this one I won without the pawn ending, but let's say I give you time to play rook f5.
Right.
But now I can always take, because in this position the opposition doesn't matter because I have tempi to burn.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yep.
So me putting the pawn on f4, I should be disqualified immediately. Like I would be thrown out of my.
We'll let you stay. We'll let you stay.
GM titles are for life. You're safe, Peter. Yeah. You're very, very safe.
My pioneer's house would be, I guess he wants to play king f8 now, because otherwise why wouldn't he play king h6 or f6 earlier? I guess he plays king f8 now, gives up on h7, and tries to get the rook to f5 now.
Okay, that would be something worth trying to defend.
Yeah, but you can't. But you can't
and
even get
they
it in a
have made
good
the time
version,
control. That was very important.
Yeah, and regrettably, a lot of pawn endings will once again be hopeless here. So that's the way these positions.
That is the biggest problem.
Also, the king is not where it's supposed to be. The king needs to be on g7, and we can't even get it to g7 because if you go backwards, you lose the rook to queen d8. Yeah.
It's funny. I've played a lot of games where I've had the rook versus the queen, and I've tried to make a fortress. A lot of games where I've had the queen and trying to break down the fortress, but I can't recall a single time that I've had a queen and a rook trying to break down two rooks.
It's extremely
the fortress that Maurice was suggesting would be difficult to do.
Yes.
And wow, I think Jorden is just probably looking at this tournament and saying, how many things have gone wrong for me in the event?
And again, I think right now his eyes are seeing the past.
Glazed.
He's thinking. See, now he's looking at the score sheet.
Like
what went wrong? I missed that tactic. What should I have done? What's the right sequence?
Right.
And he's running it through his mind. Should I have done this other thing? Wow, I missed that move. All these thoughts start coming in your head. They have nothing to do with the situation on the board, but you're human, and you can't help it.
Right.
And he's just regretting that he just was so close. But I will tell you, he was also so confident. And certainty is a brutal thing in chess.
Let me set something up, though.
I mean, it's an absolute brutal thing. You ought not to be certain in chess because literally anything could happen. You have to double check and triple check your calculations and not play so quickly.
Draw, by the way.
What?
Even, like, this is losing for black because the king doesn't come back. The one I set up on my board right now, I'm assuming from the 150 on my screen, is a draw.
Because your king gets back to
because
G7.
It gets back to G7 and we stay on like A5, H5 squares and we never blunder queen takes H5. Ooh. Important not to blunder queen takes H5 because this pawn ending is lost. This one needs to be avoided at all costs.
Right.
But I'm guessing we have enough squares on the 5th rank.
I'll play this one out though, so that the audience can see. You're threatening king G5. And
well, it's impossible to preserve both. I guess the intricate one would be F6 and then
king E6.
F4 king F7 is a draw, but we can even do this, right, and pass the move again. And after king G7, king E6, we will.
So you could have played king E6 in one move, no, and then play F4.
I know, but I wanted to show how much leeway we have.
Okay.
This
and
one.
King G6, F5,
king G7,
check. King E7.
King E7. You've got to give up that.
And this is the famous, like with the pawn back on H7, this is the famous triangulation endgame and all the stories connected with it. But with the pawn on H5, we just take both, and you win very comfortably. You don't need to know about the concept of triangulation.
strangulation, if you will.
Well, there is still a remote
Wow.
chance, maybe.
One other game is actually going on, guys, and that is
About
the
to
game,
finish, though, I think.
between Fabi and Sam,
Let's switch to that view, because I think they're repeating.
because that was the game where 2 pawns versus the exchange. They're repeating? What were the last
Well,
few
they
moves,
they
Peter?
could be repeating anyway. They haven't been repeating yet, but after rook g1, king f7, these are the last couple of moves. And something along the lines of rook b4, bishop b2, rook e4, bishop f3 doesn't seem outlandish to me.
No, rook b2.
Yeah.
MG, just looking at Sam's
Although
intent,
rook e5 wins a pawn.
I wanted to ask, what Sam
e5,
is
bishop d5.
intently looking
Bishop
at
e5,
rook
rook g5.
Then the
e5.
pawn lands on b3.
But yeah, but it gets to b3. Yeah, it doesn't seem like we're going to be winning very many of these. Yeah. I don't know why Fabi felt obliged to actually play g4 at any point. Like he could have just kept the shape like, as it is. Like g4 seemed completely unnecessary to me.
Very
Yeah,
unnecessary.
Yeah, I didn't really understand it. Even f5 did, like I would have actually, if you asked me which structure I want here, I would have said
E5,
e5
F6.
f6. Yeah, e5 f6.
I'm with you, yeah.
I won them on dark squares.
Thank you for asking, yes.
Yeah.
All right, so that game's still in the throes of a draw. Let's go back, if you don't mind.
You know, there's a line.
Position. Sorry.
Injin saying it's completely lost. But black is able to save the e-pawn in this position.
Tell me.
How so?
By playing rook a6.
Ah, yeah.
We're back to the Prague
Yeah, we're back to
Jorden
the Prague
In the
game.
Prague game. In the Prague game, yes.
And swing it over to e6, yeah.
That's good. I mean,
E7,
that makes it harder. I'm assuming
And what happens
they're
now
playing
when you
queen
start
H8?
sort of moving your king back and forth?
Well, the king is
Well,
going to get in Suzwan.
Well, queen H8, where's your
Okay,
king
so
actually moving?
does this throw anything? A little bit after
allowing
rook
me to get
e5,
the rook
yeah.
on f5, yeah.
Yeah, we don't want to, yeah.
I was
we
rather
started
go
with queen
e4,
H8.
yeah.
Because if you go king D7, I got queen F8. That's a little disturbing, right?
You do?
Yes, I do.
And if I play rook f6, you can...
Queen C5, queen.
Many decent squares before a8. It's just important to never allow you to play rook e5 comfortably.
Okay, so
I
here's
can't play
the
rook
point.
f3 and rook takes f2 because you have queen
No, I'm going
h7.
back. I'm not going king takes e4.
What? Take the pawn.
Why not take the pawn?
Ah, yeah, of course, f2
There's
is not
queen
taking.
a7.
Yeah.
Queen a7 exists. Yeah.
Yeah. Oops.
Actually, it doesn't like it. It prefers it with a pawn on e4 somehow.
Oh, come
Don't
on.
take the
Stop
pawn.
it.
No.
It's all the same. No, it doesn't.
Yeah,
It doesn't really. No.
You're not getting to G7 from this position. You're not getting your king to G7. No way.
One thing I wanted to check.
Please.
I'm not entirely sure.
Can I
Is
take
this
the rook?
winning?
My first instinct
No.
would be yes.
No, apparently.
Wait,
Not,
this is
not enough.
winning?
King g5. I thought f3 will be winning, right? But
Right?
even king h4 is fast enough. Shockingly. This is fast enough somehow.
That is
You will be able to attack it from
Yep.
behind.
good
yeah.
point.
Dancing
In the
kings.
meantime, Jorden is like, he's looking for a corner in the room to crawl in because he thinks he's just blundered the game away.
He's disgusted, right?
Totally.
He's completely disgusted.
But by the way, rook, I like your move rook a6 and rook e6. I mean, you've got to put problems in front of your problem, your opponent.
try.
And that's the
Problems
best
in
try.
front of your problems is a very good description. of my
problem in
life,
front
yeah.
of your problem. You got to give your problem. You've got to
your problem some
transfer
problems,
your
yeah.
problems
Yeah,
to
yeah.
your opponent and say, "You deal with my problems."
My problems are so ingrained; they have problems of their own by this point.
Right. They're organic.
Yeah, I very much like Queen C8 here, by the way.
Queen.
We see rook d4.
Rook
is pretty
d4,
much
we
the
go
only
Queen
way to
c5
play it.
check, Rook d6, King e3, and it never rotates. It like you can't really get it over to good squares.
Oh man.
I guess king d7 maybe.
King c7, I thought I can maybe even take, although take that doesn't appear on my screen at all.
I think for a
Take
lot
rook
of our
d6 and
a
again, you're
lot of
probably-
our viewers would look at that position, Peter, and say, "Why aren't you playing f5 and trying to keep
Oh,
your
wait a minute.
pawns?"
If you take, I go king rook f6.
Yeah, I'm not sure about this at all, although it appears to still be winning somehow, because the king doesn't get to where it needs to be.
Yeah.
Check. You have to play King e7. I can even throw in.
I go queen g5. Yeah, yeah.
Throwing
yeah.
even this move. Yeah,
That-
I'm provoking all kinds of weaknesses you're not getting.
That's nasty.
That's
Yeah.
hurtful.
That's just nasty.
But I want to preface this by saying that there's some pitfalls.
And
that
sorry,
white fall into.
sorry, Peter. We make assumptions a lot, and we go very fast, and because we see what's going on. But after that queen g5 move, it should show why it's over.
Yeah, it's not. Game very much continues, and interesting.
But first you should show king e6.
yeah, that
breaking
is,
the-
King e6 is a. Yeah,
that would be
that's simplest.
easier. Easier. So you have to play
That means
six.
you don't have to fight against that because you're in complete zugzwang. You have to play h6
Yeah, and then
and give the pawn up.
the game kind of restarts. And actually, the engine doesn't even take on h6. It prefers to keep. It prefers to keep the what's it called? Domination.
Completely
complete
ridiculous.
domination over the.
So if you go rook f5, you don't take on f5.
No,
oh,
here
you do
we
take
can.
on f5.
Here we can. We have enough now.
Dang.
Because you taking e7 and now you
I
just
think
lose the
h5
tempo and
probably. h5.
you get it
Dang.
via g6. Yeah.
If the king gets to f6, it ends up. You
this
eventually run
is-
out of squares. Let's show how. Yeah.
King f6.
And we
That
go
tempo
f3.
with that f pawn.
Never play f4.
Yeah, and then either king e7 or king g7, and the king will get locked out.
Let's see it. Let's see it played out. King and pawn endings. These folks are the bread and butter.
No,
of success.
This one's too easy.
we are no. It's this one is very easy though.
But if you had played,
Yeah, and this is the one, right? So we can finally show it. Yeah, I will probably not tell my Udasian story anymore, but we can finally.
well, now that you mention it, you have to share the Udashian story. What's the Udashian story?
I told it on air. I'm pretty sure I told it on air for in the club streams as well. But there was a game, and I think in the Leningrad Championship, and I think probably maybe either late 70s, probably early 80s.
You're dating yourself with the Leningrad
Yeah,
Championship.
it was Leningrad yet at that, still at that point. And this game this position, I think with colors reversed, was reached in a game between Vyacheslav Osnes, a very strong Soviet, I think he was a grandmaster, and Leonid Udassin. And Leonid Udassin actually, he voluntarily traded knights to get to this endgame on the poorer side, with 1 against 2, not with 2 against 1, with 1 against 2. And he was always a very emotive player, and he was always, a lot of fun to watch. He kind of did this whole body shrug and said, "Theoretical draw?" And Osnes was so kind of shook by the idea that he is playing out a theoretical draw that he just in a trance, he extended the hand, and they shook and they signed the score sheet. And at some point, the realization dawned on Osnes that it's a theoretical win. It is theoretical, but not a draw though. And there were some repercussions. Some repercussions were to follow. But
what were these repercussions is the real question. But we're getting back to this end game. Just fell on my screen here.
Could we go to Fabi's?
And the end game that you showed. Actually, I want to stay on your board because I think we're hearing their audio problems. But if we stay on your board with this end game on Peter's board right now, this one, and despite getting all the way here, you still need to know how to triangulate in order to win. To reset this position. You did all this work, and if you don't know this end game, you blow it and you make a draw. But this now puts black in full zugzwang, and black has no king move that makes any sense because white's king going to step forward or step to the side to follow you. So you must know this triangulation technique. You could also do king e4, king f4, and king e5. But the point is to reset this position and get here as well.
Black to move. Yeah.
With black to move.
Wow.
I hear that your audio is back.
And
unfortunately, I don't get to take over the show for myself.
And rook a6 was not played. Rook a4 was, and now after queen h4, as I mentioned, maybe the largest problem black has here is you can't go king e8 or king f8 because you just
so
basically
desirable.
drop a rook. You would like to get king f8 here, but you're losing the queen before. So after queen h4 check, you have to go forward, and forward is never the way to go in these types of positions.
Yeah.
You always want the king in the corner. And after king e3, the coordination will eventually get broken. It's not probably even going to be particularly difficult to break.
Although I would go down with one great act of defiance. No, I would play rook a3 check. Ooh.
Even this is lost.
Ooh, that's nasty.
This is just incredibly painful that all of these king and pawn endings are just completely lost. King f6, king f4, I'm guessing, and if king g6, we can go h4, king f6, f3 as usual, burning one final tempo, and then we go either here or here.
Amazing.
Cruel.
Stein had said many years ago, don't push your pawns, don't touch them. You'll need a tempi for the end game. And of course, we push pawns all the time to do dirty things, but you get into these endings, you realize you need those pawn moves, otherwise the game ends in a draw. You use the pawn moves for Zugzwang, and that's all these material advantages. We talked about bishop versus knight, the ability to play bishop takes knight. So a lot of times you're up material, it's because you can play queen takes rook.
Yeah.
Your queen is advantageous because you can sack it more easily. And that's what happens here for you to win these positions quite often. But Pragg is thinking about things. And, you know, a lot of times these youngsters, these youngins, they don't really look at their end games too deep. And sometimes they get a little confused as to what to do. And I'm not saying Pragg is in that setting, but he's certainly thinking about all the fortresses that are possible.
If you don't mind, Peter, queen h4 check, king e6, king e3.
Rook a3, I think I have king f4, right?
Obviously, you don't get skewered. King takes e4 would be an embarrassment. Sorry, I wanted to play e3.
But I can take, right? I thought. And go e4.
And f5.
Yeah, but they are too progressed now. These are kind of, I think, trivial. Once it gets to h6, once I've crossed I also have h2, h3 ideas all the time, kicking your rook away from your one good square.
Right.
And once it has to occupy squares where it can be attacked, it collapses.
Wow.
Speaking of what Maurice said about youngsters not knowing their technical endgames, I have a student about 2,500. I'm not going to give his name. He actually resigned a rook, f and h pawns versus rook. He had a rook and he just resigned.
Oh, he was 2 pawns down.
He was 2 pawns down.
And he figured it was over. It was over.
The game was over. Yes.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Yeah, and on the topic of youngsters not knowing the basic endgames, there is actually a relevant story to this involving this particular youngster, because many of our I'm stopping with the dating myself. Arguably, maybe the most dramatic match in a recent Olympiad history was the 2022 Chennai Olympiad match between the teams of Uzbekistan and India B, right?
Right.
Where 2 draws were made fairly early on, and on board 1 there was that absolutely amazing game between Gukesh and Norebek, where Gukesh could have won in 2 moves on move 20, didn't find the forced win, and was just winning technically. And then he continued, and Norebek was fighting tooth and nail somehow, finding a way to stay afloat in the position where many people would have just given up. And it was becoming trickier and trickier. But on board 3, Pragg was playing that endgame, rook and h pawn against king and light squared bishop. And at the time, I thought maybe Gukesh continued pressing past the point of no return, and because at some point Gukesh's game became genuinely messy. And he could have just bailed. He had options to bail on pretty much every move until a certain point where it genuinely became a three-result game. And I thought maybe Gukesh thinks Pragg doesn't know how to win this. And Pragg won it without a single problem. And I think I later even maybe spoke about this with Gukesh, definitely with Pragg. And it was confirmed to me that no, this wasn't the point. Gukesh just wanted to win the game. Gukesh just doesn't like the idea of not winning a chess game. But Pragg actually knows basic endgames pretty well. And under tremendous pressure in the home Olympiad, he converted what is genuinely a tricky endgame, the famous one where it seems like you're an exchange and a pawn up, and it should be like you can close your eyes and just do it without thinking, but you actually do need to know basic principles there. And he did it perfectly. He was untroubled.
Respect.
We had the seniors championship recently with Jesse Cry. Defeated Stuart Rachels in the exact ending that you're talking about. By the way, Prague did not capture or go after the e-pawn.
Yeah, he played queen d8.
Queen d8. Give me the rook, he says.
Well, he's getting the e-pawn, no matter what.
For sure.
You're not going to be saving that one.
He just wants to preserve the full dominance for the time being, and he's in no hurry. I guess you'd try maybe rook d5.
Yeah, and this is the dream, that you're trying to get your king to g7.
But we drag it further forward, right?
Oh, no.
And then maybe we play h4 for the end and ask you to make further
By the way,
moves.
queen c6 is annoying.
Yeah, we try.
I'm crying that you got me to come forward.
Yeah. And if you play something like rook f5, I can now go king e3, because once again, if you take on f2, the rook will drop.
Oops,
very easily.
Yeah.
Well, queen d8 is a nice technical move, and I think him thinking after rook a5 wasn't really him being confused. He's looking for the cleanest way to get this home, and I expect he knows exactly what he is aiming for and exactly what to avoid.
You know, to become a star world-class player, the number of things you have to do well, which means the number of positions you have to study. And these kind of endgames are one of those. You think, oh, that's remote. Why do you think that's ever going to come up in one of my games? And then it shows up and you say, man, I should have studied those endings. And it's just so many of them.
Well,
that makes sense to know all the basic ones. They're great books on the topic. They're great courses on the topic. But whoever's watching, it will always pay to know another endgame. Yeah. Always. Just learn another one.
That's what I got to throw a shout out to Vachier-Lagrave. Vichy has been around for such a long time, and he's known so many endings, and he zones right in. He knows these types of endings inside of out. Big
this is the money, because what happens is everybody's theory is good.
Right.
Everybody's getting good theoretical positions.
Right.
You got to get into, okay, you get into wild fights, I'll beat them with tactics. Sure. You'll do it at a lower level. You start getting to the real deal players, you're not beating them with tactics. It's just not going to happen.
Right.
Where is it going to happen? It's going to happen in time pressure and endgames. Yeah. Or just plain endings. So Magnus really sent us all to school with that, where he just won so many equal endgames.
We've seen some studied like rook and pawn endings already in this year's Sinquefield Cup, so we're getting another lesson in ending. Pardon me, but I do want to go back. Cristian, do you have? No, that's the Sam. That was the game. Fabi
Sam
and
Sam is still thinking. They repeated once with rook b4, rook e4, and Sam is trying to figure out if rook e5 gives him anything at all, because it does pick up a pawn
at the
somewhere.
cost of getting the pawn to b3.
Let's show this again, just for our viewers who perhaps missed it the first time round.
Right.
You can actually not even play b4, b3. The engine also says that, like, finally, after some time, putting the pawns on the correct squares is still completely fine, even this.
Right.
But I think most people would actually play b4, b3, because why wouldn't you?
Right.
Rook b4 we play, I don't know. Honestly, any move. I don't hate g5.
Can't I make an attempt, Peter? King e7, king d6, king c5. I want to escort my pawn home. Well, if I can.
Home to
where?
Given value of home, right?
Well, I needed my king on c3.
Let's see. Do we lose if we allow king c3?
We do actually.
We do actually. Okay. So let actually play king.
King
d2. Let's not fool around too much. Yeah.
And now I want to go king f3. I'm just not getting there. King d4, rook check. I am not getting to f3 or c3.
No,
I
don't think you are. No.
No, I don't think so either. Okay, it was an effort. No.
Yeah, so Sam left himself 11 minutes, but he has draw very much in his back pocket. He doesn't really need to worry about the clock at all. Rook b4, rook e4 is on tap whenever he chooses to do it.
By the way, while we might have only one decisive game here in the Sinquefield Cup, the women in the Cairns Cup, they have brought swords, knives, guns, bazookas, and they're just fighting away decisive game after decisive game.
Well, it was 10.
Incredible fights.
It was
happening
10
there.
and Alice Lee leading that competition with 2.5
Not
out
the
of
case
3.
anymore.
What
Not
is
the
that?
case anymore. We'll let our colleagues,
Almira
and Nazi, catch you up with their show. But if just blood spilling and maybe another one as Carissa Yip is hunting down Divya Deshmukh in her game.
Wow, Divya is having quite the roller coaster ride, isn't she?
She's trying to live. She's going to have to try to survive this game. But just wild chess there.
I couldn't help but notice on one of our breaks that Bibi won against Alexandra Kostyuk, former women's world champion, going down 4 losses
Been
in a row.
Disastrous start.
Yes, and actually they did cover that position, and the way she lost, actually, I can pull it up on my screen here, just for informational purposes, because Nazi did cover this with an interview with Bibi Sara earlier, if you were here earlier in the show, so I'll just remind you now. The position ended up being this one. Actually, we can go back just a couple of moves
There was
to
a
right here.
queen on B4. It was oof.
Queen on B4, the diagonal threat, the mate threat in one move. How to stop it, you don't, without giving your knight away. You could castle, but you can't just hang a piece, but instead you hung a rook. One last chance, bishop F1, and she resigned here. There was a little trick to play, knight H3, and if you decide, oh, yuck, 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 let's take the rook, and suddenly, boom, and you're in tears to this smothered mate. But the problem here is white has different moves to deal with it, but the simplest one is, I'll just kill this piece. You can have your little check. Bishop to G2, and we're back to your rook in the corner as you have to move your queen. Unfortunately, she didn't even bother to play knight H3. She didn't want to see it on the board. 23 moves, and Kostyuk having a just nightmare of a tournament, the worst you can have. 0-4 to start the tournament. Just not in great form. We hope everything is okay with her and that she's able to come back with her normal fighting self. But a lot of fighting games in that tournament, and wow, topsy-turvy results. One consistent one, though, 10 is, she's balling right now.
Okay.
Showing her stuff.
Now I have to rush and find out how Alice Lee has done in her game. We're still expecting, thank you, Maurice.
Sam did not repeat. Sam is a very ambitious young man. He played rook f4 check. Let's briefly revisit this before we switch to the main course. Rook f4, I'm assuming he wants king e7, king f1.
How are we getting in?
Trying to get the king to better squares. Like if white actually gets the king over to c3 and black hasn't done anything yet, maybe you have a bit of a shot. And also importantly, now that we've denied the e2 square to the bishop, if you play something like e5, rook b4 actually wins
a pawn.
Wins a pawn. Although we discussed the fact that this is still a draw, so you don't have to worry about anything too much here if you're Fabi. But yeah, I don't know. The fact that Fabi actually has to consider making precise moves from here.
That's a big success for Sam.
Yeah, from here feels a bit weird, frankly. It really shouldn't have been
even this close.
Yeah, a topic of discussion. It's a very, very safe position to begin with. I don't quite understand how we got to where we got to.
Okay, well, I mean, can lightning strike twice? Because Sam's position yesterday was dead drawn against Anish. And when we started this ending, we just thought, well, if anybody had any chances, we thought it was with Fabi. We expected to draw, let's be clear. Yeah, good.
Yeah, well, we'll see. But for the time being, let's switch back to the one we expect to finish in a win for somebody. Rook h5, h4 has been added to the board since we saw it last. And yeah, black is still stuck looking for things to do because white just goes king e3, king takes e4. If you play rook d5, once again, let's show the viewers what the major problem is. The major problem is the king gets dragged all the way to e5, and then you can start looking for zugzwangs, I assume.
Queen b7.
Queen b7 doesn't look
king
bad.
e6.
Yeah, queen c4 also looks kind of decent. There's a lot of moves here which probably disturb the equilibrium for black and lead to wins. Let's say queen c4 with the idea of meeting rook d7 with queen c5 check, and if you run, we don't let you go into the corner. And now we've picked up, we don't even probably take it with the queen, we take it with the king. continue not to let the rook occupy any good squares at all.
Right. And again, the dream from black's perspective, maybe it's not even enough to draw, but to get the rook to f5 or h5 and the king on g7, that's the best position that Jorden could have.
Yeah. Some of those might be drawn, not every single one, but some of those might be drawn, but it's pretty clear that Pragg understands that allowing that is not the way to go.
He's not going to allow it. Maurice, back over to you.
Yes, this one is going to take a while.
You're right.
So just wanted to go back in time a little bit in this round to review a couple of saucy moments, maybe a little bit more than a couple, in the game that was just drawn by the tournament leader, Wesley So. It was a game against Levon Aronian. And even in the final position, Wesley could have played on. Okay, maybe it was just too much to do. He repeated a position, assuming equality and respect for his opponent. But just to show how we got here, for those fans who may not have watched our show earlier, shame on you.
Right.
But here we are with a quick recap. In this position, Wesley played rook to a7, and when his pawn came under attack, he said, you can have that pawn. I'm going to go after your e-pawn. Bishop takes on d6. A very bold move, but rook d7 was met by the move e5. And now bishop takes g2. How many of you calculate this position and say, I'm willing to give up my king, king's protector, the bishop sitting on the g2 square? Yes, I know this is the kind of stuff you do automatically. No, I see you shaking your head. No, we're just letting this bishop explode in your position. Well, the move queen f5 happened, guarding the h-pawn and getting out of the pin. Bishop takes d6, take on f6, and now the bishop back to c6. These are precise moves, amazing moves being played by the players. Pawn takes on g7, and now look at both kings' castle position being compromised. Where's the protection? Who are these guys? Well, they're two of the best players on the planet, is who they are. Bishop takes g3, pawn takes, rook takes d1, rook takes, and now rook down to e3, looking for his own attack in the position. Said queen f4, and after protection, give me this guy, and now you better be really precise. Don't play a check and then look around to say, oh, don't I have a mate somewhere? No more checks anywhere. Every square is covered. You can't go to e2 because of the knight. You can't go to e3 because of the queen. And there's a queen h8 sighting that's going to hurt your feelings completely. So he couldn't do that. Instead, he took on g3 with check, and now the king moved over to this square. And this is the point I wanted to make. Here, it's entirely possible for Wesley to play on.
Yeah, I mean, g2 check and rook takes h3, right?
Yes. In addition, he also can just actually take this pawn. Why would you want to do that to yourself? Well, the Incr thinks this is perfectly fine. And white has to start finding moves. Get out of here. Stop it. Yes, well, this king is exposed. More exposed, I tell you, than this king at the moment.
Feels that way.
Yeah, like what are you doing if you're white here? Queen f4 is supposed to be the most precise move in the position. And then after rook to g6, the most precise, although king f2 is playable. I mean, do you really want to play king f2 here? I mean, you may be daring black to find a move, but...
I always have rook g2 check.
Like king f2? Are you serious? Come on. Rook d6 is a move in the position. Giving up this pawn, give me that. But after takes, okay, I'll take that one. The game continues. Okay, some players might just keep moving, just out of inertia or out of the desire to see if their opponent will play all the right moves. Wesley didn't want to go any further. He said, I'm leading the tournament. I'm good to go. I'm just going to repeat with some checks, and let's just take the draw. And this is why he's still in first, half a point ahead of Levon, with 5 rounds remaining, sitting pretty at the top of the standings, and drawing with black today quite critically, having won with black earlier against Fabiano Caruana, no less. He's showing, okay, black, I got that covered. I'll be hunting people with the white pieces in my next few opportunities.
Thank you, Maurice. And for Wesley, 2 blacks, 1.5, that's been great. But we've got bonus coverage of the Cairns Cup, and we're going to send it over to you, Nasi.
Thank you, guys. We had a lot of results. We have only one game remaining, so let's check how the games went, Almira.
Yes, we have so many decisive games so far. We have results for you. Tanjungi won against the World Championship challenger Vachier-Lagrave. Stavrula Tsolakidou scored her first win against the tournament leader Alice Lee. Bibisara Sobaeva scored her first win as well against Alexandra Kostyanyuk. And the only draw we have so far is between Hampi Konero and Anna Muzichuk-Nazi, but the round is not over.
Yes, we still have one game remaining, and Carissa is trying to win this endgame against Divya Deshmukh. It's a rook and knight endgame. Let's jump into the game. It's materially equal, but Carissa has a very good chance to win. And Divya is also low on the clock. She's below 10 minutes now, while Carissa is enjoying her 26 minutes. So this is the current position, and two candidate moves. Last move was g5, which allows white to take on h6. Or white could simply close it up with h5 and leave you with a permanent weakness on h6. Let's calculate the most aggressive one. Knight h6 takes and rook e5. You can take on h4 with either pawn or the rook. If you take with the rook, I take rook g5, I have a clean extra pawn, but of course you're going to go after my queenside pawns. And this rook endgame, I think practically speaking, it's very difficult to win, while engines might be able to convert this.
But at the same time, Divya has been defending very well, and I think that her last move shows that she panicked. You know, she was looking for useful moves, maybe a6 and b5 could be included. Yes, because we need to trade a few pawns and at the end to sacrifice a knight, yes, to make a draw. So g5.
G5 seems premature. And yes, there's this line with knight h6 that we're just looking at. Also, black could take with the pawn, and after king h3, the h4 pawn is pretty much lost because you're not going to keep this rook defending it. You will have to activate it sooner or later. And who knows what's going to happen in this endgame. White has to make all the precise moves to keep the advantage. It's not going to be an easy win. So I think Carissa might actually choose h5 here.
So after h5, black has...
Threatening knight h6.
Is threatening knight h6, of course, has not many useful moves here because she has been delaying the knight move. So after knight c6, Carissa will simply take on e6. King takes e6, and here we were thinking about a very strong move c3, not allowing the jump on d4 and only then taking on h6.
And actually want to calculate, even if we allow knight d4 and we give up this pawn, maybe we're fast enough. For example, if you go knight takes b3, I go knight f5, and how do you stop my h-pawn? You're too far.
The same thing. No, knight d2, knight d4, knight f6. That's my only chance. Yes.
It's actually very lucky for black that this comes with a check, knight d4, and then knight f6. And you do make it back, but this still looks very good for white. But there was this moment here where black can play this picturesque move, c4. Take a look at this. Doesn't achieve much, of course. If I take, then I will lose. But if I take the pawn on c4, you'll just have to take another pawn. Instead of b3, you're taking c3. But now your knight's not even making it back to f6.
Yeah.
It's just a cool motif, c4. It's losing, but it's a fun move. This is one option, and another, Carissa could play c3 just to completely prevent knight d4. But in this case, Almira, how can Divya play for counterplay?
Well, I think we should try, definitely we should try knight a5 first, yes, to attack the pawn on b3. But then maybe knight h6 is a better version because the knight on b3 still has to return via d2.
And she has played h5, and we might get this position on the board.
So let's see, knight f5.
And yes, if only my king was already here, game would be over. But now I can't stop you from going to f6. So let's push the pawn. Check.
F6.
Move the king and knight's on f6. So knight is stuck now. It's not moving.
And I think this is the first critical position of this endgame. We need to find a way to deflect the knight from f6. I was thinking about knight g3, knight h5, or knight e4, because we can even sacrifice it on e4 while attacking simultaneously the pawn on g5. So if I play knight g3, king d5, I thought that I could
You can
play
still
knight
play
e4
knight
anyway.
e4.
Yes.
Very nice. Yes, I can't touch the knight. You're just promoting. I'll have to step back to h7.
But then what?
Then
How
what?
do we win this position?
We can see the Valborg sense it's completely winning, but it's still not that simple. Black king is maybe coming to c4. And it's a pity we can't use our own king. It's not an active king. We want it to be on f5. Can we play knight d2 and wait it out until black king moves?
Okay,
No,
let's see.
because then black will just bring the knight back.
But even if the knight play, well, if king returns to e5,
White to play here first?
yes, knight d2, king e5.
Yeah, it's not easy because on the queen side, black is very solid. We can't break through. c4 is interesting because if you take, now knight g5
Oh, yes.
might work.
Now my
and it will be
variation works. yes.
two pawns against the knight. But this needs to be calculated. It's so close. One tempo and black might be winning. Do we go g5? Let's say king steps over. h7, c4, and just everything is decided by one tempo. We take c2. You are promoting with a check. By the way, this I think is already a draw. Look how delicate this position is. You have to promote the h-queen. And then we might end up in a queen endgame with a pawn on f7. Should be winning, of course, but there's going to be a million checks here before white king manages to hide. Let's see the current position. We've had some moves, and yep, they're heading towards this endgame. Carissa has to decide now between c3 and knight h6.
Yes, I think that Divya can't avoid the trade of the rooks, of course. So it's interesting to see if Carissa will go for this line, if she will play c3, first of all. She has this choice maybe to give up the pawn immediately, or maybe she will give up the pawn on c2, by the way. So what do you think?
Both are playable. It's just a matter of... She's going to calculate. This knight endgame is similar to pawn endgame. So you have to calculate move by move. It's a race. We know, because the Valborg tells us that both c3, knight h6 are winning for white. But to me, c3 looks a lot safer and more correct.
Yes, but then she needs to go for knight a5. She needs to win this pawn on b3.
There's also maybe c4 ideas that if you take
b4.
then knight a5. And if b4, I can try waiting. When you take on h6, I'll have some tactics like knight takes b4. So Carissa has to figure all this out. She does have time on the clock, 20 minutes versus 10.
As
But
I always
it's
thought
tricky.
that, yes, pawn endgames were the most difficult ones to calculate, but now I actually realize that those pawn and knights endgames, those are the trickiest ones, especially when it's a race. So c3, knight a5.
Yeah, it's more human move to play c3, knight a5, or c4. Can you play b4 here if you don't want to give up a pawn?
Yes, but if you take and then you come back to... Oh, c6.
Because,
you
of
will
course,
play
more pawns
b5.
we trade, more likely it will be a draw. So this is a bad idea for white. Now you take on h6 and maybe even a5, fix these pawns here, and then your king will be able to stop the pawn while you create your own passer. So this will definitely be a draw. Carissa cannot allow any of this.
Nazi, but maybe Carissa should take the pawn immediately.
Yes,
Let's say,
definitely.
no, without c3.
Without c3.
Yes, let's try this line.
And after knight d4,
Now what?
which pawn do you want to give?
Well, I'm not sure. Let's say that king f2, something. I want to
Ooh,
try
nice.
another
I'm
one.
also curious about this
Or
move.
maybe no, but you can take it's a draw. Yeah,
Is it that
I think so.
that clear? Ival says it's a draw, but I don't. Yeah, you're winning this
Yes.
pawn after g4.
G4, king g5.
Yeah, Carissa will have to find moves like king f2, and after I take, then come back to f5, so I no longer have an easy path back. So you'll play king f6,
Then king e2.
and then your king needs to come into the game. But what about knight a1?
Where do you find these moves, Nazi? You know, it's like I was so happy about king d3.
Out of desperation, you
king
know, I'm finding
c4,
some moves.
and
Actually,
having-
I think black has now managed to equalize.
Yes,
It's
but
magic.
I'm losing this pawn, of course. So, well, knight a1. This
It's crazy.
wonderful spot.
Normally, I wouldn't recommend putting your knight on a1. In this position, it works.
So
Yeah.
maybe this endgame is...
It's not easy.
Yes, it's more difficult to assess than it looks.
Definitely, and that's why Carissa's taking such a long think here. These two moves between c3 and knight h6, she's probably thinking that only one of them is winning. On the other hand, it's easy for Divya to play. She's just has to be patient and react to her opponent's moves.
Yes, and look at their postures. You know, it's
It's intense, right?
Yes, it's intense. Carissa is looking determined, and Divya is looking for a miracle save.
And we do have our answer. Carissa chooses c3. Like we guessed, it's a more human move.
Yes, it's a more human move. Of course, she's denying her opponent of this wonderful jump, knight d4, but we know that knight a5
It's the only move
is the
Divya
only move.
has to play. She has to get some counterplay. If she sits and waits passively, she's going to be down a pawn. Well, as of now, Carissa has good chances, but it's still a very tricky endgame after knight a5. We'll see if Carissa can find all the precise moves to win this endgame. Almira, are we going to have 4 decisive games?
I hope so.
Well, thank you guys for joining us. Now back to you at the studio.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our live coverage of the 2026 Sinquefield Cup. We are in the thick of things with Pragg and Jorden, but first, let's just take a quick gander at the standings, as we've had quite the round, fighting games. But here we go. Peter.
3 games have finished and they have all been drawn. The clash at the top with Levon Aronian having the white pieces against Wesley. So it was a very interesting, actually, quite an intricate Spanish, but ended up in the perpetual. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave missed a decent chance, actually, of posing very, very serious problems to Vincent, and there was also a draw, and an early draw in the round was the game between Javokhir, Sindarov, and Anish, Giri, where Javokhir equalized very comfortably in a very old-style stupid line, as Anish described it on air. Played a stupid line, equalized very easily, and drew comfortably.
Indeed. We're seeing Fabi and Sam. We've been calling that a draw for a long while, whereas
Let's check in, yeah.
Yeah, and we think that Pragg is winning against Jorden. What is going on between Fabi and Sam at the moment?
They have progressed, as you can see, to move 49. Sam, as he has been, is an exchange up for quite some time now, and the position remains pretty safe for black. You can reposition the bishop from f3 to f5 to make sure the e6 pawn is also always protected, and keep your king around the c4 pawn if you want. You can also keep things as they are. White will struggle to generate threats here. Black is perfectly safe. The question is really who was playing for a win at the beginning of this endgame. Now we know Sam is playing for a win because he has more rooks. But to begin with, if we scroll back to, let's say, move, 35-ish, White still has more rooks, obviously, but Black has 6 pawns and 5 pawns against 3, not 4. And the structure on the king side seems completely unblemished. So you have to wonder if f5 followed by g3, g4 was an attempt to play for a win or an attempt to force some kind of a draw faster than everything else. I don't quite know, but it led to one of those pawns dropping off eventually, as you see now.
And Maurice, weigh in on this. That was a remarkable move, but bad decision by g4. You don't see that from Fabi, though. His judgment in these endings is really very, very acute.
You know, given that devastating loss he had against Wesley, you've got to wonder where his state of mind is. And that loss was just so bad and just so bad. He just walked into a lost position, almost virtually from the opening. Decided to back down at a critical moment when he could have played the move rook f4 and go for it. And sometimes you get disconcerted. Remember when Anish came in here for me to interview him? And
he's been waiting 5 years. He's
been waiting a while, but the way he was talking, you could see he wasn't himself. There was something that was bothering him, hot under the collar, so to speak, but not with anger, but with irritation. When you're not playing well, it's like
dumb opening my opponent.
Yeah, he started saying weird things about dumb openings and the like, and he just kept going on and on. You find it hard to settle yourself, to be at peace, to just play. Okay, that game is behind me. Let me just play. It's easy to say, very hard to get zen-like and have that perspective that it's okay. It's just one game. It's just one loss. Some losses sting, and then they affect your future games. We may be seeing that with Fabi right now, so he has to settle himself. Make the draw. Just make the draw. You're Fabiano Caruana. You got 5 rounds to go. You can still make a push.
Cristian, we so very rarely see Fabi ever on tilt. We seeing a little bit of that in this ending, I mean.
I wouldn't necessarily call it tilt per se, but just to reiterate what Maurice just mentioned as well, it's one of those games that you replay over and over and over in your head, the loss against Wesley So, and it leads to sleepless nights very often, and perhaps one of them was last night. One of the things that Fabi has some issues with occasionally is just to know when to pull the brakes. And I'm not talking about pulling the brakes in terms of, not taking too much risk, but perhaps accepting a shorter game. And that's what usually leads to very late in the tournament for him to lose some steam, to lose some energy. And perhaps this was one of those moments, because this game could have ended 2 hours ago very easily. And then he could have went on and refreshed and get ready for his game that's coming up with the white pieces tomorrow, where surely he will have some chances, or at least he hopes to have some chances. Now he's suffering for absolutely no reason, just because he perhaps kept the game going in an irrational fashion. And that's what's happening right now. Unfortunately, I wouldn't call that tilt. It's still early in the tournament. There's still plenty of time to get back on track. But yesterday's loss was painful.
All those images, by the way, we just saw Fabi.
Yeah.
Maybe I want to talk to the production crew.
We're catching him at a bad time.
Every single image, I was feeling more and more depressed. Like, seriously, Fabi looks like he's ruining, upset. I mean, we just want to see Fabi looking like, but we know he's quite contemplative, serious. Maybe, in fact, Cristian, if you may pull the veil a little bit, from something you do know, I've noted with Fabi, is he a little too realistic? I mean, he doesn't seem like he's not the one you can say, yo, let's go, rah, 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 and Fabi's gonna go, yeah, I'm getting pumped, keep talking. He's like, chill, cool, this is the situation, this is the reality, and this is, I was like, bro.
But not necessarily. I was just saying that it's somewhat the complete opposite to sometimes his decision-making, because sometimes he just gets irrationally wanting to win a game where he shouldn't be looking for that win, like in this one. But I think what you're saying is much more Fabi in reality rather than Fabi over the chessboard, which it is true. Yes, he is very realistic in that fashion. When it comes to real life, you might.
Peter, do you lose objectivity at times with the chessboard?
I think most of us, I would say all of us, have had episodes of kind of losing track of where you are and getting carried away by emotion, and perhaps, in particular, I think some situations just happen. Like a very specific set of circumstances is you're better for the entirety of the game, right? And then you misplay something and it's now equal, and it's maybe time to actually exchange some pieces and go home. But you were winning.
Yeah.
It's my game. I deserve a full point here.
Right.
And you go
The
past the
baggage.
point. Yeah, you go past the point of where you needed to stop and you needed to reassess and you needed to tell yourself, yes, it's extremely disappointing that you're not going to win this. Yeah. It's going to hurt, but it's going to hurt more if you
lose the game.
Yeah.
Peter, aren't you the one, though, that gets upset because you didn't do it in the most artistic way?
That's when I'm playing well, I think. Honestly, that is in my case, I think it's more of a good sign than bad. If those concerns begin actually kind of mattering for me inside a game, I think that means that my kind of creative processes, such as they are, work fine on the day.
Am I misremembering a story, though, that you were almost crying because you...
Not crying exactly, but I still regret it.
You didn't win in style in one particular game?
Seriously, though, 11 pieces on dark squares.
Oh, that's the story.
That's the one.
Not a single piece on a light square, and 11 pieces on dark squares. And that probably would have been the final diagram as well, which is even better. How do you not regret that?
We have a game between...
Seriously, Peter.
When you prick
Jorden.
me, do I not bleed?
Yes. Queen versus rook.
Yes, let's get to that.
The crazy part is, we all know, we've studied this ending. I've never had it in my tournament practice. I've never had queen versus rook.
Yes.
You won with the queen.
No.
Oh,
I had it inside, I think, a calendar half a year. I first failed to win it as a stronger side and then lost it in 15 minutes, 15 moves as a weaker side.
This is a very
By the way, this is
ending.
excellent for us because we get to show the position immediately. Because this is the famous position where the way to win, obviously like every move wins,
right.
but the way to win, as in the fastest way to win, begins with the move queen f7, f4. This was taught to me at some point by people who invested in the necessary time to actually play it against engines. The idea of the move queen f4 is that you can't actually shift the 6th rank defense, or the 3rd rank defense, whatever you want to call it, against an engine that will not drop a rook to you with check. You can't actually get this rook away from the 6th rank easily. But after queen f4, if you play king d7, queen a4 check, with the, unfortunately, you would like to play king d8, but that drops the rook to queen a5.
Oops.
And you get shifted if you play king c7. White now has queen a7 check, and once again the rook. And this one we all know how to win. Like once you get here,
Philidor's famous.
This is easy.
yeah. Once you get here,
easy.
this is one of the earliest kind of basic endgames you probably have to learn. The issue is getting it from the 6th to the 7th. And knowing this maneuver of queen f7, f4 is extremely useful. And in my case, it's not that I didn't know about queen f4. I was playing this. It was a world championship. I'm sorry about that. That's not how I intended this to go.
Was that Neil Diamond?
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. Because everything was on silent, but apparently alarms override the silent. I was playing a quarterfinal of the World Championships in 2001, and I played Boris, and I got this endgame, and at some point, basically, I had a check which was winning a rook, and I didn't find that check. And on probably a half-a-minute increment with this, and that was also a second game of the 2-game mini-match. So if I win, I don't have to defend the second one. I just progress to the semifinals of the World Championship. And the pressure just got to me, and I failed to win it.
Right. The move queen f4, for those who, just to put it on the board once again, queen f4.
Prague, perhaps actually wisely, got the same position with black to play, which is maybe is tricky. I don't know.
Now, this endgame, people have spent way too much of their lives studying how to best defend with the rook.
Right.
Even though you're completely lost. But the truth is you're not completely lost. And engines will defend this position. If you don't know the technique, you could be sitting here trying to figure out, why isn't my queen already winning this rook and ejecting it from the 3rd rank? And it is not entirely obvious. So if you study this, if you would choose to study this with the black pieces, you know how to put up maximum resistance against this setup.
I don't think I've ever studied this endgame with either side.
No, I was
and
about
I've never
to ask
had it.
Cristian.
I've never had it.
No, I've never had it either.
So that's time
as
well spent.
As a coach, you know, for the University of Missouri chess team, Did you ever put your players through the paces and say...
Not myself,
"God."
but one of my students, actually, who is right now a head coach at UT Dallas, Misha Antipov,
Right.
is a big fan of this, and is a big fan of trying to defend this position against everybody. So he's been
Really?
putting us through the ringer, trying to beat him in this one. And I know he was the coach of the U.S. Olympic team a couple of years back as well. And he was forcing Ray Robson to try to beat him in this one. And I'm not sure how successful Ray was. He's very good at defending with the rook. So I've done the exercise maybe once or twice in my life, but not much more than that.
Right.
Yeah, you assume that you're just going to win.
Yes.
You have the queen.
Yes.
Who knows how to defend that well with the rook?
Yeah.
I think it's a solid assumption.
And
I do think it's a solid assumption.
I mean, come on.
I still remember back in the 90s, it was great. Walter Sean Brown, he was challenged, I think, by Ken Thompson, I'm not 100% sure, a computer programmer, and said, Walter, $50, heads up, let's go. You got 5 minutes, I've got 5 minutes. You got to beat the computer. You got the king and queen. Walter said, fine. Couldn't do it. Couldn't do it.
King b6 now.
And 3 months later, Walter had studied the end game inside and out. He said, give me my $50 back. I got it. But yeah, I mean,
money will do that, huh? Nice little incentive. Also pride, professional pride.
How about this move, rook a3?
The best move in the position, but there's a
is
bunch
quite
of
easy.
mates in 14 now.
Mates in 14. Do tell. How so?
King b6 in particular is very harmful because you no longer have checks. I guess you end up playing rook e3, but then
no, queen d5, I think, just wins.
yeah,
right?
d5, e8,
Queen h5.
h5, d7, b5, and now you
must
actually
lose the rook
drop the
somehow,
rook.
yeah.
Oh,
you
my.
drop the rook, yeah.
That's why I
Pick
never
your
studied
poison.
this endgame.
No, wait.
Because nobody
one
will
more.
be able
One
to
more.
Nobody will.
Just show the point of king e6. is the point.
Now this the skewer instead of the double attack.
The rook floats.
Yeah, on c8 it's a double attack with c5, and on d8.
So it looks like after king b6 it shouldn't really be.
It's not going to be long.
Really be all that difficult. Yeah, other moves also available. You know, we have to say that it's not the only move that wins, of course.
But it's the one that you play just because you
I
got
think
to
you
that
play
point.
king b6. Yeah.
There's no checks. You separate the rook from the king, and you're going to pick it up with checks.
So if you were to verbalize how white wins this ending, it's you separate the king and the rook from one another, and
then it drops.
pick it up with a with a
With
double check.
checks, yeah. The trick is in
attack,
knowing how to separate them and.
And hope that your opponents never studied this position.
And
how to defend with the rook.
Yeah.
And he's played the move king b6. The desirable rook b3 check isn't there. The problems are, you said it's a force mate in 14?
12 now. Yeah.
12. Well, now it's actually super easy.
Yeah.
The rook is just floating.
If you were playing this and your opponent suddenly shouted out to you, mate in 14.
No, then I already know he's cheating.
Right?
But this rook this rook is just floating now. It has no anchor.
Is this
And-
much worse? Well, actually, it is because I don't have mate here. I thought I had just straight up mate in this position. But this is obviously for those of our viewers who maybe have never seen this construction.
Oh,
this is how you fail to win this.
This would be so embarrassing.
That's hurtful.
Yeah, this is how
King
you fail
takes,
to win
stalemate.
One of the few tricks in this position.
Yeah, so queen d5 mate in 4-12, queen c7 mate in 14, but you return to the same. Basically, you need to see queen d5, queen h5. Queen h5 is very important.
What do you think the
Queen
lifetime
D5.
average for a grandmaster of hours spent on analyzing this endgame?
It became a kind
Over
of
or under 1 to 2 hours?
It became a bit of a cause célèbre, I think, at some point. People who made their
Queen d5, sorry.
sort of a local claim to fame in knowing how. He didn't play queen h5 check though. Although the fact that the rook has no checks is still mate in 10 because we are just getting the king over to d6
And
you
rook
can't
e7
stop
doesn't
it,
work because of king g8. Queen g8.
Yeah,
sorry.
so even without seeing that he could pick up the rook with checks, he's going to win very, very quickly because you can't reestablish the connection between the king and the rook. is going to continue
Queen
loading.
h5, Queen b5. Those are two.
Yeah, Queen h5, Queen b5 was beautiful, but I think missable, in particular when you realize how strong King c6 is.
Right.
Because you're just getting it to d6, and there are no stalemate tricks when the rook is there. All the stalemate tricks begin by the rook being very close to the king.
Right.
And Jorden knows he's busted.
Of course.
Oh, yeah.
Of course. Of course.
He's hoping there's some way of fighting on.
Right.
This is the kind of position you could almost resign, but you're looking and saying, I'm not going to resign until I lose my rook. But he's looking for some dream of a defense.
I'm playing rook e1, and I'm trying to keep my rook as far away.
Unfortunately, that's
But after King d6...
And King f8, and just
But then you kind of know how you lose this, right? You get checked from f5, you can never go to the g file, you have to go to e8.
That's right.
And I will find a ladder somewhere.
Yeah, well,
h5, f3.
The whole point of my trying to put the rook on e1 and king on f8 is that if you played, for argument's sake, a move that wasn't checked, I'd get to play rook d1 and disturb you as best I could.
And here we can, the cutest one is queen g3 here.
Oh, no.
Attacking the rook and the g8 square, and after rook d1 check, king e6, you have no more checks.
And I got to move my king.
And you have to move the king, and then I will eventually pick, well, not really eventually, pretty soon.
Pick him.
Yeah,
But very importantly, go back just two moves.
Yeah.
Here you're playing this move. The very important question is, can you win the rook with checks?
I don't immediately see how.
Because how would you do that, Maurice?
I don't immediately see how.
I'm only saying it's an important question because what Peter did is, with the last two moves, Queen G3, is control the board.
Yeah.
Which is part of the technique.
Right.
Control the board from a distance. You've taken the queen in this position away from the center, and you're controlling from a distance. With Queen G3, even more so.
Yeah.
Controlling, offering a check and saying, it doesn't matter that you get one check. I'm controlling all the key squares and dominating your king as well. And that is an essential part of the technique. Don't get caught up if you're playing with this position that I've got to keep checking, and see what happens. No.
Yeah, okay.
Dominate.
Now he loses with checks.
The
he
position.
King f8, and now
now this one.
Now Queen f5 just wins the rook with checks.
It'll always be an opportunity to win the rook, to look out for, but don't always think this is what the thing you should be doing. Only. But this one now, it's going to be resignation quite soon.
Yeah, because now we check from either g5 or h6, so if you go in this there, d7 is no longer, there is the handshake, yeah. And,
wow. Oh, Jorden, that was
heartbreaking.
There are a lot of painful losses in chess, and we all have to go through that process of losing tough games. But this has just been an absolutely nightmare of a tournament for Jorden, because he's had his preparation on the board, and he's revealed some amazing opening ideas.
Not in this game. In this game, he got caught out of the opening. In fact, Prague, some really impressive opening preparation.
But he still had chances.
Bishop,
that end game with the two rooks.
Bishop takes e4,
Oh, man.
Oh, my goodness, yeah.
He had his chances.
But we do have a winner, and Prague's victory, by the way, GCT Tour standings, Sinquefield Cup standings, that was very important.
It's a big victory. It's a big victory.
I mean, and here we go, Peter.
Yeah, there we have it. Prague with this win joins the tie for third on 2.5 out of 4. Wesley still in clear first on 3 out of 4. If Sam somehow manages to win, he will also join that tie, but his position appears to be, Fabi is defending it very, very solidly, and I don't think Fabi is ever going to come anywhere near losing this. We can show the live position in a moment. With only one game running, it seems like we're going to have a tie from second to fourth, and Wesley still sitting comfortably atop the standings.
It almost feels like Fabi right now just is looking at Sam. Come on, dude. It's time to call it a day.
Yeah, with the bishop on c2 so well anchored,
yes,
and protecting both b3 and g6. Yeah, black is no longer really. You don't really need to think about moves anymore. You just go king e5, king e6 until the cows come home.
I'm still reminded of a story of Garry Kasparov. In the old days when we had adjourned game positions, he was playing in a Spartakiad, and he had a bishop and a pawn against an exchange ending. He called his teacher at the time, Michael Botvinnik, and he didn't even tell him the position. And Botvinnik's first question was, is your bishop anchored? And the answer was no. And then Giri may be losing. He didn't even get the position. But the bishop, obviously on c2, is dream square.
Yeah,
I mean,
I think they're
anchored.
done. I think they're done.
They've had enough. And
Spartakia, is that a real place?
Spartakiad, the Spartakiad Olympiad. They had the Soviet Socialist republics.
Something's happening right now. It looks like
And
repetition
it's a draw.
being claimed,
Yeah.
game drawn. So all games done.
And that finally does mean our final standings. We do have a
I think they
clear
just wanted
leader.
to stay in the playing hall and watch the game finish. And once that game got finished, they were like, okay, it's done.
I don't know if we can get some audio.
No need to whisper, guys. The games are over. Oh, actually.
I think there might be some
Cairns Cup.
Cairns
Yep.
Cup, so they're whispering. Four draws, a single win, and a big win for Prague indeed as he
We are
climbs
on
into
9 after 4 rounds, slowing down a little bit, but still a very
Right.
good number for decisive games out of 4.
Still on track to beat
Yeah.
the record
Yes.
right now.
For Maxime, this is okay. He just needs to win a few more games, and he needs Vincent and Javokhir not to perform.
But this is why today was so important and why he will be ruining the slight inaccuracy
missed
after
opportunity.
he was given a genuine chance today.
Maurice, weigh in on this one. How close do you think MVL had? I mean, I thought there was 2 moments that MVL, Rook B4 was one of them in his game against Vincent today.
He had a shot. He
It is
definitely
legit.
had a shot. And he had a shot against
Javokhir
smaller
as well.
version of the shot against Javokhir. You know, but it's still 5 rounds left.
Yeah.
It's still 5 rounds. And he just needs a positive result over Wesley. So that's keeping it clean. I think the problem is Sindarov. He might be playing his way out of the finals as he needs to overcome Vincent. So that's problematic. You've got to give kudos to Wesley and Prague. They're just like, I'm getting in the finals. Let's go. It's, again, still 5 rounds left, but we know when you're doing well in the beginning, you tend to keep going in that form. Anything could happen, though. We only saw 1 win today, which is normal in these events. We were spoiled in the
were
last
we
2
ever.
rounds, getting all those victories. So I've got to say Prague with 3 decisive results, but one of them a loss, 2 wins. He's definitely playing some serious chess and confident chess. He's just playing chess. I like that, what I'm seeing out of him. Every position is his.
And a brief poll among you guys. What do you think is the highest number of decisive games one player has amassed in a 9-round Sinquefield Cup?
Well, it must be Fabi.
It must be Fabi.
No, not counting. No. I'm talking about this particular format. 10 player,
Of the
10
player, not
all-
the double round
all play
robin.
all,
Yeah. Who has amassed the most wins?
And the number.
Had to be a lot of bad news happening to that player as well.
Magnus?
Couldn't it be this positive result only?
Are you
don't
talking
think it was-
decisive results? as
Just
in
yeah,
losses?
positive or negative?
Yeah,
Just
not wins specifically. Wins and losses together.
Yeah, it had to be somebody.
No. As far,
Now we know why
I wanna say
was
7.
his favorite player.
I would need to check, but I think there were 2 players in the modern era. The current format began in 2015.
Yes.
In that modern era, I think 2 players had 5 decisive results out of 9. One is Magnus and one is MVL.
5 only?
Yeah, I don't think I've seen 6.
That
I
sounds
would
like
have
a small
thought
number.
with Meppo and MVL and Magnus and maybe even Dingler.
No, you're positive results, no. I don't think.
Actually, maybe that that year when Jan had an absolute nightmare, maybe had no, but I think it was still maybe. I will need to recheck.
Well, 2 players right now are on 3
on
decisive
3 already.
results.
Yeah, this is what I mean. Yeah.
Jorden and Prague. So definitely we're seeing, once again, a lot of fighting chess
Yeah.
from pretty much everybody.
I think somebody must have done more than 5 with some losses in
Christian,
there.
peek ahead to tomorrow's round
That's
for
exactly
us.
what I was going to do.
Yeah,
yes,
please.
because I do see 3 very intriguing matchups. One of them starting off with Jorden Van Foreest versus MVL. Take a look at that one. Van Foreest really struggling, really wants a result. MVL, guess what? He wants a result as well with the black
Absolutely.
pieces. I'm expecting MVL to try to take some risks in this one. Big one, Caruana versus Levon Aronian. These two players have met so many times. They know each other so well. They train with each other. So this one is going to be an interesting scene to see how they're going to try to outfox each other. And by the way, they're sharing a recent second as well. Ariantari helped Fabi along the way not long time ago. I believe in last year's Sinquefield Cup, Arian was helping Fabi, and right now he's helping Levon. So definitely something to talk about in that one as well. And Wesley So versus Praggnanandhaa. That's the battle of the leader versus a player that just simply cannot draw games. Praggnanandhaa. The guy wants to win every single game. Sometimes he gets caught, like he did yesterday against Vincent. But I mean, right now, the guy, I would say, he's on a roll and definitely will be looking to get a result against Wesley as well.
Well, sometimes you just got to push your luck. And tomorrow is the day before the rest day, Peter. Tell us about the schedule.
Absolutely. We have one final round in the first batch, and then on Saturday there's the gala, and everybody is obviously preparing for that by having a rest day. And then 4 rounds in a row. Playoffs for the Sinquefield Cup happen immediately after round 9 is finished. And if we already listed actually one scenario where we could get playoffs for GCT if MBL wins and Javokhir finishes, I think, in clear 4th.
Right. Have we ever had GCT playoffs?
Not that I can recall.
Not at my memory. No,
I don't think we've ever had
Sinquefield Cup playoffs, sure.
Plenty, but not GCT.
Yeah.
But this seems like a perfect, like one of the more natural scenarios, not involving like. I think the reason we can actually discuss the GCT playoffs more seriously this year, we haven't had any 3-way ties anywhere.
That's what I mean.
Nobody has 8.33 somewhere.
Precisely, right.
So it's a lot more imaginable to have 2 players on the same score by the end of 4 events. Exactly. But yeah, this is our schedule.
Thank you, Peter. As we're just waiting for Prague to join us in studio. Maurice, once again, tell us the Cairns Cup situation. I believe Carissa is still hard at work. Is that correct?
Sorry, I'm just checking one thing, and I hate being downer to players already down. It's Van Foreest. He was number 12 in the world. 12. That's
very close to top 10. That's huge.
Very close.
Right.
So you surge. You're feeling good about life. I've gotten better.
Boom.
Cementing myself. Then you go on the Grand Chess Tour, and guys just start beating you up.
Right.
And now he's dropped to 24th in the world. And that's before the loss today. So he's going down even more after this loss. And starting to skirt near that 2,700 territory.
No. That's man's land.
It's unbelievable.
Right.
How do you get back your self-confidence? Really tough. Really, really tough. And importantly, as I'm seeing actually outside the studio, the star, the man of the hour coming in. But you did ask me a question
about the Cairns Cup.
About the Cairns Cup. We want you to make sure you go see the video of that exciting event that our colleagues are doing. But at the moment, one Carissa Yip
winning.
Looks like she's going to get it done against Divya Deshmukh. Right. A lot of victories, 3 victories already in the Cairns Cup. Exciting chess going on over there for sure. And Carissa might make it 4. So,
and Carissa's current score, should she win, would be how many points does she have?
She'd be on +1 because she lost 1 and won 2. But making a comeback, she lost the very first game.
Right.
So we know Carissa is the comeback queen. Last year, she's the reigning champ. She lost last year.
Are we sure this is winning?
And then won 4 in a row.
Must be.
She won 4 in a row, did Carissa.
You're just getting a king to the other side, right?
To win the tournament. There is a white knight somewhere.
No white knight. She's already sacrificed it.
What's that thing sitting on the 3rd rank?
Sorry, what? There's no 3rd rank.
Wait. Her last move, however.
There's a king on G4, but
3 pawns versus a knight.
Okay, but where
H5,
is that
G5,
pawn?
And B4.
On B, okay, yes. Because that was my question.
Wait, her move, King G4, may have tossed the winner.
No.
She needed to cross the 5th, right? She needed to go G6, B5, maybe, yeah?
She needed to go G6 and B5.
And now Knight C7 and Knight G4, and I'm not convinced this is winning anymore.
Yeah, King G4, incredibly. Knight D4 is very precise, drawing the game. That is
Remarkable.
That is absolutely, and it's on the board.
Wait a minute.
94 by Divya. And King F4.
And I think Carissa thinks
she's winning. It's no problem.
She's just winning. It's no big deal whatsoever.
And
well, we will see. But this one, it was not a straightforward, but clear win for her. And she's probably just very confidently sitting there thinking she's going to win the game. It could be sad news for her in a moment. But in the meantime, we do have a winner, the one winner of the round, and that is Praggnanandhaa. And Prag, this game, I got to say, was one of your more interesting games. The imbalance of material. Let's talk, first of all, very quickly about the opening, because you just sacked the pawn right out of the opening, and then he froze you with bishop c6.
Yeah, I mean, I looked at it today. This is like one of like 10 things I looked at. So obviously you won't remember every detail. And I remembered that black can take the pawn with both the knight and the bishop, but it can be tricky if you don't know. I thought it's not happening if black doesn't know, no one is taking the pawn.
And then he took the pawn.
And then he took the pawn, and I couldn't remember what I'm supposed to do after that. And I spent like a lot of time here. I mean, it feels like I should be good for me, but I just couldn't see. And what I played, oh, it's correct, yeah? Yeah, I wasn't sure at all about this. Like this position, I think is just fine. I think the computer is just overestimating. I honestly couldn't really see what I'm supposed to do after take knight e5 and rook d8. Like all these positions, there should be fortresses. Like it shouldn't be much. But I'm happy that I played the computer top chess at least.
So you weren't sure at all in this position?
No, I wasn't sure. I mean, also this allows like so many options. I mean, like queen c8, and also there is some knight g2, like all these things. I couldn't really make it work for black, but it wasn't like super clear. Like there were also other options. And actually, I was happy to see knight f6 because I thought this. I mean, also this good thing about this position is I can never be worse.
Yes.
So I can.
Yes.
I mean, I can confidently go for this. Yeah, I don't know. I started somehow messing it up so much. Yeah. Oh, queen e4 was bad. I mean, I can see so many reds here.
Yes, the engine don't pay attention, but it did say that this rook should be the one instead of this one, which allowed you the fantastic move knight d7.
I saw there is something here with the other rook. Isn't there some? Wait. I thought there was some rook d7. Is there? No, rook d7, knight f4. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. I thought there is something. Maybe no, wait. Rook d8. Okay, I should figure this out later. But yeah, I thought there is something. Okay, king f3 wins. Okay. At this point, I was just playing so bad. And here, just take queen b6 and it's over.
Yes.
And he goes. And I thought queen c7 is also over, but he found this nice trick with e5 because the point is I thought rook d7 is over, but this knight e6 and taking g8 is just a draw. Then there's knight g5.
Tricky knights.
Yeah. Yeah, and then I basically messed it up. Is this still winning?
Well, there is one endgame that was possible.
Wait, can he go rook a2?
In this position.
Yeah, this should be a draw. Yeah? Like, I can't believe it's winning. Like queen c4, rook b2, and then rook b8. Like, why should it be winning? Like,
maybe it never gets to the fifth. How does it get to the fifth?
But even to the sixth, it's a draw, no? Like you should be able to get, right? Like it's.
No, I think it loses on the sixth. We checked that. I think that one
loses, yeah?
that gets torn apart. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Tricky endgame.
No, when I entered, I thought it's just a draw. Like I didn't really believe, and then I mean it's also fortunate that I have this check and it's just over. I mean, okay, maybe now I should check it. Maybe it's just I don't need it. I don't need this queen e5 trick, but maybe it's just winning.
Oh, it was a very important move to make.
Yeah, this is easier. And then even here, I wasn't like so sure. Like if he gets this position, for example, even if I get e4, if he gets rook to like f5, h5.
But then you can sack your queen in a lot of those.
Yeah. I found this. I mean, like here, maybe you guys already showed it, but I thought this is like the most cleanest because queen c8 and queen f5 now wins.
Right. We saw a lot of these queen sacrifices start to emerge.
Yeah.
What about the queen and rook ending? Is that something you've deeply studied? Cristian was saying, what are the odds that someone studies the defense with the rook?
No, there is only like third rank defense which you need to know. I mean, in this game I actually got it much easier. Like I got a direct zugzwang, but usually like it's you have to do this queen maneuver with. I mean, the only thing I know is like queen f4, like this.
It's exactly what Peter said.
Yeah, like I know this, and I mean, if I can't win this, then I shouldn't be playing at this level. Yeah, so it should be manageable.
All right. Well, you know what? Thanks for joining us. You're regaling us with your chess and fighting spirit. Good luck in the rest of your games.
Thank you.
Indeed. Our congratulations as well, Pragg. Good luck as we are about to say goodbye. But first, before we sign off, we want to remind everybody that the Cairns Cup, we will have full coverage. Join us. I guess it's on the YouTube channel.
It's on the same channel.
For that. And here we have it. Catch the full coverage of the Cairns Cup, beginning from the beginning to the end on YouTube later this evening. Let's take a look at the final standings after 4 rounds. Peter?
With 4 games, with all 5 games completed, these are the standings. Only one decisive game. Pragg, who has just visited our studio to explain what happened in his game, has rejoined the group of players on +1, tied for second, half a point behind our clear leader, Wesley So, and a kind of a nightmare tournament for Jorden van Foreest continues. 0 out of 3 with the black pieces.
And who was the very, very wise man who predicted Wesley So could possibly be in first place?
I don't know how you got so lucky. Yasser, you got lucky on that one. All right, Vincent.
And
nicely done, Yasser. Just a second, let me give myself a kiss. I'm not finished.
Please, could somebody slap him? But at the very beginning of when we were all guessing,
yes,
and I asked the question, who picked Pragg? Who picked Pragg? Who picked Pragg? None of us picked Pragg. So you're good for now.
I'm good for now.
You're good for now, but watch out. This young man is showing some stuff.
Absolutely. Well, from St. Louis, thank you so much for joining us. Join us again tomorrow for the 5th round before the free day. It promises to be excitement. Good night from St. Louis.
See you tomorrow.
Whoa.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.